Dude, before the video starts, I gotta ask you something. Still unsure where to read your favorite series? Well, my friend, your problems are over because I'm gonna introduce you to Manga Tons, where there are over 250 series published waiting for you. And there, besides not needing a subscription to access the site, you'll have a totally smooth reading experience, and on top of that, no ads, plus a fully optimized interface so you can read in the best way possible. And the best news of all that I've said so far is that there's a previous video with Martial God who dropped back to level 2, and our Night Ankh who is the powered-up Subaru, and the badass king of T-Bot, who unfortunately is still in action, but when he's back, you'll be able to check him out there. So don't waste your time and hit the link that's pinned in the comments. And no more delays, let's go to the video. At the very start, a huge monster with wings and a star on its back is wrecking a city. Our pro, unlike everyone else running away from that giant thing, is heading straight toward the monster, standing in the middle of the street like a dumbass, watching it, until his body starts to change. Electricity sparks over the boy's body, and he's thrown into a bunch of red lines looking like infrared, only to get hit by an electric shock and vanish into a hole. A drop of mana appears and drips on him, waking him up from sleep, and he wonders if he should be awakening his talent, thinking he just saw if those hallucinations were caused by his awakening process. And he says that 100 years ago, countless spatial rifts opened above Earth, and fierce dimensional beasts invaded the planet, threatening humanity's survival. And huge, gigantic monsters, with a pretty cool design, start showing up in the middle of the city. But he says dimensional energy also stimulated humanity's talents, and a small number of humans awakened talents, leading humanity into the era of talents. Then the system calls the boy, asking if he's done, if he's awakened his talent yet. Hearing this, he decides to check by grabbing a stone that says his talent is tier weak, and he gets disappointed by that. After all, that means he's screwed for the rest of his life, and he starts questioning himself, because if he doesn't become a martial warrior, how will he protect his sister's future? Then his sister enters the room, calling for her brother, asking how it went, talking about his talent evaluation. He says it went great. She gets all happy, telling him not to worry because her big brother will definitely become a super powerful martial warrior, though he apparently doesn't believe his own words. She starts celebrating, saying her brother is the best. Then she calls him to eat, saying she made his favorite dish, saying she wanted to celebrate his awakening. So when she leaves, he stares out the window in front of him, just standing there like an idiot staring at nothing. The girl asks what's up, telling him to hurry up, and at that window, it shows all the girl's talents, and he's surprised that her cultivation talent is tier inferior, and her frost talent hasn't awakened yet. He's impressed by that, running his hand over and checking his own status window that says he has a tier weak cultivation, and he finds out nothing he didn't already know. But his sister grabs his hand and starts pulling him, but as he touches her, another window pops up in front of him, saying her talent is copyable, and he wonders what that means. Then the system asks if he wants to copy the talent, and he's shocked by how things are unfolding, realizing maybe his situation isn't so hopeless anymore. Looking at this frame of him, I feel so nostalgic for you. You was so fierce. And taking him to the table, the girl says she made his favorite dish, pork salamit. Looking at the table, he notices she really loaded it up and thinks about the copying talent, saying this ability is amazing. But he says he can't test it on his sister because he'll have to select, saying her base talent is better than his. And her frost talent is extremely rare, and after she awakens it, she'll definitely be able to crush her opponents. Then he thinks about his dad and mom, saying if they're listening, they can relax now. Sometime later, the kid goes out like a psycho in the middle of the street wearing a hoodie that makes him look like a criminal. So he thinks about testing this talent, looking at others and searching for a good talent. He says, it seems the effective distance to see someone's talent is only 3 meters, which is kind of short, but then he notices that everyone there has low-level talents, and he says those talents are all really bad, so he has to copy at least a mid-tier talent. And he thinks he should be able to check out the academy now that he's awakened his talent, even if it's a weak tier. And he says he can copy someone else's talent too, which could change his talent. So he thinks he can't enroll in an academy that requires a talent evaluation. Then he gets an idea, heading to the 5th base academy, thinking that's where he'll sign up, saying there must be a lot of average-level people at that academy, and he thinks that with the copying talent he awakened, he'll be stronger than all of them in the future. Ah, hacking even me, huh? Copying after it's already done. And so, 10 days later, at the 5th base, in Martial Stadium number 3, they say that to become a great martial warrior, they must first become a martial apprentice, and if they want to be a martial apprentice, they must first learn the body training technique. And so the instructor starts by saying they should remember that they'll only succeed if they can create an air vortex in front of their chest. And our protagonist is Yetian, I don't know if I mentioned it before, who starts trying to do that. And one of the students tells the teacher that someone fainted nearby, and the teacher tells them to ignore those weaklings, because their only hope to become a martial warrior is by creating an air vortex. And Yetian wonders how that's possible, saying he can't create anything at all, questioning if his talent level is really that low. Then the teacher says that's enough, saying that's all for today, telling them they're the worst class he's ever taught in his life, and that he hopes they follow Shen Dong's example, telling them to boost their motivation quickly and not be a bunch of lazy bums. Then the boy looks at the Japanese teacher and first asks Zhenbao, his chubby friend, who Shen Dong is, and he says he's not an ordinary person. He only took half a month to become a martial apprentice, and even the director accepted him as his disciple. And Yetian thinks his talent level must be really high. Zambal gets all happy, showing the boy a Shen Dong autograph, and he says that when he becomes as powerful as the director, he'll sell that and have a few good months of chill with the money. And the protagonist thinks, is that a dumb idea? Meanwhile, next to him, everyone is hyped up seeing Shen Dong. And he arrives there greeting everyone, and Zambal starts running at the kid, asking for another autograph. Meanwhile, Yetian thinks that's the Shin Dong everyone's talking about, his eyes turning red with greed. While Shin Dong's playing the politician, he sees the boy's status window, noticing his cultivation talent is mid-tier, and he already thinks about going over to say hello. And so Shinog tells everyone to calm down, saying he's there on behalf of the teachers to encourage everyone, telling them to forget about the autographs and stuff, saying he'll become a joke if his friends find out. While Zombal runs off, Yetian asks if he can shake the kid's hand and starts saying a handshake is a good idea, and he already starts making a line for it. Then it's Yetian's turn, who looks at the kid's hand like he's looking at a gold piece. Then he gives a slight smile, a wicked smile, while shaking the kid's hand. And so Shendong tells him to get to work, and the kid just thanks him, thinking he made it. Then he goes home in the middle of a storm, and the status window disappears, saying the mid-tier cultivation talent was copied successfully, asking if he wants to fuse it. And he starts wondering if fusing is a good or bad idea, thinking about his dreams, remembering when he got that electric shock, questioning what it means, but thinking whatever, moving forward and fusing. And so he starts glowing with mana appearing, but right after that, he begins feeling pain in his heart, twisting and screaming. He wonders why that happened, saying fusing talents hurts too much, that he suffers to the point of looking ugly, uglier than he already was. But then a rain of lightning appears outside, and so in the end, he manages to reach mid-tier, and he says changing his talent and being reborn totally new is worth the pain. And so he looks again at his status window, saying the talent copying cooldown is 30 days. He notices that, saying it means he can keep copying talents after 30 days, thinking this ability is amazing, and his eyes get greedier and greedier. And he thinks he should try that body training technique the teacher taught earlier. And he gets it on the first try, noticing how much easier it became, thinking the technique is way easier to activate now that he has a mid-tier cultivation talent, thinking he should forget about being a martial warrior, because he's going to become an elite martial warrior or even a great martial warrior. And the kid leaves with a completely different vibe from that cave, walking calmly and smiling wickedly. And so, 1 month later, on a full moon night, a white wolf with huge horns starts hovering around the area. A girl with her dad in the middle of the street asks him what they're having for dinner. He says it depends on what his little princess wants to eat. Meanwhile, our protagonist is walking down the street, thinking that even though he's now a martial arts apprentice, he still has a long way to go before becoming a martial warrior. He thinks that Sheng Dong has one-on-one sessions with the director, so he must be improving way faster than him. While he's thinking about that, the family behind him gets attacked by a wolf, which rips the dad's head off, leaving the little girl behind. When the boy sees the scene, he notices the little girl is all alone, while her dad lies dead on the ground. She screams for her dad in front of that huge monster. The protagonist realizes he's got to do something. The dude just activated the hack, downloaded it, snapped it on, and now he's got to risk his life. Man, this server is tough. Meanwhile, everyone in the video starts screaming that there's a monster and everyone needs to run. And the protagonist, for the first time in his life, sees a monster and gets scared. But then the monster jumps on the little girl, and the protagonist has no choice but to grab her quickly and pull her out of the monster's claws. He thinks it's way too fast and he won't be able to escape. But then a man appears, attacking the monster quickly, and the monster dodges his sword strike. Then, after turning around, the man who just arrived apologizes for being late. The boy asks who he is, and the man says everyone calls him Captain Gale Wolf. He tells the boy to leave the Silver Moon Wolf to him and go protect the little girl. The boy just agrees, and Gale charges at the wolf, attacking it with everything he's got. The boy tells the little girl not to look and thinks that man is really strong and actually giving the wolf a serious fight. But the wolf keeps trying to run, and the boy thinks he should have expected that, saying you shouldn't underestimate the speed of the Silver Moon Wolf. However, Gale tells the wolf not to forget he has allies. Then other hunters arrive to attack the wolf together. They all strike quickly, but the wolf starts running, so they shout for their captain, and he says it's just in time. They manage to corner the wolf, stabbing their swords into the monster, and one of them asks if it's dead. But then the wolf roars again, turning red. They realize the monster is about to enter berserk mode, warning everyone to be careful. After being thrown away, they ask if the captain is okay. He seems fine. The wolf, now fully red and berserk, starts running away. But the captain tells them not to worry, because that thing isn't going anywhere. While it flees, a woman on top of a building, using a huge bow, starts aiming at the wolf, saying she's been waiting for it. She shoots an arrow straight at the wolf, which was about to fall. The captain says the wolf is too weak to handle them. They all congratulate the woman on the building, saying her aim is excellent. The girl gets all cocky, and the boy notices those are the monster's talents, seeing that the silver moon wolf has a blood talent, a low-tier speed talent, and for those who missed it, the tier order is weak tier, low, beginner, intermediate, and high. There you go. The beast can copy the talent of anything that moves. Now this kid's gonna become a Sung, I'm almost sure. The boy, looking at those talents, is totally hypnotized, but then the monster moves again. Meanwhile, the hunters are talking, thinking it's dead. But then the captain shouts for them to be careful because the wolf is still alive. He tells everyone to back off. Now he's close to the wolf, and it starts howling. They say monsters are really terrifying, talking about that audacity, and ask the captain what they should do. He tells them not to worry because it's very weak now and to leave it to him. He remembers to tell Yetian to get out of that area because it's not safe, asking if the boy didn't hear him, telling him not to stand there, but the boy is still totally exhausted and thinks this is the perfect opportunity. So the boy just pushes through everyone and runs at the wolf, punching it in the face. The monster's talent is successfully copied, and he ends up doing a flip over the monster, landing on it like it's a horse. The boy keeps hitting it multiple times, copying the monster's talent over and over. He's basically beating and killing the monster with punches and hits. But the captain comes over, grabbing the boy's hand, saying the monster is already dead and he hadn't even noticed. However, the boy thinks that's obvious. But the most important thing is that the talent copy worked. The captain says they'll clean up the mess, telling the three of them to take care of the bodies, the man and the silver moon wolf, and to look after the little girl. So the archer goes with her, and Gale talks to Yetian, saying he did really well, that he can't wait for him to join his squad, and tells the boy to find him once he becomes a martial warrior. Yetian agrees, but with a psychotic look on his face. Then he goes home first to clean the blood off his face, because his sister Yu would probably worry if she saw that. After that, he looks in the mirror, noticing his eyes have already changed. Sometime later, he goes to his sister, seeing that she is asleep, and she keeps talking to him in her dreams. And the boy feels calmer, thinking that was the first day he saw a monster with his own eyes. He also says it was 10 times, maybe 100 times more terrifying than the monsters from the stories. While he covers his sister, he thinks that to protect her, he needs to become a martial warrior as fast as possible. And in his room, he starts wondering if monster talents can be fused with the human body. And he thinks that this might be more painful than the previous talent fusion, and there's a chance it could even risk his life, but he thinks he needs to get stronger to protect the people important to him. And he quickly puts a cloth in his mouth to endure the pain, saying no matter what, at all costs, he's going to get stronger. That psycho-determined look on the prota's face is just insane. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. And then he chooses the speed talent and starts copying it. But the pain hits him insanely hard, and he falls to the ground, crawling, scratching the floor, saying it hurts because his bones feel like they're breaking piece by piece. And he ends up looking ridiculously ugly on the floor, like he's on all fours, and sees his legs completely breaking, seeing them all messed up. And the boy asks if the talent copy failed, but then he keeps feeling pain. And the only thing he keeps thinking about is EU. And the next day, when the sun hits, he wakes up startled, wondering what happened. And he looks at his legs, noticing they're intact. And he starts hitting every corner and notices his body feels much lighter. And when he looks ahead, he notices his talent level is medium and the speed talent is beginner. And he thinks the copy was a success. And already in the 5th Academy Forest, he goes to school this time running, and the kid's all happy because he's running like the Flash. And after a dramatic pose, he thinks the silver moon wolf's speed is incredible. So he decides to train and thinks his speed is comparable to a warrior's now, but overall his skills are far from powerful, and he thinks it would be good if he could speed up his cultivation. And then, Zambal comes up to the boy yelling at him, and he says that's why he didn't find Yetian around, because he was secretly training hard, and he's surprised getting close to the boy, noticing he's as stiff as a rock, asking if he's already an apprentice. And the boy says yes. Then Zambal asks if he wants to improve his powers faster, and Tian asks if he knows how. And Zambal questions if he's ever drunk the blood of a fierce beast before. And the boy says no. And Zambal says he improved faster because he already drank some, and why Yetian can hardly believe that fierce beast blood can do that, thinking it's a shame, because there was a lot of silver moon wolf blood at that time, and he remembers the mistake he made. And so Zambal says there's a way to get fierce beast blood, asking if the boy wants to try. And Yetian asks him to tell. And so Zambal says the frontier base authorities opened a wild area outside the city for the 5th Academy to hold tests. Then he says the prize for this test is the blood of a fierce beast. And the boy asks what level this wild area is, and Zambal says it's very low, and the fierce beasts were eradicated. He says only one fierce beast descendant remains, a wild beast, and Yetian thinks that's not bad at all, saying it's worth a try. And Zambal says that's what he's talking about, telling them to join his team. They'll defeat the fierce beast together. But Yetian starts rejecting the idea, and Zambal asks, "What's with that weird expression?" Because he only said that since he's his good friend. And the boy apologizes, saying he'll join him next time, asking him not to worry. Then Zambal says he thought they were close and didn't know he was so cruel. But then Zambal tells him to wait for him, because even if they're not on the same team, they're still friends. And why Yetian thinks it's easy to stand out in a team, and if his talent is exposed, it would be a disaster. And it's better for him to stay alone, because he has to get the fierce beast's blood and become a warrior as soon as possible. And a month later, at the 5th Academy, a man talks to Prada, asking why he registered if he didn't even get an exam invitation, asking if someone leaked the info, but he tells the teacher he became a martial apprentice and says that means he's qualified to register. And the teacher is moved by this, talking to the kid that he wished he'd live longer, but says it seems like all they want is to die, and throws the responsibility term in the kid's face, saying, that's right, because if he wants to take that exam, he needs to sign a life responsibility waiver. Then the prota understands, and the man says, if he's afraid of dying, he should get lost, because he shouldn't waste his time. But the prota looks firmly at him and keeps walking with a smile on his face, because he quickly signed the waiver, and the teacher wonders if they really think this exam was made for losers, saying they'll regret it. But sometime later, Yu wakes up asking about his brother, saying it's time for him to wake up. But he notices that he cooked all that while asking if today is a special day. On the table, there's a sticky note for her, and she smells it, wondering what kind of event lasts 3 days, asking if he won't be in danger. Meanwhile, in a totally isolated place, the pro is in the middle of that hell with several other people, and he notices there are quite a few there. And Zambal, in turn, says, of course, saying they're all from the 5 main academies. And one of the guys around there notices they're from the 5th academy, wondering if the trash from that crappy academy dares to take the exam. And the blonde guy next to him talks to his young master, saying he can hunt both beasts and other humans during the exam, saying the more weaklings there are, the better it'll be. And so, the little psycho thinks the weak should feel blessed to be hunted by the strong. Then they question who they're seeing, because that's Mocha Bay, one of the geniuses from the 1st Academy. Zambal says he's the strongest of the younger generation of the Amor family, and why Yetian isn't surprised he's from his family. After all, it doesn't surprise him that he's so arrogant. But then someone comes scraping his sword on the ground, and that blonde guard tells him to stop himself, asking who he is and how he dares to come to the 1st Academy's camp with his sword drawn. So the boy stops, yelling for Mo Shabe, telling him to bring his ass over there because he's going to cut him into pieces. And Shabe asks what he wants, questioning if he wants to lose to him again. And that kid gets face to face with blood in his eyes, looking at X-Bai. Meanwhile, Yetian wonders who that is. Zambal says it's Liuxin, a genius swordsman from the 2nd Academy, and he was already defeated by Mbe in the past. And the professor starts calling the 2 ignorant hillbillies, telling them to stop clowning around, asking if everyone is blind, and Yetian gets pissed at his professor, asking if he's the blind one here, and he starts talking about a 50-year-old in Liang Yum, and the boy wonders who that guy is, and why he's rooting for him, asking if he's not afraid of Mokabe Bai, saying that's kind of embarrassing, and Yetian keeps rooting for him. Then they say fights aren't allowed outside the wild zone, saying aggressors will be disqualified from the test. And Shang Yun says he'll leave him alive for now and sheaths his sword, saying when they're in the wild zone, he'll wipe him out. And XB starts calling the boy a disobedient flea. And Exangam goes up to Yetian, saying he's brave for rooting for him, asking what his name is. And the boy introduces himself. Zangam says the boy's name is cool because he's a rebel when the leaf covers the sun, which is literally what his name means back in Korea. I just agree. But then the gates open. Everyone runs inside with Mokabe coming out and sprinting. Zambal says it started, saying he'll have to find his team, saying they'll find them inside, and so the boy tells him to be careful. And Zangon says the 1st Academy goes first, then the 2nd Academy, and the 5th will be last. Then he wonders what kind of cruel world they live in, but the boy says he has to get back to his team, wishing Yetian good luck, and the boy wishes him good luck too. But then he notices and takes another path, and after going deep into the forest, he thinks he must be well hidden. Then he drops his stuff, looking at the status window where it says the fencing talent was copied, asking if the boy would like to fuse, and he obviously agrees. And then his hand starts hurting a lot, and he says he's been through this twice already, so he's getting used to it, little by little. And he smiles sadistically, thinking he has to get stronger. And so, in the end, he really changes and uses that fencing talent, cutting down several trees at once. And the sword cultivation talent reaches the medium level, and the boy is getting more and more B10 with this insane progress. This is insane. The kid is getting better and better. And so they say all 4 of the 1st academies entered the wild zone, saying now the 5th academy must enter. And so the little group that should be the riffraff steps into the place, taking their first steps, And Yetian is followed by a snake that looks like a gigantic dragon, and the boy just pulls his sword, then charges at the monster, giving his first sword strike and quickly cutting off its head. And the boy manages to kill it with a single attack, and so he earns a grace point, and he says it's a wild beast that seems weak. But according to the test rules, the more wild beasts you kill, the higher your rank will be. And he wonders how many points it will take to be first. And he thinks about the test reward, saying there's a long road ahead. But he thinks it doesn't matter, because for now he'll hunt more wild beasts. And then he hears a scream for help and stops to see what's going on. And several students from the 5th school start getting attacked. And Zambao is surrounded by a pack of wolves. The boy recognizes his friend, so he says he doesn't want to die, because he doesn't even have a wife yet. But then a wolf jumps on the boy, and he turns running backwards, leaving his back open to the wolf. And the boy thinks he's screwed, dropping his stuff and gasping for air. Then he shoots the arrow, killing that wolf quickly, protecting Zambal. And so he rushes over there, asking if the boy will give him the points. But he tells Yetian to run, saying the boy isn't a match for the tooth wolves. Then he activates his mana, hitting B10 for X, and disappears from Zambal's sight, killing the wolves with a single attack, not even giving them a chance to strike back. He then stores those things, and the speed, talent, the knife talent does its job, slaughtering them in record time, and Zambal can only think that his friend is insanely strong. Then the boy starts making a batch and asks Zambal if he minds him taking the wolf's teeth, but the boy says they're all his, and asks if Zambal is going to stay like this, but he says he's giving up, saying this test is way too dangerous this time. He's just glad to be alive. Then he says all his teammates are injured, and he has to get them out fast, saying he at least has to stay alive. Then Yetian says the only way is this, but the boy asks Yetian to wait, saying there's a fake ferocious beast in the forest, telling the boy to be careful. He thinks about this beast, scaling the danger level, from wild beast to fake ferocious beast and then ferocious beast. Zambal says he heard the guys from the first academy were gathering a striped snake over 10 meters long, and rumors say it's at the fake ferocious beast level and worth 500 points. Then Yetian flashes a psychotic grin, telling him to say which direction it was in. So the boy says it was southwest and quickly takes off, summoning his speed, saying with 500 points he'll be first if he kills it. But then Zambal tells him to be careful as the boy speeds off chasing that monster. But then he notices something, seeing other people have been killed wearing the First Academy uniform, and he sees more fire on the horizon, asking if the monster is there. So he flies there fast, getting close and seeing that it's the fake ferocious beast being attacked by cadets from all sides. Mahambai orders them to grab that thing, saying they have to kill that beast, so everyone jumps on it. He says the 500 points will be his. After attacking a lot, the blonde guy says the fake ferocious beast is starting to run out of stamina and thinks it's now or never. It starts roaring desperately, realizing things are going bad for it. Mokabe B asks them to leave the rest to him, charging at the monster and attacking it with everything from top to bottom, all happy, thinking that last hit he landed on the monster's head was a success. But then the creature moves again, throwing Mambe far away with its tail, and the kid crashes into a wall, but thinks the 500 points are his, and the creature starts looking really bad. Yetian thinks it's a shame, because he arrived too late. Then the blonde guy congratulates his young medic for getting the 500 points. He starts laughing, saying, first place in the challenge belongs to him, Mocha B. But then the creature comes back to life, roaring and turning purple this time, entering its berserk mode. They realize it's not dead yet, sensing that bloodlust. The creature starts running, and he says this isn't a fake ferocious beast, it's a real ferocious beast. Everyone is shocked, wondering if they'll still chase it. He says, of course, because that's worth 1,000 points. And everyone is surprised. Then they take off. Mocha B tells them to go faster, saying they'll be giving others an advantage if they don't hurry. He thinks it got really weak from their attacks, and they can't let anyone run into it, or all their efforts will be wasted. Yetian, on top of a building, is surprised that it's a ferocious beast worth 1,000 points. The kid's eyes widen, apologizing to all of them because they're not faster than him anymore. He activates the speed talent at max power and shoots a lightning-fast strike at it, dodging and heading straight for the monster. While it hides, Yetian arrives quickly and thinks the First Academy folks aren't there yet. He notices the mucus secreted by the striped snake and follows it, seeing it's hiding in a shopping mall on sale day. He says it looks like the 1,000 points will be his. Entering the place, he notices the snake's stench is torturous and figures it must be somewhere nearby, so he starts walking. Then he sees the snake dying right in front of him and gets scared watching it drink something falling from the top of the building. He wonders what it's drinking, thinking it can't be normal water, so he draws his sword, saying he'll worry about that after getting the 1,000 points, charging at it wanting to kill it. The monster notices him, and bad luck for the protagonist. He's super fast and manages to hit him, throwing the boy far away, but he quickly grabs his bow and shoots arrows straight into the monster's eyes, which is very effective, making the monster scream in pain. The boy falls, holding his sword, and charges at the monster again. He quickly lands on the monster, plunging his sword into the snake's skin. He uses immense force to cut that limb, starting from the forearm up to the creature's shoulder. After making that huge cut, its arm is no longer the same, and he flies away again as it falls to the ground. He thinks monsters are really strong because there's no way he could have killed it without Mokabe's group, but he remembers and starts wondering what that liquid falling from above is. Still, he thinks to himself that it actually doesn't matter, because if the monster was after that, then it must be some kind of treasure. He quickly grabs a vial he had with him and says it's better to take some and think about it later. So he also rips out one of the monster's eyes, saying he'll use the eyes as proof that he killed it, and he goes after the blood in the heart, saying that the heart's blood of a monster is extremely valuable, and starts collecting it in one of those vials. After all that, he goes to the water that was dripping and collects it, noticing he managed to gather quite a bit. Then he says that even though he has no idea what it is, he's just going to take it because it doesn't matter. He just can't let Mokabe get it, so he quickly cuts it off, ending the drip once and for all. He notices that the points he's collected so far should be enough to put him in first place. It's time to get out of there and leave everything behind. And sometime later, the Mokabe crew arrives very late, noticing that the monster's eyes have been taken and the heart is almost drained of blood. They say the only thing left is the corpse. The blonde one asks his young master what they should do. He gets really pissed off, wondering who dared to steal his points, saying he'll destroy whoever it is. Prota must already be far away, drinking blood, drinking water dripping from some weird rock and eating eyes. He can eat eyes, right? He has to prove he killed the monster. But this time the crime definitely paid off. And in the middle of the night, hiding in the rain, Yetian notices they arrived, and the blonde talks to Mokabe, saying the person who stole his points probably hid, asking what they're going to do. Mokabe orders them to investigate everyone they see. They have to find that thief. He says he won't let them get away with this so easily. Everyone gets it. Yetian realizes he'll have to hide for a while, so he disappears quickly, using his speed. He thinks eventually they'll find out. When he hands over the parts he collected for the point calculation at the end of the test, within 3 days everyone will know he was the one who killed the viper monster. He thinks he has to use the time left to focus on his cultivation and quickly improve his strength. He thinks this will be a good place to hide. First, he releases everything, wondering how much stronger he can get drinking that monster's blood. He drinks that stuff, thinking it must be the nastiest thing he's ever tasted, but he thinks it's a small price to pay to get stronger and protect his sister. So he falls back, throwing it all down his throat. Meanwhile, his sister wonders who could be talking about her, wondering if her brother is okay. The boy starts circulating his mana, using the blood as a hack, thinking his cultivation speed is increasing 4 times. He says it's no wonder Shendong and the others are getting strong so fast, because it seems that besides their own talents, external substances are also necessary. He says he'll have to cultivate as best as he can in the 2.5 days he has left, because he has plenty of stuff for that. And 3 days later, already at the exit, everyone is counting what they took from the monsters. Then they start distributing the points each of them earned. Zangon arrives full of swagger, throwing his bag down and telling the teacher to calculate his points. She says he got 195 points. Everyone gets super jealous, and Mokabe says it's just 195, asking why they're so surprised by that, showing up full of swagger with his 2-meter albino gorilla. Then he talks to Shinon, saying he really overestimated him, asking if the kid thinks he's qualified to challenge him with Niizmo's 200 points. The kid gets pissed. He throws his stuff on the table, telling the teacher to tally up. She says Mokabe got 427 points. Everyone is shocked, saying the gap between them is huge. After all, one of the girls only got 30 points, and Shang gets all fired up, calling him shameless, saying he must have stolen points from others. But Mokabe says if he did it with his own skills, asking if there's a problem with that. The kid gets irritated again. Then a girl comes over to suck up to Mokabe, saying that definitely with 427 points, first place is his. But he says no, saying first place should be above 1,000 points. Everyone wonders how that's possible. Then the teacher says all the students who are alive should have shown up. The one counting says anyone who hasn't appeared is probably dead. He says that means Mokabe will take first place. But then the badass, the pro, the blessed one arrives, surprising everyone. The teacher, who was already giving the win to the kid, can't believe it. And from afar, Yetian comes with that nervous, goofy look. The kid arrives, putting both eyes and some other stuff on the table. The teacher notes their monster eyes. He says exactly, asking what his total points are. And she says that Yetian scored 1,163 points, and he got first place in the practical test. His reward is 3 bottles of monster blood and 100 million in cash. And Zambal gets all happy for his friend, while Sean wonders how that kid pulled it off. Mokabe B says the thief finally showed up because they thought he was one of the delinquents from the 5th Academy. He orders the blonde guy to investigate and find out everything there is to know about him. Isambal, meanwhile, says Yetian really showed them, saying that their academy will finally bring home first place in the practical test. And the girls start getting excited, saying they never thought this would happen, asking how he managed it. But their teacher is pissed at Yetian. Zamba asks why he doesn't look happy since he brought glory to the 5th Academy, but he says that kid insulted and enraged a powerful family like S'more, and he fears his colleague might have a sudden death soon. Zambal gets worried about his friend, and after the practical test results come out, the top 3 join for a photo. Our protagonist stands in the middle, and Mokabe B says he must have guts to dare steal something that belongs to him, but then Yetian says he could say the same to him. Nil Shang asks if young Master Mo forgot what he said to him earlier. The boy asks what he said, and just like Mo said, why Yetian also stole his points with his own ability, asking if there's a problem with that. The boy then asks about that ability, asking Zanum who he thinks is stronger between the two. Yetian asks why they don't find out by fighting, putting a huge bet on the line, saying if young Master M has time for this, he'd be happy to accept the challenge. The boy notices Yetian is serious and says, that's interesting. Why Yetian thinks that when you become the target of someone like him, there's no way to run, and the only way out is to become so strong that he won't dare challenge you there. Sometime later, he goes back home and finds his sister. She runs to hug him, missing him, asking why he took so long and where he was. She asks if he got hurt, wanting to check if he's okay. He says, of course not, that he's perfectly fine. Besides that, he brought some gifts for her. She asks what they are. She notices it's money, lots of it, and says he finally has enough cash to get married. But he asks what the hell she's talking about, saying that money is for her, all for tuition and living expenses. She asks if he's serious, saying that means they'll be able to eat meat every day from now on. She asks what that is. But he doesn't know either, saying he brought that book with pictures of treasures to find out what it is. He opens it to look and finds out it's the Earth Core Elixir with a ridiculously long description that I won't read. If you want to read it, pause here and try to find it yourself. He says that Viper must have been able to become a monster using the Earth Core Elixir. He never imagined something he collected so easily would be such a powerful item. Anissa, his sister, gives it to him, saying that thing can improve talents and will definitely help him, but he says he doesn't need it anymore. Instead, he'll make her stronger, telling you to drink it. She's surprised by the boy's determination, and honestly, what he's doing is the best choice, especially since he can't be by her side all the time. After all, he needs to go out and get stronger. So, while she's alone, she has to be strong enough to defend herself, or else he won't be able to send her to a really good school where she'll have protection against that family that wants to rip his head off. I think the protagonist is being smart here. Sometime later, still at home, she says she drank it but hasn't awakened yet, asking if it was wasted. The boy looks at her status window and notices her novice ice talent is still dormant. There was a change. Now the cultivation talent levels are weak. Second class, novice, medium, and top. The protagonist thinks her talent is second class, and if she drinks the Earth Core Elixir, it will definitely improve, but he doesn't know by how much. The girl starts saying they could sell it because they could get a lot of money selling something so powerful. The boy says the book mentions something more powerful called the Earth Stone, where the Earth Core Elixir originated, but he already destroyed that place. He thinks that if the buyer asks about the Earth Stones, he could only say there aren't any, but the buyer definitely wouldn't believe him. So, in the end, that would only lead to murder. The girl wonders why he destroyed it, saying it's just a shame, but he says if she doesn't drink it, it would be an even bigger shame. So, he opens the girl's mouth and starts shoving the stuff inside. She says he's homicidal and getting pissed. He asks how it tastes, and she just says it's lukewarm and okay. He wonders what's going on and questions, looking at her status window, why her cultivation talent is still second class, wondering if the book is wrong. But then she starts saying she's tired, saying he'll cook for her when he wakes up so she can rest, while he keeps thinking something about it feels off, wondering why nothing has happened yet, and thinking he'll wait a little longer because maybe the drug hasn't kicked in yet. An hour later, he's still cultivating beside her and thinks that's a crazy strong talent wave on his back. And when he checks the girl's status window, her cultivation starts rising, literally hitting the medium level. He notices she jumped 2 levels at once. He realizes she has medium talent cultivation, but a rare ice talent. She's definitely going to become a high-level warrior in the future. He looks at her all happy and thinks Mocha B can see it, because she won't lose to him. He's already thinking about taking that blood quickly. He starts drinking that stuff and says it tastes even worse. Then he thinks he wished he could eat it back in the cave. But now he can finally eat what he has beside him, wondering how much he can improve with the blood of a furious mid-level beast. He thinks he'll try that with physical training, and notices he's improved 8 times, getting stronger and stronger. He says the effects of the furious mid-level beast's blood are insane, and if he has enough blood, he'll be able to reach warrior level within a month. But he thinks it's a shame because there are only 2 bottles left, so he wonders what he should do. And at the 5th Academy, 10 days later, the boy goes there to cultivate. Zombal runs up asking what he's going to do. However, Yetian just asks why all the fuss, and the boy talks about me, with the prota quickly asking if he's there. But the boy says no, saying he withdrew to chase warrior level. And what the boy's saying is that he's definitely up to something shady, saying he's just waiting to become a warrior to go after him for revenge. But then the prota sits back down to cultivate, and Zambal asks what he's doing, why he's sitting again, saying this is serious. The boy says he checked Mokabe's talent, and it's at medium, and to reach warrior level, he'll need at least a month. Zambal starts saying that if he really becomes a warrior, dealing with the boy will be like stepping on an ant. Then he says he's training too, and it's not like he's slacking off, asking who's scared of who now. But then, Zambal says he's a disciple with a great track record, with lots of resources, but questions the boy, since he only has 3 bottles of mid-level beast blood, and says the boy probably already finished it all. And the boy says they really ran out. Zambal thinks it's really all gone, and says that as his good brother, he'll take care of his body and also look after his sister. This chubby dude's sly here, man. Bro, I'm gonna take care of your sister. You realize this guy's pissed, right? He's making his sister mad so no one messes with her. And then Yetian thinks he only has low-level striped snake blood and heart blood left. He thinks that when he uses those, he'll reach the highest apprentice level. And even getting close to warrior level, it's impossible for him to actually get it. But he thinks with speed talent and knife talent, he's definitely capable of fighting a warrior. And his look isn't one of fear. At the Amor family, everyone gathers around a safe until the door completely breaks open. Then the blonde guy congratulates Mancha B for reaching warrior level, hoping he keeps thriving as always. And the kid comes out all pumped, not saying a word, because his vibe says everything he needs. Still at the Mon residence, a maid starts dressing Mokabe, and his father comes over, talking like he really became a warrior, saying he's truly his son. And here he is, the father of Mokabe and the foundation of the Amor family's wealth, one of the 10 elders of the Elders Association at elite mid-level warrior rank. He proudly approaches his son, and the boy tells his dad not to worry, because he'll never embarrass the Amor family. He says that's a fact, saying his elder even said it's worth rewarding him personally. Mocha kneels before his father, saying it's all thanks to him and the elder's support. But then he tells the boy to stand up and tells one of the guards to check if the dishes in the kitchen are ready, saying he'll go himself, and reminds Shalby to eat later, because he prepared his favorite foods. After leaving, the boy asks if he investigated the thing he left with him before isolating himself. The blonde says yes, saying that kid has no parents and no one to rely on. They can bully him all they want. And Shelby starts calling the kid trash with no background. He feels calmer because he thought someone powerful was backing him, and he says, if that's the case, he just has to go kill him. However, the blonde tells the boy that the base is different from the jungle, and if he just kills whoever he wants, no matter how powerful the Amor family is, they'll still have problems. But then Mokabe asks who gave him permission to use the family name to kill, telling him to look for the shadow killer. After all, who would know if it was a shadow assassination? And the blonde guy says that to hire the shadow assassin, he'll need at least 1 million, asking if a poor kid is really worth it. But then he shows the gossip. The blonde says that a servant is really just a servant, and his mind works like that of poor people, saying that the base of the affront is so vast, and yet only a few families manage to prosper while others become slaves. Then he wonders if the blonde knows why. And he says it's because when they discover a genius among the poor, they kill him immediately. And check out the face of this little psycho saying that, yeah, that's really what happens. The guy stands out, he dies. Yeah, that's the world. And the blonde starts to realize that the 5th Academy doesn't exist to cultivate talents, but rather to conquer the weak. And Mochal B says that's how the world works. Meanwhile, in the 5th Academy's forest, Yetian keeps cultivating, but seeing that it's about to rain, he decides to head back home. But as he walks calmly down the street, he notices something strange on top of a pole, and when he focuses his attention there, he sees a status window of the human Lycum with 2nd-class cultivation talent, the beginner shadow talent. And the boy notices someone following him, and just as Lycum comes to attack, the boy quickly stops his attack with his sword, defending himself and staying alive. Thrown back, he asks who's there, and Lycum introduces himself, saying he's someone who came for the boy's life, and like any good assassin, he starts licking his dagger and wonders if he's a hitman hired by Mbeya since Mokabe became a martial warrior, and he could easily come fight him. But then he wonders why he would resort to such a dirty method. But then the assassin lunges at the boy, not letting him think for long, and attacks him from behind. But the boy quickly stops that attack, throwing the assassin away again. And then he notices he disappeared and says that his shadow talent is the kind that can make him invisible. Then he reappears, attacking the boy from behind. Mastian quickly uses his speed to vanish before being hit. And Lycum starts wondering how a mere martial apprentice is so fast, and the boy says it's his turn to attack, charging at the assassin, not letting him think much, but he can't land that attack. The assassin disappears again, and the boy notices he's invisible, saying that this talent would be very hard for an ordinary person to have, but says that against him it's completely useless. After all, he can see the info window next to the assassin and ends up hitting him, throwing him to the ground. And after starting to bleed from that cut, the assassin thinks this is impossible, because even an elite martial warrior wouldn't be able to see through his talent, asking how the boy managed it. Then Yetian starts walking closer to him, asking if Likum really wants to know, and says that if he does, he must answer first, asking who sent him. Then Likum says he'll tell him when he's on his last breath, attacking by surprise, but the boy quickly dodges thanks to his speed and flies backward, jumping over Likum, landing behind him and impaling the assassin with his sword. Then he says he'll ask one more time who sent him. Likum, already on his last breath, starts laughing, saying he's the strongest martial apprentice he's met so far, and says he'll tell him, saying that who sent him was Mokashabe. Then he kneels near the assassin, touching him, copying the shadow talent successfully. And so the kid starts disappearing, and his status window keeps increasing. And the boy thinks that the shadow talent is now his. After that, to top it all off, the rain keeps falling, and the boy takes the assassin to the forest and buries his body there. But after doing that, he gets sentimental, thinking that humans shouldn't be like fallen leaves, left at the mercy of the wind and rain, and he starts thinking he'll live his life the way a man should live. In a world like this, he'll be like the wind and the rain, never like a fallen leaf. And he gets really motivated by that. And when he gets home, he goes straight to take a shower, and apparently the kid is already building a pretty cool physique, and he gets ready for bed, all changed and sitting on the couch. He thinks this is really good, saying, but then he remembers something, wondering why AU hasn't come back yet. And he says that since Mkhab sent someone to kill him, he must already know everything about him, which means there's a chance AU was also targeted. So he starts looking for the girl, thinking she must be okay. After searching a lot, he arrives at the city center, desperate, looking for the girl. And he thinks that's just a normal school, and people with talents can't just go there and kill students. But he wonders if someone like Mokabe B would respect and follow the basic rule of martial warriors. But while he's standing there, someone puts an umbrella over the boy's back, asking him not to move, and he quickly hides behind that person, telling them not to move. But then the girl says it's her to her brother, and he's shocked by that, questioning what she's doing and why she took so long, and she says she was on duty that day and was cleaning the classrooms. And then she changes the subject, asking why he didn't bring an umbrella or wear shoes, saying he's all soaked, but he says he was in a hurry and forgot. Then she starts covering him with her umbrella and changes the subject again, asking how he pulled off that cool move just now, asking him to tell her. Meanwhile, they keep using a car to watch the two. And Mochal B starts wondering why that kid is still alive. On the way home, they stop to buy some sausages. So the boy keeps walking calmly with his sister down the street, deciding what they're going to eat that night. Meanwhile, he notices he's being followed and, arriving home, the girl makes food for them. He keeps watching, noticing someone outside with that car, getting completely suspicious. The next day, the girl goes to school calmly, and he watches everything happening from the top of the building. Inni looking at the parking lot, he notices that black car that was following is still behind the girl, and he realizes it's been 3 days in a row. He gets pissed off that they would dare to hurt even you, saying they really crossed the line this time, noticing that car is leaving, thinking he has to follow them. So he quickly uses his speed to follow the car and stops on the floor near where they were. He notices that appearing in B, getting completely pissed and activating his invisibility. Meanwhile, one of the guards hits a guy, and the man getting beaten starts telling Shabe he has no more money to give him, saying he'll pay once he gets enough money, begging the boy to let him go. But Shabe says if he doesn't pay today, tomorrow it'll be double. And he says, after all, money doesn't grow on trees, asking if the guy agrees. Actually, it does, right? Because it's made of paper. And even if it's those old plastic $10 bills, it still grows on trees. It still grows on trees. And the man says his interest rates are too high. He really can't pay today. He says he has elderly parents and a small child to take care of, begging the boy to let him go. Then a man arrives talking to Shabe, saying he's back. So he asks if he has any news about the shadow assassin, and the blonde says he couldn't contact that assassin, saying he'll try to reach him again through someone else. Yetian notices the assassin was really sent by Matcha Bey. The little psycho starts wondering if some people think descendants of rich families like him are easy marks, stepping on that guy who owes him again. But the guy starts begging for mercy, saying he wouldn't dare do that, claiming serving him faithfully is all he wants. And the blonde agrees, saying he never dared to think otherwise. Then one of the guards goes to the man who was being beaten, noticing he's dead, and Shabi just orders to get rid of him. They also talk about Tian's sister, asking if the blonde already knows how to handle her. He says he was planning to entrust that to a friend who just got out of jail, but he says it seems leaving things to others might be a mistake. So he'll personally handle this problem, telling his young master he doesn't need to worry about it. So Shubei gets pissed and punches the blonde, throwing him away. He asks why the kid did that. He says it's punishment for not doing his job right. But at that exact moment, Yetian thinks it's a good idea to grab his primordial weapons and go after Shabai. And quickly when he does, Shabai can't even react. The boy stabs him with a switchblade, giving a slight smirk, still using his steel. Shabi then falls stinking to the ground, and the guards start noticing the young master was killed. The blonde realizes that's the shadow talent hiding the body, asking if that's Liam. But actually, that's Yetian, pissed off Silva, using the talent he stole. And the blonde wonders why it's him and how he could have the shadow talent, saying he investigated and he's just a failure with little talent, asking how he managed to kill the young master with a single move. Then he asks where he is, ordering the boy to say something. Yetian gets pissed, fed up with hearing that, and charges at the blonde full force, using his speed talent, just like Likam's talent. The blonde says he can't kill him, but contrary to what he's saying, the boy just stabs him, hitting left and right, already leaving the blonde in a bad spot. And look how much he looks like Sung in this beautiful panel. After the single attack, the blonde goes down for the count. The boy is sure to leave a note behind that says Shadow. He puts away his daggers, getting ready to leave, saying he's not someone who just waits to be slaughtered like a sheep, saying it's a shame he chose to mess with the wrong target. And about an hour later, Mokabe's father arrives, asking who did this and who killed his son. One of the guards talks to Sei, saying they found something at the scene, saying the culprit is probably a shadow assassin. Then they say they hired the shadow assassin of those humans, but then they call the elder Humor, who arrives there exuding hatred. That love Zainim, a great elder of the wealthy Amor family, from the maritime base, and the only grand warrior in the Amor family. The warrior ranks are apprentice, warrior, elite warrior, grand warrior, and grandmaster. So Embe's father quickly kneels before the great elder, saying his son is dead, the prodigy of their family. Then the old man says he already knows, telling him to stand up. But the bald guy starts crying again, saying Shabe just arrived at the warrior kingdom and just finished his celebration banquet. He had the potential to become a great warrior and revive the Amor family. But now, at this sad moment, he's lost his head for that. So the old man says he was the Amor family's hope for the younger generation. He says if the Amor family produced a second grand warrior, their family's position at the maritime base would have risen a lot. Then the bald guy says his son's death can't be in vain, asking the great elder to avenge Shabe's death. Then he hands over a paper with the word shadows to the great elder, talking about the shadow assassin. But then he remembers that family holding a grudge against them, saying it definitely must have been them who hired the shadow assassin. Then he raises the paper, noticing a mark from the Iron Tooth clan, getting really pissed off at that family that has nothing to do with it. After all, it was the bald guy's own son who messed with the wrong person and lost his head. That's it, guys. Mess with the wrong person, get your ass kicked, and that's game over. Playing for Vasco now. So, what are you gonna do? Pick a fight with someone who has nothing to do with it? And already at the academy, Zombal starts talking to Yetian about the Iron Tooth base, saying it's way stronger than their maritime base. He says the elders of the Amor family suspect some maritime base families are secretly working with the Iron Tooth base, all to kill the younger generation and swallow up the maritime base. He says rumors say Mokabe B, who just reached warrior level, was also killed by them. And Zombal says they even decapitated the kid. And he's telling all this to the guy who saw everything firsthand. And he thinks it's good, since it seems no one knows it was him. Zombal says the first person Mokabe would have gone to after reaching warrior level would definitely be Yetian. But someone got rid of him first, saying the kid is really lucky. So Yetian thinks he left that handkerchief with the word shadow behind on purpose to mislead the Amor family. But that Amor elder discovered the Iron Tooth base symbol, and he wonders if he accidentally revealed the Iron Tooth base conspiracy, or if that old man is just making it up. But he says to heat things up between the two bases on purpose, he must have his reasons. The next day, at 4 a.m., the boy quickly gets up and prepares to leave the house, showing off his pretty badass physique. So he grabs a backpack, and while putting on his shoes, his sister comes up to him still sleepy. He asks if he's awake, but she asks where he's going at this hour in the morning. Then he says he's going to train alone in nature to improve his powers. But she says he just got back a few days ago and is already going out alone again, asking if he can stop going or go with friends. He tells Yo not to worry. She can just wait at home for him, so she goes up and hugs the boy. Hey, author. Could it be a normal hug? What's with this angle, man? What's with this angle? And the boy is surprised by his sister's action, and she just tells her brother to come back soon. And he says she can count on that and takes off, using his speed to enter a deserted area. He says people say there are fierce advanced level beasts there, and with his current powers, he can only secretly hunt low-level beasts outside. He shouldn't attract the attention of those fierce advanced level beasts. And he says this time it's his turn to reach warrior level. At first, he starts feeling an earthquake, and when he looks to the side, there's a beast fighting, and he thinks that's a fierce beast in the middle of a battle, killing another. Then the Iron Cow status window appears, showing weak blood and second-class defensive talent. The boy is tempted by those talents, wondering if the iron cow saw him. Then it starts running toward him, and he thinks it's just the right time, dropping his backpack and going all out at the monster, flying at it, summoning his daggers. When he summons them, he starts spinning and falls on the monster, but that iron cow creates a barrier around itself, stopping the boy's attack. He thinks that defense is strong, getting thrown back by its roar. Then he says that's not a bad talent, and now it's his, so he charges at the cow again. After copying the beast's talent, he attacks again, zigzagging across its body, thinking no matter what creature it is, the weak spot is always in that spot. So he prepares to aim, throwing himself at the monster's head, wanting to hit its eyes. But he stops at that barrier, thinking he can't break it. He keeps trying to hit it, but his daggers start breaking, and he thinks that's just a second-class defensive talent. Still, it's very strong, and the dagger in his hand breaks completely. So the cow doesn't waste any time and punches the boy, throwing him far away, and he completely smashes into a rock behind him. He thinks that talent is powerful, and he really wants it, but he thinks it's a shame, because the cooldown for that skill is 16 days from that point. He says that armored cow should be weaker than the silver mud wolf, but it's stronger than the violent layered snake. He looks at the broken dagger in his hand and thinks it's pretty big. He just needs to find a weak spot and hit it hard. Then he thinks he has a chance to win by becoming invisible, activating the shadow talent. So he slowly approaches the monster, trying to get to a blind spot and get inside it. He starts hitting every possible part of that shield, thinking the shadow talent is so useful that the cow didn't even notice he's attacking. However, Yetian comes to the conclusion that not even the sword talent is effective against its defense. He keeps asking himself, where's the weak spot? He says that defensive talent has no openings, so he thinks that's a problem. But then he looks at the monster's butt and sees two things that look a lot like golden balls. Then he notices the protection is weak there, wondering if its weak spot might be the tail. So he thinks he should try and goes all out, activating the shadow blade and throwing himself at the monster's butt, slicing from end to end, tearing out everything he could in the middle. And the monster falls dead quickly. He notes his guess was right, man. They literally did to the cow what Ant-Man wanted to do to Thanos, but way more aggressively. And after the monster is down, the boy easily sticks the knife in. He thinks the blade can only go through it after it's dead. He starts collecting the monster's blood, filling many, many bottles. He says that no matter how strong his talent is, it means nothing if he's dead. He thinks about that cowhide, saying it must be really valuable. He also thinks about taking the eyes and testicles, but he thinks the most valuable item is probably that pair of horns. So he quickly cuts and fills his bag, thinking he needs to find a quiet place to start cultivating. Then he goes to a cave and sees fresh monster blood and the peanuts his sister made for him. He says he's counting on them to break through to the martial warrior realm. And after taking that stuff and eating the peanuts, he starts cultivating. And after 20 days in that place, he gives his first smile. Then his body starts going through a transformation, receiving another electric shock. Outside, monsters start fleeing, and some girls begin watching, because it's a pretty eye-catching phenomenon. One of the girls is surprised that someone is breaking through to the martial warrior realm in such a deserted place, and the girl there thinks it's interesting, and she apparently belongs to the martial pavilion. Yetian puts on this fireworks show, thinking that power flow is huge, noticing that's the martial warrior realm. He thinks about the armored cow, since 20 days have passed, so the cooldown should be reset, and he says he'll copy the defensive talent first, but leaving there and going to the corpse, the status window shows the target's status is incomplete, and copying can't continue. The boy wonders if there really was such a limitation, and he thinks if he'd known that before, he wouldn't have cut it into so many pieces. And while he's there crying over spilled milk, the girls keep watching him, and the one who seems like a servant wonders if the boy killed that monster. But the hooded girl says he just broke through to the martial warrior realm, but that monster had been dead for a long time. The blonde says it doesn't make sense, because when the monster died, he was still a martial apprentice. It's impossible he killed that monster. And even as a mere martial apprentice, he dared to explore that mountain, thinking the boy is pretty bold. And while they're gossiping about him, he goes to an oasis in the middle of the desert and takes off his clothes, preparing to get in the water. He says he's been in the mountains for more than 20 days and needs to take a bath before going home. But then the two girls who were watching him start saying he's doing something indecent. Then the other tells them to get out of there quickly, and the boy dives in. And already at the Linhai Base Martial Market, he goes to the shop that looks like the biggest store in the market, but seeing a Martial Pavilion sign, he says he'll check that place out first to figure things out before continuing to walk around the market. He passes by those two girls, and the blonde recognizes him as the mountain guy. But when Yetian crosses paths with that girl, she turns back, and he turns too, calling her sis. Yeah, the resemblance is pretty strong, but I think this is the author's move to pull off that sixth legalized thing. But actually, he didn't call the girl sis, he called her little sister, and she's shocked he's calling her that, but he thinks there's no chance you would show up around here. He notices that girl is a true genius. He looks at all her stats and her high-ranked talent. He's surprised by that. Then the blonde asks who he's calling little sister, saying he's got balls for a beggar. And the kid is shocked by that because he remembers bathing himself, wondering if he still smells bad. But then the girl tells Xiao Yu not to say stupid stuff. Then she says she slipped away, and Yui goes over to Xia to ask him to say something to the boy, while she goes to Yetian, calling him esteemed martial warrior, apologizing for offending him, saying that his lady has already taught him a lesson, asking for his forgiveness, and he's surprised by that. I say that his lady needs to handle something. Then she says she'll head back first, and she mentions that the boy came to the martial pavilion to sell materials, and his lady is the supervisor of the martial pavilion, saying she was mistaken about what she said earlier, because to make it up to him, no matter what he sells, they'll pay double the price, and the boy is surprised by that, so she tells him to come in. Inside, he notices those are great items, thinking that's what you'd expect from the biggest shop in the martial market, and they talk to him, offering him some tea. The boy just thanks them. They notice he's wearing steel armor, ox horns, skin, and a bunch of stuff related to monsters. Then they say it totals 200,000, and since they're paying double, he'll get 400,000. The boy almost freaks out when he finds out and ends up closing the deal, saying making that money was way too easy. She simply hands him 4 white cards, each with 100,000 inside, telling the boy to keep them safe. He thinks if his little sister saw so much money, she'd definitely be super happy. But she goes back to talking to him, saying his lady also told her to make it up to him, because if he wants to buy something, everything will be half price. He quickly says he'll take the offer, but thinks those items are way too expensive, saying it's no wonder martial artist cultivation became something exclusive to the big families, wondering how ordinary people could afford it. Looking around, he picks a book called Energy Forging Body Technique Yuan, as well as a book titled Atlas of the Great Furious Beasts, 3 bottles of mid-rank Furious Beast Blood, and 3 bottles of King Yuan solution, saying he'll start by buying those, and then he starts grabbing them, saying with the discount it all comes to 785, and she even tries to round it off, saying he can take everything for 700 million, and he simply hands over a golden card with $1 million inside, thinking he luckily got a big chunk of cash from the assassin, and she's just happy as can be, giving the boy his change. But he thinks a martial pavilion this big offering so many benefits definitely wasn't just to make up for calling him a beggar. After grabbing all that, he just bolts, thinking he's a poor kid, wondering what they saw in him, and he starts to question if she's going to say anything else, because he's leaving. But then she asks him to wait. He notices that, as expected, it's not that simple, asking what's up. She says that her lady, the supervisor of the martial pavilion, wants to meet him, asking if by any chance he's available for that. So he smiles and asks her to show him the way, and he goes to meet her, who's sitting and drinking tea. The only thing he can think is that she looks a lot like his sister, and she introduces herself as the supervisor of the Linhai base branch and Elling. She's at the top elite martial artist stage. The boy is shocked by that when he gets close to her. High-rank cultivation talent is copied, and he introduces himself to her, saying he's also from the Linhai base. The crazy guy on the site I'm looking at thought the same thing I did, because since he can't be with his sister, they launched an identical chick without his DNA. Plus, he seems kind of hidden. Enichi asks him to sit down, saying that everyone who stays on the second floor of the martial pavilion is considered a valuable guest. But the boy says he's just a regular bird, saying he has no ties to any of those prestigious families. So he asks how valuable he could be, and she says he's right, but says his value lies in his common birth and independence. Looking at the girl, he can only think she's way too calm, unlike AU, who likes to smile and is cheerful. So the blonde tries to offer him tea, and she says she'll be straightforward with the boy, saying her goal in inviting him for tea was to extend her invitation, and she gives him a rosary, asking him to join her martial pavilion. But watching her make that request, he can only think of his sister, telling him to join the pavilion, watching and remembering the two side by side. He thinks he'd never say no to that face, but says there's one thing he doesn't understand, saying Mohai is an extended base, so its power is unlimited, and he's sure extended bases never lack talent, besides the fact that he's still just a rookie martial warrior. But then Yoi says extended bases get bigger not because they lack talent, but because they always need more of them. So he thinks that makes sense, saying it's unexpected, because despite looking like a little girl, her words cover the whole picture. He says that's what you'd expect from someone from a base, saying that dumb sister of his could never say those words. And Zal then asks why he's hesitating, saying this is a huge opportunity. She starts explaining that not even elite disciples from powerful families who want to join meet the standards of her law. And Yetian thinks she's right, because this really is a good chance, but he feels that joining any organization would mean being trapped. And if someone finds out about his special ability, he'll definitely meet a horrible death. So he thinks that before figuring out how to handle this, he needs to be as independent as possible. Then she asks if he's hesitating, saying she's pretty curious and wants to know why he's hesitant. So he says it's really hard to say no to her face. and she asks him to tell her. He says he can't put it into words and uses the rumor about the Iron Presence invasion as an example, because that incident caused a lot of chaos among powerful families. But because of that, he got his peaceful days back, and he says he doesn't want to become like them and also doesn't want to serve people like them. She wonders if in his eyes she's the same as all those others, and he asks if she's not. Then she proposes a deal with him, saying he can observe them for a while first, and that he doesn't have to answer now, because she has plenty of patience. So the boy just keeps staring at her, and with that look, he definitely can't say no. Leaving there, he thinks about being a martial warrior, wondering what that really means and what talent is. He asks himself if martial warriors with talent still remember the founding missions of martial warriors, and he wonders if martial warriors don't exist to protect people. But he sees in practice that's not what happens, because a kid kicks a ball near a martial warrior, asking him to kick it back, but then the warrior lifts his foot and bursts the kid's ball. Yetian wonders why they have to tolerate the oppression of some martial warriors besides the fear of beasts. And after ruining the kid's fun, those two guys still look happy. Then Yetian thinks that's not enough, saying his position isn't self-sufficient and he needs to get even stronger. The status window pops up again, saying a high-rank cultivation talent was copied, asking if he wants to fuse it. And he says he needs to go even further, fusing with the talent. So Yetian returns home after a long time, and his sister is surprised, running to him and grabbing the boy, noticing he finally came back. He's getting bigger and bigger. She says he looks stronger after the 20 days he was gone. He says it doesn't even need to be said, because her brother is already a martial warrior. The girl is surprised, saying the family has a martial warrior now. She thinks that's amazing, saying it's wonderful news. But he thinks she's still a little dumb, saying when her talents awaken, she'll become a martial warrior too. Then he says he'll keep helping her boost her talent whenever he finds compatible items. She's still at intermediate rank. Then she calls her brother, saying she'll give him a style. Then she tells him to look at his hair, because he looks like a bum, saying now that he's a martial warrior, he needs to take better care of himself. Then she tells him to be quiet because she's about to start. And he just agrees, telling her to do the usual cut. And man, they really gave the prota's sister a strong blow. Now I'm starting to get why Zambal wants to be his brother-in-law, And she says he can leave it in her hands because it's the only style she knows how to cut anyway. So he thinks time flies, because Yu has been cutting his hair since their parents died, and he remembers everything they went through together, the two little ones living alone. While cutting his hair, she ends up messing up and cuts the boy's head, asking why they're not going to the hospital. But he says it's just a little cut, saying going to the hospital costs money, and he says it's nothing serious and will be fine, asking her just to help keep his hair short and treat the wound, because that's enough. The girl just drops her scissors, saying if only her brother had the immortal jellyfish ability, the colors would be different. Then he asks what ability that is, and she questions if he's forgotten, since it's from the story he told her, saying the immortal jellyfish has a healing ability and when they're hurt, they heal almost instantly. But the boy says stuff like that was made for kids to all believe, asking if she still believes it, but she says he doesn't understand, saying it's true and keeps testing it. He says okay, saying he knows she cares about him, and when his talent awakens, he might get a healing one. Then he says he'll never get hurt and will be able to protect her even more. So in the present, he thinks that's right, remembering the immortal jellyfish. Then she tells him to stop moving because he'll ruin the cut, and the boy runs off quickly. She asks where he's going. So, he goes to the illustrated treasure book he bought last time and starts looking for the immortal jellyfish, finding the monster. He says it's a water-type beast with a healing talent, and its location is the Lake of Death. And she asks what he's whispering so quietly there, and he thinks that if he can copy the healing talent, he won't have to fear getting hurt in the future. Then he won't have to worry anymore. But the girl, seeing him talk about the immortal jellyfish, asks if that's not something only found in stories. And apparently, she remembers the words he said to her, saying those things are just made-up stories for kids. So Willie says she's wrong, because some stories are real. And then she asks him to just finish cutting his hair once and for all. Sometime later, he starts wondering how strong a body training technique is that only martial warriors can practice. And he notices the first technique of the beginner martial warrior, the fortified skin. And the intermediate martial warrior would have fortified muscles, and the advanced stage martial warrior would have fortified bones. And so he says he's going to try that first one, starting to cultivate. When he sits down and starts gathering, he thinks he wouldn't know without comparing, because the absorption rate from before was very slow, and he wonders what the effect will be if he drinks a bottle of intermediate beast blood. So he tosses it into that thing and starts cultivating even faster, noticing the absorption rate tripled, even though it was already very high. And he says he'll first cultivate at home, and when the cooldown time ends, he'll go to the Death Lake to finally find the immortal jellyfish and copy its healing talent. And so he gets greedier and greedier thinking about the future. And our protagonist goes to the martial pavilion, and Shuo immediately notices it's him, saying it's that beggar. Then she quickly calls him over, saying he must have come looking for her lady. and he says no, saying he's there to buy something, and he looks at her with a seductive gaze. The girl says that clothes really make the man, saying he looks pretty handsome now. And so she apologizes, saying if he wants to buy something, he should follow her, and he gets straight to the point, asking if they have a map of Death Lake. And she says they do, saying she'll look for it and soon hands it to him. He thinks he'll definitely be able to copy some good talents with that. So he asks how much it costs, and she says it's 100,000, and he immediately takes it. She wonders if he's going somewhere new to collect trash again. But then she remembers that Y told her the other day that Death Lake is full of terrible aquatic beasts, and even elite martial warriors have trouble surviving there. And she starts hoping nothing happens to him. So the guy just speeds off at Mach 3 and appears right at the spot, arriving at Death Lake in a second. And he thinks that piece of land is really rough and chaotic, looking at the mess there. And he says he'll definitely copy great talents around there. Looking at the place, he notices it's been deserted for a long time, and the strange atmosphere makes it feel like danger could appear at any moment. When he gets distracted a bit by a whirlwind, something appears beside the boy, and he starts asking if those are beasts, saying he'll go invisible for now and just observe, activating the shadow talent. And so he gets closer, wondering exactly what that is. Then, in the middle of it, a man appears holding a little umbrella, talking to his lady that they succeeded, calling her to come quickly, and Yoi is in the middle of it, surprising the boy. And then they're almost swallowed by a gigantic beast. And that man with her thinks they won't be able to get her out quickly. They run to the edge before something goes wrong, and they notice it's a max-rank beast, a huge monster appearing in front of them. Yetian is terrified by that max-rank beast. Then that man says he'll hold it off first, throwing it far away, and the girl tries to say something, but the man pushes her away and she runs off. But he notices there are more behind, and the girl starts being chased. Then, when she's about to be caught, Yetian notices there's a problem in front of him and jumps at it, because he has no choice but to help. And when the girl is almost swallowed by that Chernobyl crocodile, she activates her secret technique. Then, a flower blooms on her head and a weapon appears in her hand. She activates the technique, changing her hair color to look like Sarah's. And she quickly disappears from in front of the monster, appearing on top of it and delivering a top-down attack, splitting the monster in half. And so Yetian notices that the secret arts are really strong, and he thinks he was careless, because this isn't a fight a rookie martial warrior like him could handle. And she starts easily tearing those monsters apart. And he notices that Elling is an elite martial warrior at the top of the realm, and he realizes that after activating her secret technique, her power became similar to a great warrior's. He says that even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to defeat her, and he starts noticing that apparently the sky is a bit higher. Meanwhile, that gigantic beast grabs the leg of the guy who was with Elling. He tells her to run quickly while he's being bitten by it, and he says the secret technique won't last long and the item is more important, because if she doesn't get out of there, the sacrifices of her brothers who dove in would be for nothing, and seeing that, she has no other choice. Feeling sad about it and even crying, she decides to leave. And Eddie thinks about those 10 people submerged, wondering what kind of treasure it is that makes them go through so much trouble to get it. And he gets curious about it, but those beasts keep chasing Yui, and her technique quickly ends, her hair returning to normal, and her losing her strength, causing the box to fall. She then wonders who's in front of her, but she can't even see clearly who it is. And the pro was right there by that box, wondering what kind of treasure it was, and she tells him not to touch it. He, in turn, tells her to stop whining because he's not going to steal it. Then he notices that Bunch is pretty annoying and picks her up, asking for permission, saying it would be safer to find a cave to hide in, asking what she thinks, and if she doesn't answer, he'll take it as a yes. So he quickly leaves, taking her to a safe place. Then he thinks she looks just like his sister, except for that black mole on her face, but then he notices it doesn't come off, realizing it's real. Personally, I liked her better with pink hair, and maybe that would make him stop with this, hiding thing. And so, in the cave, he's surprised she still hasn't woken up, wondering how much longer she'll stay like that. Then she starts to move, and the boy asks if she woke up, and she gets up in pain, asking if Yetian is there, questioning if he saved her. He says it was by chance because he happened to be passing nearby. And so she thanks him for his shirt and thinks he dared to go to the Lake of Death alone, thinking that's impressive, saying she almost recruited a talent like that for the Martial Pavilion. And she gets really moved, taking something from his hand. Then he says he's going blind from that light, asking what she's doing. She laughs at him, all scared, and says there's no light stone here. She can store and emit light, so you could say it's a lamp, and she lights up the whole place, making it float. He asks how she appeared out of nowhere, and she says he seems really interested, saying she'll tell him more after drinking some of that healing potion. She drinks that stuff like it's nothing, and he wonders if it's some kind of spatial talent, saying that among her talents, there wasn't anything special. And so the girl starts cultivating, healing quickly, and after a while, she goes to him, poking the boy, saying she's done and telling him to get up. So he does, and she asks if he wants to know where the items came from. She grabs that box and another little bag in her hand, telling him to watch closely, saying that Bron's chest is bigger than his bag, But he quickly goes inside it and starts to understand, saying it wasn't a spatial talent, but a spatial artifact. And she agrees with him, then asks if he liked it, asking if he wants to learn how to use it, because if he joins the Martial Pavilion, she'll take him to the main base and other stuff. But then he says he's tired, saying he's going to sleep, turning away, leaving her talking to herself. She's shocked by that, starting to get annoyed, saying she'll recruit him someday. And Yetian, for his part, thinks it's just a spatial bag and a healing potion. And naturally, when he copies a spatial talent and a healing talent, those items won't mean anything to him anymore. And he says the problem is she just caused a mess at the Lake of Death, so it won't be calm anytime soon. And so, sometime later, when the place starts to get quieter, he wakes up wondering if she left. But then he notices something behind him, asking what it is, wondering if it was already there. But when he opens it, he notices it's the medium-rank deep training manual, 10 bottles of high-rank monster blood, and 10 cards worth 1 million each. He wonders if she left that for him, then thanks her, saying those items are enough for him to become an elite martial warrior. Then he says there's been a change of plans, saying he'll look for the living in deadly waters after reaching that rank, drinking that stuff. And 4 months later, the boy manages another breakthrough, and another thunderstorm falls on him. Once again, he advances, reaching the elite martial warrior realm, even stronger and with longer hair. Then he thinks it's time for the hunt. It might be an unpopular opinion, but I prefer his long hair over that other lame hairstyle. And as he leaves the cave and walks by the lake, the boy notices 11 new graves, noticing that Elling must have made them thinking of her, saying with the number of beasts in the lake, he fears not even their bones will be left. And he thinks the girl made the graves before leaving, noticing something behind him, remembering they used that umbrella to dive, and he grabs it, wondering if it still works. And when he opens the umbrella, it creates a bubble around him, a waterproof bubble, and the boy is happy about that, thinking it's a great item. He says with this, he can enter the water without problems. And he quickly uses his speed skill to dive in with full force. He says with that umbrella, he moves faster underwater and activates the shadow talent to become invisible too. And he starts wondering what that thing is down there. A status window pops up showing tiger claw fish with innate talent at medium rank. And he notices that it's the intermediate rank beast that was killing everyone, a huge monster. He thinks he barely escaped because it almost saw him. So he keeps descending quickly, and when he reaches the deepest part of the lake, he finds himself in a place that looks more like a forest and starts walking around, wondering if there really are immortal jellyfish in that area. But then tentacles appear behind the boy, and he gets hit without realizing it. He wonders what that was. Then he notices it's a deadly jellyfish with a max rank healing talent. He's happy about that, but that jellyfish doesn't look like any jellyfish at all. It starts attacking with all its tentacles, and he pulls out his dagger to cut it. But the leg he managed to cut quickly comes back to life, and he notices it regenerates way too fast, getting more ripped with that max rank healing talent. And the jellyfish charges full force with its tentacle at the boy and ends up touching him. With that, Yetian gets the chance he was looking for, successfully copying the creature's max rank healing talent. But he's thrown far away, hitting a rock and almost losing his breath. Still, he doesn't even care. After all, now he's laughing because he acquired the healing talent. He gets more and more hyped about this fight with the jellyfish, which now launches poison at him. The boy is surprised but uses his umbrella to block the poison. But the umbrella starts corroding just like the boy's hand, and he gets pissed off, saying a broken umbrella won't keep the waterproof bubble intact. So he's down there, unable to breathe, starting to get desperate. But as if things weren't bad enough, several status windows pop up near the boy showing different monsters, and he notices it's a swarm of deadly jellyfish. Then he thinks he already got the talent, so he doesn't need to mess with those bastards anymore. So he just tucks his tail and bolts. Yeah, you can't play hero all the time. Sometimes you gotta run, and that's how he manages to reach the surface. He's gonna escape. But the jellyfish tentacles are still chasing him. He thinks they're way too persistent, so he gets out of there and activates max speed talent to run as fast as possible. Then he goes back to that cave again and thinks he finally got out. The system asks if he wants to fuse the max healing talent, and he obviously clicks yes, and the pain comes again. But now he's smarter, noticing he copied the talent so many times that his body is used to the pain. He's surprised by this. His talent successfully integrated, so he thinks the fusion was smoother than expected and gets ready to test it, saying the deadly jellyfish poison is extremely lethal, and even a small amount can kill a normal person, but when activating the healing talent, everything goes back to normal smoothly. Then he starts banging on the wall like crazy and is surprised that not even a trace of injury remains, thinking this talent is insane. But he notices most of the talents he has now are support types, and if he wants to fight someone stronger, he needs to copy attack talents. So he realizes it's time to go back, and once home, he reads about the aggressive bear, thinking it's just okay, and the firebird isn't anything special either. His sister tells him to stop moving by cutting his hair, saying she can't believe he's been out all this time without telling her. Saying he's simply horrible, he apologizes to Uwe, But then he notices the powerful ant, a low-rank beast specialized in combat that's easily seen in colonies. He says when it launches a collective attack, even great martial warriors struggle to escape, and he thinks he wants that. Sometime later, he goes to the martial pavilion and goes straight to Xiao. She's happy and says it's been a while since he came, asking what he's looking for. He says he wants a corpse of a powerful ant. She's surprised and asks if he wants to soak it in wine because it's good for body recovery. He starts asking if he looks unhealthy, but she says they don't have powerful ants there, though she has some info about them and asks if he's interested. He says she can tell, and the girl says the Linhai base and a medium base are building a trade route. There are many beasts between the two bases. Among them is a nest of powerful ants. The boy thinks about that medium base, wondering if it's the iron prison base, thinking it can only be that one since it's the only one in that area. The girl confirms it's the iron prison base, about 100 kilometers from the Linhai base. However, the boy still remembers someone from the Amor family died a while ago, and the Amor family even suspected the iron prison base, so he starts suspecting the iron prison base is planning an invasion. The girl says yes, explaining the Amor family went there to investigate, and the iron prison base helped clear up the misunderstanding. And the iron prison base was only able to reach an agreement with the Lin family because the Mo family helped out. And the boy ends up understanding this, saying that if the Mo family is involved, something tells him they're up to something. And so the girl finds a card with something written on it. The boy asks what it is, and she says it's the symbol needed to participate in the events. Initially, it was supposed to be for her lady, but they are a huge base, saying that working for a medium-sized base is out of the question, saying it would be their dream. And she says that the two bases plan to send some martial warriors to clear the beasts along the trade route, and if he joins that operation, it's possible he might get his hands on the corpse of a powerful ant. And the boy thinks the Lin family is the absolute ruler of Lin High Base, and even though they're the Moa family, they only deserve to be called subjects. So he thinks it's time to go on an adventure, getting greedier and greedier. And at the Aelin family, they start gathering, and the boy is impressed but notices that this is expected since they gathered hundreds of warriors at once, and he thinks he needs to act cautiously while looking like a hooded criminal, all scowling and weird. And so he starts speaking, saying that Li Minzin has arrived, and he welcomes everyone to the beast removal operation, and he is the current head of the Lin family, at the top of the elite martial warrior level. And that old guy beside him, along with another bald guy, are no joke either. And Yetian, seeing the two, thinks about the Mo family, since they met again, and the smile here is from someone about to kill someone else. And so the leader starts by saying that everyone knows their Ninhai base is too small and resources are limited there. So he says it's hard to meet everyone's cultivation needs, and he says that collaborating with a medium-sized base would bring them incredible benefits. And he says this operation is very important, and of course, dealing with monsters is dangerous work. However, the reward in this operation will be more generous than any hunt they've done before. And so everyone declares glory to the Allen family. And the boy is surprised by this, wondering if the guy next to him isn't Captain Gale Wolf, whom he saved some time ago. So he wonders if he would still remember him. But then Lin Minim says to end everyone's doubts, he can guarantee right there that anything they acquire during this operation will be completely theirs. And everyone thinks that's amazing. But he says they can expect more, saying that his family also prepared another reward, and everyone in the martial warrior realm will receive 20 bottles of mid-rank monster blood and 2 million coins. And elite warriors will receive 3 bottles of high-rank monster blood and 10 million coins. He tells everyone to register quickly because they expect them to come back loaded. And so they start forming a line and ask everyone to put their hand on that evaluation stone, saying it will analyze their strength. So, when they start, the first batch is a mid-rank martial apprentice. Then, they continue until it's our protagonist's turn. And he thinks Elling was right, saying there's no need to work for powerful families, especially that damn Mo family. He says if they find out he's an elite warrior, they'll cause him unnecessary trouble. And he thinks this tool is based on power detection, and if he puts in less strength, it should seem like a lower realm. And when it's his turn to put his hand on that thing, he starts trying to control himself, wanting to appear as an advanced rank martial warrior. And the stone apparently agrees with him, showing that the boy succeeded. And the bald guy from the Mo family gets interested in that boy, and everyone comments on him. After all, he looks pretty young. So they wonder if he could be some genius from a powerful family, because reaching that level so young shows he has insane talent for cultivation. And the boy says he only showed part of his strength and still attracted a lot of attention, noticing that he probably should have used less strength. And Captain Gale says real geniuses are always discovered young, thinking about how old he is and still an advanced rank martial warrior. And the guys with him agree, since they're still mid-rank martial warriors. And one of them tells the captain that their team is one member short, wanting to call the boy. But he says that one is an advanced rank martial warrior, and everyone wants to know why he would choose him. But then they notice the boy coming their way, and why Yetian goes straight to the captain, pulling off his hood and saying it's been a while since he last saw him. And so he's surprised, saying he's the martial apprentice who saved the little girl from the Silver Moon Wolf. So he thinks it's unbelievable, because he managed to become an advanced rank martial warrior in 1 year. He says he was just lucky, very lucky, and asks the captain if he could join his team during the operation. He says of course he can, and Yetian asks everyone to take care of him. That girl from the Ark says it's more chill having another advanced rank martial warrior with him, and the boy gets all shy, and so they say that's the mission area, saying the map shows low-rank monsters appear around there, but just in case, they should prioritize their safety above everything else, and not advance recklessly, because when the monsters appear, Yetian tells the captain that they are extremely fast. So he tells everyone to calm down, saying they're just appetizers. Then he says he'll handle the ones in front, while Yetian deals with the rear. The others should assist when necessary, and the boy quickly pulls his dagger from his back to attack the monsters. Surrounded by those wolves, the captain orders the boy to charge, and he easily takes down the first one. The second one lunges at him, almost biting, but the boy kicks it away and speeds up to finish the monster on the ground, killing it. Then the captain says he did pretty well, praising the boy, but there's still a step behind him since he killed 3. Yetian thinks he was holding back to avoid drawing attention, and that girl says he's really strong, saying she likes him more and more, while the bald guy says he has that ability at such a young age, telling the captain not to be so full of himself. The captain gets annoyed, saying he just wanted to brag once in his life and asks if he has to embarrass him. But then the only sensible one starts a worthwhile discussion, asking why the wolves didn't wait to attack in the valley, since they would have had better chances there. The captain says maybe they wanted to, but they couldn't, so they ask what he means. He keeps walking, but as they do, the captain hears something and tells them to stop. Then he notices the monster coming down on them. It's a gigantic beast that was above them in the trash. He recognizes it as a flame lizard, a novice-rank innate talent monster with a low-rank fire talent. The monster quickly prepares to spit fire at them and launches a huge fireball at the group, who can only run away. Then the monster throws itself to the ground, burning the whole area. The bald guy and the guy in blue say the two already made the entrance and ask to handle it. The captain says, judging by the aura, it's a low-rank beast, but warns them to be careful with the flames, and the 3 charge. Yetian asks if they'll be okay, and the captain says it's just a low-rank beast, telling the boy to relax. After a while, they finally win, and the captain congratulates them, saying it was all thanks to those 2. But the bald guy also recognizes her for distracting the monster with her arrows, and one of them says that low-rank beast was really weak. To finish it off was a piece of cake. But while he's calm, relaxing, another fireball comes at him, and he needs to act fast, activating his speed talent to the max and pulling the guy out of the way of the fireball to avoid getting hit. Then he asks if there are more of them, since it's a fire talent and probably the same kind of beast. But the boy notices it's not over yet, and when they look back, they see an army of those things. The captain starts using the walkie-talkie, talking to the teams near Area B, saying they found danger in Area C, and starts calling for help because there are 3 beasts there. But then he notices those guys ignored his call for help. The bald guy tells the captain he expects a lot from the Lin family, saying they don't care if he lives or dies. The captain gets pissed, because he thought he'd followed the right person and brought them all to earn a reward. He never expected the Lin family to be like that too. He finally realizes Lin Ha's base is already rotten, so he grabs his axe, saying he'll stop them and that they should run. But the bald guy notices the meaning behind the captain's words, saying he's not treating him like a captain, because if he wants them to leave, they should all leave together. The captain orders them to listen to his command. Everyone gets stirred by that, but that scaredy cat in blue turns out to be the least loyal of all, saying they're a bunch of idiots. If they don't run, the only thing waiting for them is death. Then he says they're too slow, and runs off, saying he'll get out first. The bald guy notes that this kind of rookie isn't reliable, saying if he survives, he'll definitely kill him. Then they tell I that he's very talented and it would be a shame for the boy to die there. The captain tells the boy to take his 2 brothers and run. The bald guy says he forgot the boy just joined the team, saying if he wants to run, he should run. The girl tells him to run fast and not ruin his bright future. But he says, of course he'll run, but he starts activating his aura, saying he'll run toward the monsters and already starts putting on a huge show. The captain notices that's the aura of an elite martial artist, noticing that the boy hid his true power, and they all are in disbelief at what they're seeing, while Yetian thinks he didn't want to show his real strength, but there's no other way now. And he quickly cuts through that fireball the monster launched at him, thinking it doesn't matter, because if he doesn't do it now, the Storm Wolf team will be wiped out. At first, he thought escaping alone would be easy with the team leader's combat skills, but he chose to stay behind to let his teammates escape. And while he keeps killing the beasts, he thinks that if he keeps hiding his true power, he won't be considered human. As the boy gets rid of one of them, the others start trying to attack him, and he wonders if doing that, what's the difference between him and the trash from the Amor family? Then, 2 beasts attack him at the same time. and he thinks about attracting all kinds of danger by exposing his true power, saying he doesn't have time to think about that now. He believes the Storm Wolf team leader won't cause him trouble, and the boy, dodging the beasts, quickly slices one of the buildings nearby, making it fall on the two monsters. Then a huge explosion happens, and the archer is shocked to see the power of an elite martial artist, saying this is way too amazing. And Yetian keeps fighting the two beasts, hopping from side to side, flying more than a little bird. He gets ready to attack with a shadow strike, extending his sword and slashing in every direction, cutting the beasts into pieces. And finally, they hit the ground. And the captain thinks the boy is way too strong, and without a doubt, he already belongs to the highest power level at the Linhai base at this stage. But while the boy deals with two gigantic monsters, that guy who ran off asks someone to save him because he got caught by those wolves behind. Then the bald guy notices that the guy seems to be in danger, but the captain tells him not to care about him because he can't expect to be saved after trying to escape alone. And the leader tells them he wants to go deeper, questioning what they'll do, if they'll follow him or stop there. And he says it in a very provocative way. So, after thinking a bit, the captain says the Storm Wolf team will go in and come out together, and so they decide to follow the boy until, finally, they let the traitor die. Man, if this were one of those little Japanese animes, I'm sure they'd forgive the guy, tell him never to do it again, and soon enough, he'd be betrayed again. That's how it is, dude. The guy ran off, chose his own life, chose to run alone, and in the middle of the escape, ended up as pet food. And when things calm down, the bald guy starts getting treated. The archer complains about how he looks, telling him to check himself, and the captain yells at the boy, thanking him for bringing him there. And the boy, meanwhile, is on top of a building observing the whole area. He says it's no problem, but tells the captain they'll have to split up because he wants to try something. So the captain asks if he's going to keep going even further, and the boy confirms it. Meanwhile, the bald guy says that given the current situation, continuing wouldn't be the smartest choice. Yetian says they can go back because he'll go alone. The captain is surprised by that, but thinks with his skills, he's fine. Still, it's a bit worrying. But the boy tells the captain not to worry, and even tries to talk a bit more with Yetian. But the boy doesn't pay much attention, and the bald guy asks what they'll do, if Jonan will follow him. But the captain tells him to forget it, because even if they continue, they'll only slow the boy down, since with his strength, he doesn't need any help at all. And the protagonist thinks that before facing even stronger families, and before getting into annoying situations, he has to test how strong his healing talent really is. So he drops everything and goes back into that fire, noticing it stinks badly, wondering if he's in his own nest. And when he looks to the side, the whole ground is collapsing. He runs quickly and jumps but gets hit by a monster's punch that throws him far away. But even after being thrown, the boy runs back fast toward that huge hand coming out of the ground and tries to hit it, but the hand keeps chasing him, trying to kill him like he's a mosquito, and the boy can only retreat. And that giant comes out of the earth, and he notices it's apparently the mother of those things. And the only thing the boy can think is that it's a giant test subject, saying it's perfect because he'll use it to test his healing talent. And that hellish rare across in front of him opens its mouth and shoots a fire blast directly at Yetian, who throws the boy away. Then they notice he's fighting, and the captain gets desperate about it. But then the boy thinks this was expected from the Lizard King coming out there completely naked, but totally happy because his healing is at max. And he talks to that thing, saying he has a suggestion, asking why they don't go all the way, and then the monster shoots another blast at him. The boy takes it head on and says they'll have a fair fight. He wants to see if it burns him to death first or if it kills him from exhaustion before that. Okay, someone explain to me how everything burned except his pants? Or maybe the artist just doesn't want to show his skinny little shins. I don't know, that must be it. And looking at it, it makes him look exactly like a little punk. He charges at the monster at full speed, throwing himself right into that monster's face. The clash starts with him swinging his sword and the monster firing its laser beam, and all you see is a huge explosion. They tell the captain that there have been explosions in that area for over an hour. Then they wonder if Yetian is still alive. The captain says he's not sure, but they can't even intervene in a fight of that scale. And after some time, the boy finally drives his sword into the monster's skin and says it looks like he won this game, since he finally managed to kill that monster. Damn, the protagonist spent an hour getting toasted by that thing. And keep in mind he has healing powers, but I'm sure he still feels pain. So that means he's kind of a masochist, huh? He starts thinking that his healing talent consumes a lot of energy, and he's feeling exhausted. But he says that was an intermediate rank beast, and he plans to use its blood to help with his recovery. He starts sucking on that thing and then begins cultivating, while the captain notices from afar that the fight has stopped. And then the bald guy notices someone coming, and Yetian returns half naked near them. The boy questions the captain, asking if he didn't tell them to retreat first. He thinks about it and says that even though they couldn't help, they were worried. So he decided to stay there, and he says his clothes were destroyed by the flames, asking if the boy is okay. telling him there's an extra set of clothes nearby, saying he can use them. The archer adds that they might be too big. The boy just stays calm, asking the captain what they should do with those things there. Then the captain says they'll listen to Tian about that. After all, credit goes to him. But the boy tells the captain that since they didn't leave and the beasts are spread out, they should take care of them. But the captain tries to say something, saying he's never seen so many beasts together. The bald guy says the beasts didn't kill him, but if they come back, they'll wear him out to death. But Yetian tells Amanda to forget those small fish, saying they should deal with the Lizard King first. The captain is surprised by this, asking if the boy is going to carry those beasts back with him, but he says no. Then the captain asks where the boy is going, and he says he's heading to the area of the powerful ants. The captain is surprised again, telling the boy that the toughest mission in this beast extermination seems to be the powerful ant's nest, but the boy doesn't care and heads straight there. He says that although a single powerful ant is just a low-rank beast, inside the nest they're everywhere. He says it's hard to escape fighting alone, even for a great warrior, but the boy doesn't care. The captain tells him he needs to be extremely careful. When he arrives, he realizes that all the most powerful groups have gathered there, and once again, he looks like Song and notices all the big fish gathered below, realizing they belong to the Amor family. Then the Link family is in front of them. He wonders whose family that other old man in the corner belongs to. The old man asks who's spying on him, looking up. Yetian notices, saying that's rare, and asks how no one recognizes him despite that status. Then Limon joins the conversation, saying the elder has good jokes, asking what he means by no one knowing the boy, saying he knows him, and that the boy belongs to the Lin family. Yetian thinks about the guy's nerve, since he declared the boy a family member as soon as he heard the old man say he's an elite martial warrior. He says it's expected from that family, saying they even beat the Mo family at recruiting talents. Then Limon asks why the boy is just standing there and tells him to join their group, thinking he got an elite martial warrior for free, thinking it was a huge steal. Meanwhile, the boy is once again being watched by his sister's cosplay, and the other blonde girl who wonders how the Lin family dares to steal Yetian from them. She asks her lady, but with a totally killer look, she says Yetian might only belong to the martial pavilion. While they all continue marching with an army, the one-eyed guy starts leading the way, and Yetian realizes everyone now knows he's an elite warrior, and apparently he won't be able to train stealthily like he did before, but he thinks that with his current ability there is nothing to fear. And at that moment, the one-eyed guy tells them to stop, noticing something in front of him. And from that energy ball, another man appears, telling Old King that the formation is ready and ordering them to prepare. The one-eyed guy says that those peaks look like the nest of magical ants. In front of that huge ant hill, Yetian is happy, smiling at it. The one-eyed guy says that side can retreat for now and orders the entire army to fall back. They wonder what that old man is trying to do. He puts his hands together, summoning a huge magic circle, then slams his hand on the ground, commanding a gate to open. Explosive fireballs break everything around. They're shocked by this, with Linum saying it's a master formation and that the strength of the iron tooth base shouldn't be underestimated. Yetian notices how strong it is, saying he needs to learn it in the future. Xiao Yoi asks if that old man is crazy for using such a precious formation. Then she says the iron tooth base has its plans, and she thinks one of those balls is enough to suppress the maritime base, finding it interesting. After the nest collapses, everyone thinks the formation is powerful, wondering if the monsters turn to ash too, since they can't see any ant bodies. But while they're calm, moving forward, Yetian wonders if no bodies really remain, questioning if they all turn to ash, because if no corpses are left, he won't be able to copy the ability. Yui thinks that old man just messed things up with that formation, like they provoked a wasp nest now. They wonder what that hole in the middle is, since they can't see anything. Then they notice several ants climbing out, jumping from inside and hitting the first bush scout who was watching, knocking him down all messed up. The ants start screaming, and they realize it's a magical ant, wondering how this is happening, their eyes glowing with greed seeing that. Then they notice there are too many to stop, as a girl's voice, getting scared of being killed. So the one-eyed guy tells them to get ready and everyone takes their positions. He tells them all warriors from the maritime base must prepare to fight with him. He orders everyone to advance, with Yetian cutting through the monsters easily. After killing the first one, he leans back, so happy he wants to call Song to dub him because he's so happy he's taking a vacation. Continuing like that, he notices the ant's power growing in his fist. The system says the high-rank strength talent was copied, asking if he wants to fuse it. The boy, in that totally chaotic battlefield, realizes he probably can't fuse it right now. So he thinks he'll find a safer place soon and quickly leaves with the speed talent. But reaching a spot on the battlefield, he's surrounded by two ants and uses the Shadow Blade with Ghost Assassin, killing them quickly. Then an insane pressure comes out of that hole, shaking everyone nearby. Apparently, a high-rank monster appeared, probably Baru or someone else. The one-eyed guy gets all excited, and the ant starts coming out, it's golden. They wonder what that is, since it's a powerful high-rank ant, gigantic with a mane near its head. Seeing a high-rank monster appear, he orders everyone to run away fast. Then the two scaredy cats from the Amor family say they have to follow, telling them to flee. The one-eyed guy notices those bastards are really fast at escaping, telling his men to retreat too, looking down and calling them a bunch of losers. But she, in turn, calls Blondie to hurry up because it's time, wondering about Yetian, but Yui tells her not to worry because he'll get out of there. Meanwhile, everyone running away wonders if they don't have a great martial warrior with them, someone fully capable of fighting that monster, asking why he escaped. They say powerful ants have strength, talent, and the combat power of a high-rank monster boosted by strength talent puts it on par with a grandmaster. So they ask how a grand martial warrior could do anything, asking if the boy didn't notice, because among the grand martial warriors of the Iron Fang base, Elder K was the first to run away. They realize they were tricked by that old man and, just as they thought, see that those big shots can't be trusted. Then the ant starts flying toward them, killing many behind, activating its power and paralyzing everyone. They can't move with that insane pressure and realize they can't breathe. But then, Yetian speeds off using his velocity, noticing that dark fog and realizing it's some kind of suppressor, saying he needs to get out of there as fast as possible. As he rushes out, he leaves the dome the ant created. And once outside, he notices the golden ant will definitely keep an eye on the team. Apparently, it's time for him to get out of there. As he escapes, he passes by the monsters he defeated with Galif's team and notices they really are professionals, because they only left the bone. And after being far enough away, the system starts talking to him again about the strength talent, asking if he wants to fuse it. And the boy obviously agrees, receiving a wave of power that instantly transforms him into a character from the superhuman era. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, look up that Manhwa because it's really good indeed. And the boy thinks that in front of those highly acclaimed big shots, having absolute power is the only way to contain them, and he's happy and smiling about it. And after managing to fuse the talent, he thinks it's time to go home, much more powerful, loaded, and looking more and more like Sonjinho. And already at home, he keeps cultivating and thinks that a high-rank strengthening talent equivalent to a tenfold increase in his strength. Then he says that even though he's still an elite warrior, killing a great martial warrior in their initial stage would be very easy for him, and he's happy about that. Meanwhile, his sister says he finally came back, but he just stands there all day and says that instead of answering, he's just pretending to be a master, and she gets more and more annoyed with him acting deaf and mute, saying that in that case he won't be able to cry later because he's screwed by her. And she starts putting salt in the food, and at mealtime, she calls him all excited. He's happy with all the deadlines, and she says he's been working really hard. So of course, she's going to prepare a feast for him to eat as much as he wants. At first, he tries to eat quickly, but someone knocks on the door. He gets up to check, and she keeps insisting that he at least take a bite before answering. And when he goes there, he notices that the gay captain hears him, and the guy gets all happy. So the boy asks him to come in. He says he came to get... The boy asks if he's sure about that, and he says yes. They said they lost more than 50 elite martial warriors and even lost 3 great martial warriors. The boy is surprised by that, wondering if it was at the powerful ant's nest. And the captain says yes, saying that when the first squad of warriors retreated, they organized a bigger and better one, but still failed. And what happened angered the Iron Trap base. So they sent an extra grain, who finally cleaned out that anthill, and why Yetian is shocked that someone of that level was sent, wondering if the trade route was cleared. And the captain says yes, but he doesn't know what the Iron Trap is trying to do that would be worth paying that price. The boy thinks about that, and outside, the captain leaves saying he doesn't need to follow. After all, he's been coming all the time, and so he says goodbye to the captain. But then someone comes to talk to Yetian, asking for permission and saying his name is Moyon, the Amor family's butler. And the boy is surprised that someone from that family is talking to him, and he says he was ordered by the head to invite him to a meal. However, the boy doesn't even take the letter, just apologizing, saying he's not really in the mood to leave the house lately. And the butler just looks at him irritably and says, no one has ever dared to refuse an invitation from the Amor family. However, the captain, who was still nearby, asks the butler to take it easy. But the butler ignores the captain and simply goes up to the boy, advising him to obediently accept and know his place. And when he touches him, the boy just pulls the guy's hand away and slams the butler's face hard into the ground. And the captain asks him to stop that, but the butler just leaves with his tail between his legs, saying he'll kill him one day. And the captain says it's better to provoke a gentleman than a petty man. Mastian says it's all good, saying that this high-rank strengthening is totally absurd because he barely used his strength and broke his arm. Then, sometime later, the butler is tearing up that letter to forge evidence, wondering how Yetian dares to provoke him and saying he'll regret doing that. Great. Now because of pride, he's going to make the family come down on the boy. And I'm sure that family will all join Vasco's base. And already at the Amor family with the family head, the patriarch. They're calm there until that butler comes running, calling for him and asking them to take revenge for that servant. However, the family head says he sent him to make an invitation, not to kill, questioning what happened. And the butler tells Mokan that this servant delivered the invitation and met with Yetian. He was polite and respectful, but for some reason that guy started ignoring him when he said he was from the Amor family. And Kanan can hardly believe it. The servant says that not only did he hurt him, but he also tore up the invitation he had handwritten himself. So Kanchan wonders how he dares not to appreciate his kindness, getting totally pissed off. However, his father, who was behind him, starts telling the butler to leave, taking a pill from his father and giving it to the old man. And after taking it, he talks about the battle against the powerful ants, saying it left him no choice but to use a secret technique to escape. He says he had to fight with everything he had, but unexpectedly, he injured his core and fears he might never be able to heal it. But Kanan asks his father not to say that, because things will get better. But the old man says he knows his body better than anyone, and when he dies, the family will lose another great warrior to protect them. So he thinks it will be a devastating catastrophe. And Ken starts wondering if Yetian was waiting for the invitation from the Lin family. However, the old man thinks they have to beat the Lin family on this matter, and since they couldn't invite him politely, they'll have to take him by force. But at the end of the day, the Yetian surname will always be I, and he's an outsider. But Kanan thinks that even if they take him there, how could they guarantee he will actually serve them? However, the old man hands him a bottle of elixir, saying it can be done with this, and this elixir can take away an individual's free will. And he planned to use it during the banquet, but it seems they'll have to use it earlier, and he tells his son to keep it safe, and he's surprised when he touches it. And the old man orders to remove the boy's free will first, then brainwash him and give him a new identity, and they'll just say he's a bastard son. Then they'll make him change his surname to Amor, so he can recognize his ancestors and return to the family. And Kanan is shocked by his father's evil plan, and the old man tells him to stop imagining things, saying no one will steal his position as family head, and that he could even be Kanan's bastard son, saying it doesn't matter as long as he carries the Amor surname. But Ken says his father worries too much, saying he just feared it could affect his reputation. However, the old man says they don't have a pawn to lose, telling his son to make it happen. And he says he will take 10 great elders with him to execute the plan, and with his people, he believes they won't have any trouble capturing the weak Yetian. And after uttering these very bold words, everyone leaves the Mo family heading toward the boy's family, all hooded and ready to cause trouble. And so they arrive at the boy's house, totally stealthy, already in the guy's living room in front of his TV. And Kanan reviews the plan, which is to capture his sister to make him surrender. And they all understand that, and Kanan says they're outside, ready to take him, saying he'll notify if anything changes. But then the only guy who infiltrated enters what appears to be his sister's room and finds a hair under a blanket, and Kanchan tells him just to do it. But when he pulls the blanket, the girl grabs her dagger and cuts the blanket in half, noticing someone is there, and that someone grabs him by the neck, giving him no chance to do anything. And our protagonist is really pissed off at their audacity, just chuckling and saying they took their time. These guys never learn, huh? They're at the guy's house to cause trouble. Yeah, let's see what happens. And so Can continues asking the guy who entered if he managed to capture her, asking him to answer. But then the guy can't even respond. He's being strangled by our protagonist, full of evil intentions, and the boy squeezes until almost killing him, and the communicator falls, and Kanchan keeps asking the second elder to respond immediately. But then the boy grabs the communicator and says he captured him, telling Kanan not to worry because he'll return him, and they ask who it is, and soon he orders another man to try to get that show inside. But he also goes down. So Kanche wonders what happened, and going down to the guy who sank into the ground, they notice he's not breathing and ask to be careful, saying that guy must have called for help. But the pro disdains that help, wondering who in this huge Linhai base would dare challenge the Amor family besides him. And hearing that, they ask who's there, ordering the boy to appear, and wondering if it was no one. However, he already starts by cutting off the first guy's head, appearing behind them and delivering a clean strike. And noticing they can't see him, they guess he's a shadow assassin, saying Yetian hired a shadow assassin, ordering them to scatter quickly. But the boy apparently has no plan to let that happen, activating his speed talent and quickly killing several of them, wondering what kind of speed that is. But he has no plans to reveal it. Passing the dagger through another until he finally reveals himself, they discover it's Yetian, getting more and more courageous, ordering to capture him, rushing at the boy. But this time he even hides his dagger to test his new rank strength talent. So he just goes in swinging at them, fists flying, activating his talent to the max and punching both of their hands. And they keep wondering how he managed to take their combined attack and how that's even possible. Then the boy activates the hidden blades, appearing behind them and activating the shadow assassin, slashing through a few more. Then the man who is far away orders them to respond, asking what the situation is. But then Yetian quickly goes to him and activates his strength talent once again, stopping too. Then the one left asks, "What the hell is this?" wondering if he wasn't supposed to be just an elite martial warrior. But then the boy asks if that's Mokabe B's father, the men. However, before the old man could answer, another hooded ninja jumps over the boy, but it doesn't have much effect. After all, he has insane speed and easily dodges, and so they think the boy is way too fast, and he returns with the blade, wiping out the one who just attacked him. Then Mo speaks up, saying if he doesn't kill him, they can settle this peacefully. However, Yetian looks him straight in the face, telling him a secret, saying that he was the one who killed his son, Mochel B. But Mo says he doesn't even care about that, saying his foolish son must have offended him and his death was deserved, and says he has plenty of money and if he spares him, he'll give him whatever he wants, just telling the boy not to kill him. But the boy apparently isn't in the mood for negotiations and crushes the old man to the ground. And after doing that, he thinks you should never leave revenge for the next day. They tried to hurt his sister, so he's going to obliterate the whole family, and he leaves there super pissed off. Meanwhile, at the Amo family, the old man keeps getting beaten like a skinny dog, and he wonders why the 10 great elders haven't returned yet. Then his son says he doesn't need to worry, because at the Linhai base, nothing is impossible for the 10 great elders. But then Etienne's dagger comes flying in, messing up the old man's sofa, forcing him to move, and he asks who dares to ambush them. And that dagger keeps poking where the old man was, returning to Etienne's hand. And he says they sent people to kill him and still have the nerve to ask who he is, saying, that's unbelievable. And Kan is stunned that he's there, questioning where the 10 great elders are. But the boy tells him to relax, because soon he'll meet them in hell. And Kanchan asks what he said, but the boy quickly rushes at him, trying to hit him. Then he cuts right through the middle of his chest, and the old man runs after his son, who falls immediately, catching him in his arms, calling Yetian a bastard, because apparently Kanchan was done for. And the boy notices that's a secret art, saying he's seen it before. After all, it's what he used to escape from the ants. And the old man goes berserk, because the boy killed his son and starts his Zeus drama, bulking up and growing even bigger, saying the boy is dead and charges at Yetian, punching him. And the boy takes the punch, then gets hit again, being thrown far away. And the old man tells him to prepare to die, because not even his ashes will lessen his hatred for him. And the old man comes out wearing only his loincloth, all cocky. And all the Amu family security starts gathering, saying the assassin broke in, ordering them to protect the patriarch. However, Yetian asks if they only get alert after he kills the family head, saying the Amo family is full of idiots, and he prepares again to use the shadow blade. Then the old man orders them to kill him right now, and everyone rushes at him. But he starts racking up kills, slashing through everyone with his blade, killing many of them. Then the old man wonders how this is possible, asking if that kid has the skill and combat of a great warrior. And so the boy calls the old man, wanting to see how long his secret art can last. And the old man calls the boy an arrogant brat, grabbing his sword again, ready to split the boy in two. But Yetian easily stops that huge strike with his little blade. Then everything starts getting chaotic around. And from afar, they notice the Amu family's great warrior in that fight, saying his skill is impressive, and the old man next to the guy talking asks if he should take a look, but he tells Elder Zay not to be impatient, because they'll wait and see how this unfolds. And here he ends up being Liam, who's just watching everything from afar. While the two are there in that little sword fight, they keep exchanging blows tirelessly, and the old man thinks the boy has incredible speed because he managed to completely block his strike. Not only did he block his strike, but he also managed to hit the old man right in the chest, throwing him backward. And the old man gets desperate, super pissed, throwing his sword high up and coming down with a powerful attack on Yetian, who manages to run away quickly. And so he thinks the boy dodged again, and Song prepares to go back at the old man, and he says this can't go on, saying instead of wasting energy, he should ask the family for help while the secret arts don't run out. But Ian just throws the line into the fire, telling the old man he can come, asking him if that's all he's got. And the old man quickly pulls out what looks like a smoke bomb and activates it right in front of the boy to buy time to try to escape. And the boy notices that he's desperately running away and takes off after him. After all, he has a speed talent that leaves most of them in the dust. And the old man starts to realize that Tian is hard to shake off. But as he runs, the two are neck and neck, and the boy wonders where the old man thinks he's going. He starts thinking the boy has a high-rank speed talent. Then he thinks he'll circle around and take off running again, and the boy thinks if that's how he wants to play, then so be it. Taking off after the old man again, he thinks the secret arts won't last much longer, starting to get a headache. Then the lightning bolt on his forehead disappears, making him fall to the ground all weak and miserable, looking even worse than All Might after losing his powers, withered, skinny, and writhing on the ground. He starts thinking this is bad news. Then he says this is the end of the Amor family, telling them to meet him in hell. Then he starts calling the boy Sir, and Yetian is shocked by his nerve. and the old man starts begging him to spare him, saying he'll give him the most valuable treasures they have. But the boy wonders why this old dude seems familiar and asks him to show what he's offering. The old man grabs something and hands the boy a ball, but that ball turns out to be a trap that starts hitting the boy from all sides, with iron needles flying at Yetian. But he manages to block them all and thinks the old man is despicable, just like the Amor family, who only know how to play dirty. Then he ends up getting hit, and the old man says the needles are coated with a deadly poison, and now the boy is the one going to hell, saying in the end, he was still killed by his hands. But the boy activates his healing talent and quickly recovers. The old man is surprised by this, asking how he has so many talents, but the boy doesn't answer and charges at the old man again, telling him to ask Yama, basically the god who rules the underworld. Meanwhile, the captain is wondering why Etienne hasn't come back, saying it's starting to feel like he's his babysitter's sister. But then the boy shows up asking if the captain is complaining about something. The captain is surprised, and the boy thanks him for taking care of Yui. And the captain asks if he's done what he needed to do, and the boy says of course, saying that from that day on, Basilinhe no longer has an Amor family. The captain thinks that's pretty harsh. But then he asks, "Where is I?" asking if none of the assassins managed to track her down. But the captain says that place is safe and she's resting since she was given a tranquilizer. He says it's good to hear that. But the captain calls him to come down because it's really cold on that rooftop. And when they come down, the captain asks what the boy's plans are now that the Mo family is gone. And he says he wants to start cultivating. The captain is surprised by that. The boy wonders if there's a way for normal people to improve faster. Then the captain says there's no such thing, and he says you can only improve if you're willing to spend money to buy resources. He says that's what kids from big families do, and asks if that's not simple. Then he tells the boy to check on Yu because she's in bed upstairs, and the boy goes there, looking at his sister sleeping peacefully. When he calls her, she gets up surprised to see her brother and rushes to hug him. I'm feeling like this author is totally biased toward this girl. I'm starting to think so. And she says she was really scared he wouldn't come back, but he tells her to relax because he'll stay with her forever and complains that he's not lying. But he promises again, and they discover the Mo family was murdered, wondering how strong the person would have to be to do that. Then they notice someone arriving, and that Lin family notices it's their young master Limon, and also the great warrior Linzia. Zal gets nervous but doesn't show much, and Limon goes over, surprised because who would have imagined the patriarch Alin would end like that? He picks up that ball the patriarch used to throw daggers at Etienne and says that's probably the Amor family's secret weapon, the clan's treasure, the Iron Pearl, and says this weapon is sinister and can turn the tide for its wielder, with a long-range attack that inflicts lethal damage. But Lin says it's used in unexpected situations, and not even a great warrior can avoid it. However, the individual not only escaped but even managed to kill Shanken, who had that beauty right there. And he says, according to the survivor, there was only one person. So at minimum, they have the strength of someone at the great warrior level. But they start thinking someone with that skill can't be from their Linhai base. And Linzei talks to his master, saying the Iron Fang base could have done this to the Amor family as a show of power, and Linzel Eminem also thought the same. He says when the Iron base suggested establishing a trade route, one of their spies reported something. He says near the Iron Fang base, there's a huge monster about to evolve into a king, and the base will face an enemy that threatens their existence. Felin Zay asks if he's saying this so-called trade route would actually be their migration route. So Limon believes so, and says that when the two bases merge, the new and old powers will split into two factions. He says the Lin family will no longer be able to represent the Lin family itself, and the old faction will be its leader. He thinks they should take advantage of the Iron Prison base's show of power, smiling wickedly. He asks if he knows what to do, and he says yes. He says he will personally deliver a letter to all the major families, inviting them to use the Amor family's resources. Meanwhile, at Etienne's house, he pulls out from a bag all the loot he took from the Amor family's house. The captain is surprised by this. The captain starts thinking all those elixirs must have cost more than his entire mansion, thinking what a find. I ask if he's crazy, questioning if all those elixirs are real, telling him to give them back right now, saying he finally managed to save money for a wife, telling him not to be fooled by the people who sold him that. She talks about saving money for a wife like it's something you buy at the market, right? Come here, take 100,000 reais. Give me a wife. But the guy insists they're real. Yes, and super valuable. So he tells her to prove it or he'll take it back. She claims it's really good, instantly summoning an aura around her body. The guy is happy to see it's working. Outside, the captain asks if the guy is really leaving. He says yes, saying he's going to the Thousand Leaves Forest because he needs to get something there. He says, with the growing monster threat, the Iron Prison base has been sending more and more people to the base up in high, and the two Grandmasters won't be able to hold the monsters for much longer, so getting stronger is the top priority. So he says he has to get stronger before their defense fails. But Yu says he just got back and he's already leaving, so she asks if he can just stay, but he tells her to relax. After all, he'll be fine. and says he wants her to focus on learning the captain's body training techniques and to take all the elixirs and cultivate properly. She says it's all good, telling her brother to be careful out there and that she'll be waiting for him at home. This little wife waiting for her husband at home thing is complicated, you know? Okay, author, stop with that. It's not enough that the only romantic interest of the protagonist is acting like his sister. Now you have to make his sister act like his wife. So then he goes to the captain asking him to take care of his sister. And the captain says leave it to him, since his brother's sister is also his sister. But then they notice some people arriving on flashy motorcycles and realize those guys are from the Iron Prison Base. They see a large-scale arrival, and Son F shows up making a huge scene. They say that's the convoy of the Som family, and they speed past the protagonist. But he notices that the guy on the bike has very high status with a high cultivation talent, so he keeps an eye on that crazy guy. But as they pass, kicking up a ton of dust, I start to get nervous, since they're losing the line. So the protagonist wonders why he has a bad feeling and says it's better if they go inside, because he's leaving. He quickly maxes out his speed talent while the girl tells him to be careful. Already in the Thousand Leaves forest, the guy starts wandering around, noticing the place is pretty eerie, until he finds what looks like the footprint of a black wolf panther and thinks if he finds it, he can improve his speed talent. But then he notices something grabbing his attention and senses a very strong elemental force fluctuation. Realizing the monsters must be fighting nearby, he quickly decides to go check it out. Meanwhile, a monkey that looks like Goku transformed starts beating up a tiny house cat. The guy says that's the golden dragon panther, saying it's a rare mutant species, more powerful than the black wolf panther. Then, two of them are attacking that big monkey, and he thinks about that speed, saying it has to be an apex-level speed talent. He says that gorilla must be a high-rank monster with combat skills rivaling a great warrior. He thinks the two golden dragon panthers are mid-rank monsters, and despite having apex speed talent, it will still be hard to defeat the gorilla, and Goku really throws them away with a single punch to the ground, making them retreat. The guy starts wondering how he copies talents in the middle of such an intense fight. But then the cub of those panthers comes up to him, licking the guy. He wonders why the cub is there and what it wants. Then he notices the spiritual light coming from that little creature, which speaks to him, calling him master, saying it wants to offer its spiritual light to sign a master-servant contract with him, saying it will be his coolest servant. And he realizes the cub has a girl's voice. Talent is tier weak, so he asks what she's talking about, and the little creature confirms it wants to recognize Yetian as its master. He says he detected a benevolent speed coming from the master and opens the status window of the panther, seeing all her stats are very high. He notices speed, endurance, and healing, all three are strong, and says, this is a divine beast. But then the little creature starts begging him for mercy, saying his parents are in imminent danger and his mother is pregnant, asking him to save them. So he asks the kitty to leave them with him and says he'll call her Jinzina from now on, making her his first pet. The kitty starts thanking him. Then, his apex speed talent gets copied when he touches the kitty. The system asks if he wants to fuse it, and the boy obviously goes for it. He says since the little creature likes him so much, it's only natural to lend it his strength. The kitty is already on his shoulder, affected by this psycho personality. Yetian's status window is getting crazier and crazier. He moves on, saying he'll first target its weakness by attacking the monster from top to bottom, its eyes cutting one of them. Then he cuts both, blinding the monkey, which falls back in panic. He goes down near the panthers, who get scared of the boy. He tells Jin that her mom didn't like him much and asks her to quickly explain he's not the enemy. She starts talking, but the mom keeps hissing. So he says that's a healing pill, telling her to take it to avoid a miscarriage. Then he says it's safe and tells her not to worry. She takes it and quickly recovers, saying her dad wants some too. My boy already knew that, and they notice the monkey running away, but apparently those two panthers don't want to let the gorilla escape, so he says he'll go all the way, saying it's impossible for 3 apex speed talents not to defeat a high-rank beast. But Jin says it's not 3 talents, it's 4, because she's also learning to fight. The beast is overpowered. Now there's a cute little pet that's also overpowered, plus 2 huge beasts beside him. He agrees with her, and they quickly charge at the gorilla, surrounding it. However, the protagonist didn't realize the apex speed rank was that fast, and he's still not used to it. The monkey tries to hit him, but he quickly disappears, getting close to the monkey's face and hitting it using his strength talent. The monkey falls back. The boy hits him again, this time in the abdomen, making the monkey beg for mercy for all the sins of his 3 lives. Then he keeps getting hit a lot. The panthers follow him, but the monkey gets up trying to hit the prota. He thinks it's not dead and that its body is quite tough. But one of the panthers jumps straight at its eye, which could still see something, but the panther just stabs through its head with full force. The monkey falls back, all torn up. Jin asks if they won, and he says yes. She gets all happy, and he admits he never even thought he'd fight a beast one day. But then the mom starts feeling sick and falls to the side, and the boy is surprised by this, saying the female panther got hurt. Jin starts calling for her mom, and he notices the battle's impact must have been too much. He says he luckily always carries armor potions and says it's time to use them. He thinks this will make her like new. PJ quickly thanks his master because his mom is feeling much better, and he's happy about that. But while everyone's gathered, the Black Wolf Panther approaches, saying it was attracted by that gorilla. He says by their stance, it looks like they want to replace their parents and become the new rulers of the forest. Jinzinia confirms that's right. The boy says he can't let them do whatever they want, so he activates his apex talent and charges at them, killing one very easily. Seeing this, the others get a bit more nervous. The boy picks up Agije, lifting her high and says she will be the ruler of the forest. She herself can't believe what's happening. Sometime later, the Panthers go back home, but the boy says her mom is still recovering and shouldn't be walking around so much. Then the mom talks to him, and Jin translates that she said it's no problem and that she wants to give him a thank you gift. The boy is surprised and starts following her, asking if they haven't arrived yet. They think it's close because the cave is just ahead. They go to the cave of the two beasts, and he notices there's a spiritual herb inside. Jinhyo says this is her mom's gift, but apparently, the herb needs 30 more days to mature, so the boy will have to wait a bit longer. He's not too upset and decides to stay around to train, wondering what its effect will be. Sometime later, the boy is all excited helping with Panther's birth and says the baby's head is out, telling her to push. Then, the baby is finally born, and he says apparently another ruler was born. 1 month later, the herb finally matures, turning completely red, and he thinks it has a beautiful aroma, saying it's finally fully matured. When he picks it, Jin tells him to eat it right away. He thinks he's too impatient. When he puts it in his mouth, there's an explosion. He starts bleeding, and he falls to the ground stiff, leaving Jin surprised by what's happening. Sometime later, the boy finally wakes up, thinking he had a massive headache, but apparently, he gained a mental ability. And he says that this is a skill only martial warriors can use. He can already control it, even though he's an elite martial warrior. And when he uses it, he notices that his detection range increased to 50 meters and says that besides that, now he can copy talents from a distance. And you ask if he would like to fuse the intermediate resistance talent, but he says no, because the resistance talent isn't that useful. He needs to prioritize his cultivation talent. He thinks it's time to go home, since he got a lot of good stuff this time. While saying goodbye, he says they'll split up now, thanking them for the gift that was a big help, and the two Panthers will say goodbye to him. But Jin says she's coming too, saying she doesn't want to be away from him, so he says he'll introduce her to someone and she'll love her. And little Jin starts thanking the boy. On the way back home, Jin starts seeing that the world is really interesting, saying she's never seen these things before. And the boy keeps leading her and says she's really silly, saying the world out there is really dangerous. But passing through a certain place, he notices something strange. He sees several people lying dead and notices they're people from the 5th Academy, but then he sees Zombal all collapsed there, asks if the boy is okay, questioning what the hell happened. And then he recognizes his friend and says thank God his friend is alive, grabbing a potion, telling him to drink it, saying it's high-rank monster blood. And Zombal explains to the boy that the people who robbed them were warriors from the Iron Prison base. And the boy says yes, saying monsters destroyed the Iron Prison base, and that's why 100,000 people escaped to their base there in Re, and says thieves are doing whatever they want, and it's total chaos. So the boy asks who's in charge of the base. Zombal says the Lin family is still in command, but in reality, they're just puppets. And the boy says he already figured that since they managed to take over the base, and so he goes back home. But meanwhile, Iwo is training fencing with the captain, and he's apparently taking her training seriously, and she ends up losing again. But he says she did well, saying the girl is talented, but she says it's all because he taught her really well. While coming here, Yetian starts clapping for his sister, who's standing watching her training, and she runs to him, throwing herself at the boy, saying he finally came back. But then little Jin comes out from under the boy's hood, and she notices it's a kitten, asking what its name is, and the boy introduces her. She happily grabs the kitten and the captain teases her, saying he didn't expect her to pick the cat over him. And so he greets the captain, thanking him for the work, since Yu is now a martial apprentice, and he welcomes Yetian, saying he probably already heard about the Iron Prison base invasion. And the boy says he heard about it, asking if something happened at home, and he says the boy can rest easy, because this place has always been safe. And he says that after he left, a girl named Xiao came to deliver something, saying she said the Iron Prison people would never dare to hurt him after seeing this, handing him a symbol of the martial pavilion, and the boy thinks it was kind of her to deliver that. However, the captain says there's no guarantee it will work, but he says a person named Sun Feng keeps coming here to challenge him to a death duel, and Yetian is surprised by that, saying he remembers that name because he checked his talent at the city gates. And the captain says he's known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the Iron Prison base, and after entering the city, he kept challenging elite warriors and never lost once. And the captain says it's better to be careful with this guy because he's not messing around. And then he asks if Yetian is listening, but the boy can only think that this is interesting. His luck is that he's got hacks coming out of his ears, you know? This guy with that personality would have been dead a long time ago. And once again on the street, Sun Feng goes to the boy's house and stops in front, but this time he faces Yetian, who is surprised by the guy's arrival. Then he lowers his motorcycle, asking if he is Yetian, and the boy says yes. Then he thinks he finally came back, saying he'll be straight with him, telling him to meet him at Ming Square at 10 a.m. for a duel, saying they'll bet a bronze rank blade skill, asking if the boy will dare to show up. Then he says of course he will do that, saying he definitely accepts the duel, and so he uses his skill to successfully copy the high rank talent and cultivation. And Sun Feng leaves full of swagger, saying he'll be waiting for him. But the captain says Etienne was reckless, because Sun Fen's strength is formidable. With the boy's current strength, he will definitely lose. Yeah, Captain, you don't know what you're talking about. The dude has already updated the hack like 3 times since you fought him, and so the boy thinks he doesn't know that. Then, sometime later inside the house, he thinks his talent and cultivation are already high, and he's going to try stacking one more. The system asks if he wants to copy the talent, and he says yes. And what he predicted really happens, and his cultivation talent goes to apex rank, which used to be the highest rank, and the chill kid goes to the window thinking he's now hyped for the duel the next morning. And already at Mingen Square the next day, S. Fang is full of swagger sitting there waiting for the kid, and everyone starts saying he changed the duel location again, and no one has beaten him so far. They say the unlucky challenger this time is named I something, and no one has heard that name before. One of them says the real name is Yetian, and heard he's a kid, wondering why Sunf wants to duel him, but they say the only unlucky one is his opponent, and the ninja merit monument will end up destroyed too. They say every time there's a duel, Sun Feng uses the chance to destroy a family's merit monument. He's definitely doing it on purpose, and they say the iron prison base has been crushing the influence of other families, and now it's finally the leader's turn. And Yui goes to check it out. Shu asks his lady if she thinks Yetian will show up, saying she's a bit worried about him, but the girl says she doesn't need to worry, because even if he can't beat Sunf, he'll survive. I'm impressed with the faith this girl has in him, like, she might be his half-sister, let's say, but she really believes in the kid. And then someone arrives asking why so many people are watching, and the captain says every time he fights, it's a mess. That's exactly the kind of influence he wants to get. But then the girl asks how they're going to get close with all those people around, and she turns to Yetian, asking him to come back because that duel looks really dangerous. And he just pats her head, saying it'll be quick, and he takes off using his speed, landing right in the middle of the arena. And they wonder who that is, if he's the guy fighting Sun Feng. And the kid apologizes for being late, and Sun Feng says he was already thinking he wouldn't show up, then says that's the bronze blade skill, the blade present that will be his if he wins. And the kid looks at his gift and says, that's a bronze rank blade skill of the same level as his, throwing his own blade in and also betting a shadow blade. Sun Feng calls him an arrogant brat, draws his sword, and charges at the protagonist. But he goes at him so fiercely that Yu tells his brother to be careful, but he stays completely calm watching that attack. And when Sufan gets close enough to strike, the kid just dodges easily, and he thinks Yetian is really fast and keeps attacking the kid with everything, but the kid dodges every single attack. Then Sufan asks if his sign is fast, because all he does is dodge. He tries a diagonal strike, but the kid also dodges underneath and only loses a few strands of hair, then punches Sunf in the solar plexus, breaking some ribs and throwing him away. Everyone is shocked by that, because he sent Sunf flying with just one punch, wondering who the kid is. Then he asks Sunf if he still looks like a rat now. And Sun says, apparently he knows some tricks, and says in that case he'll stop holding back, summoning his sword with even more power. He uses the stream slash against the protagonist, but he dodges easily just by jumping into the air. And one of those strikes ends up destroying the Lin family's monument. Lin gets pissed at the kid, asking how he could do that to his family's merit monument, while Yetian thinks that was close, saying, those are some nice sword skills he's got there. Then Sun Feng wonders how he managed to dodge his stream slash, but the kid just says it was worth dragging out the fight, and Sufim is stunned by what he said, wondering if he didn't attack back because he wanted to see his sword skill. Then Yetian asks seriously, after all, he never saw him as an opponent because he's not even worthy, and says all this was just to show off his skill. Sufan gets even angrier, saying he's taking this way too far, charging at the kid wanting to kill him. But when he makes that top-down slash at the protagonist, the kid just breaks Sunfin's sword with a punch, snapping it in half. The broken sword shard sticks into the ground. The kid grabs Sunfin's face with his own hands and slams his head into the ground, making a hole in the arena. Everyone is shocked by that because that was definitely an easy win. Xiao gets all excited, cheering for Yetian, saying this is amazing. And Yoi says he's destined to join their martial pavilion, saying resistance is useless. Then he goes to where the martial art is and simply takes it, thanking the stream/technique. Inisu comes up to the kid all happy, asking when he got so strong, saying that was incredible, and says when they get back, he'll have to teach her that, because she wants to get strong too. Limi watches everything with Lindsay, saying Yetian won, but he says his family lost, because the Lin Merit Monument is gone. Then Lindsay asks what they should do and says he doesn't have to protect him in the next few days. He should guard Yetian's sister, saying the Sun family won't let this slide. And so, at Captain Gilf's house, the kid says that Stream Slash can increase attack power by 6 times. And he realizes it's no surprise that Sunfin's strike is so powerful, but he brushes it off, already totally bored, and checks his status window, noticing there are still 30 days left before he can copy a new talent. He ends up forgetting about it because once the cooldown is over, he's going to grab Sunfeng's fencing talent, saying that he'll max out the Shadow Assassin and the Stream Slash, and that way he'll have the strength to face a master twice as strong. He could be considered a true warrior. And outside, his sister keeps training with the captain, and he thinks that even though the confrontation ended according to that family's behavior, the Suns will definitely take revenge. So he wonders what they'll do with that girl. After she finishes training, she asks if the captain was watching, and he tells her to come closer. She asks what's up, then he tells her to keep that on and never take it off. She asks what it is, saying it's really pretty. He tells her to think of it as a protective charm and not to lose it. Then the girl says she'll take good care of it, but while they're doing that, the archer starts running toward the captain, saying she discovered something. He asks if she found any news about the Sun family. He says the Sun family members are searching all over Lodes to buy property, and the captain notices that the S family is still holding back. They won't get violent until they're stabilized. Meanwhile, Lindsay is camouflaged, just observing and listening from the side, pretending to be a worker. And a month later, he's still lurking around the boy's house. Yetian strolls down the street casually, taking note of that old man. And Lindsay notes that Guy is trying to read his mind using spiritual power, but he wonders how Yetian learned to use spiritual power, since only great martial artists have that ability. And the boy realizes they sent a strong martial artist to guard him, saying the Lin family has a lot of money to spend. And already at the martial artists market, the boy goes there in disguise, thinking it's been a month since Captain Guile Wolf discovered some info about the S family. And to ensure the purity of the Griama talent lineage, the Som family doesn't hesitate to marry close relatives for several generations. Damn, Game of Thrones vibes. Damn, keeping the bloodline pure, right? I know about that stuff. Hide, Sunfem's sister, she's in danger. And the boy says if they have a child with mental or physical disabilities, they secretly kill it. And he thinks this family is completely crazy and sick. And at the Sun family's shop, Sunfan says the store is offering discounts on everything inside. He congratulates a boy, saying the Som family should keep their wealth and keep growing. He tells everyone to come in, and everyone starts congratulating the boy, and Yetian approaches him, noticing his fencing talent has reached its peak. Then he says he also congratulates the boy for copying that talent and tells him to go to hell. And already at Nanshan Cemetery, he goes to visit his father and mother and says he decided to leave the Linhai base and take you to a better base. He says he came to see them one last time and let them see how much the boy has grown. Then someone quickly stops on top of a grave, and the boy gets startled. Seeing that man there, he attacks him, but the boy manages to stop the attack quickly, and that man says to defeat the Sun's skill. Yetian recognizes him as a dog of the Sun family, saying he's been waiting for him for some time, and so they start exchanging blows, and the man tries to hit the boy, but he dodges quickly with his speed. The man says if he had killed the boy after the battle, people would gossip, and the boy should thank him for letting him live for a month. However, Yetian comments that he talks too much, and they attack each other again at an insane speed. While exchanging blows, Yetian notices the flowers he left for his father are being affected. Then they separate, and the guy says he's a master of Sun Feng, and they're like father and son. Since he hurt the boy, he has to die. The man seems pretty excited about that, but says this is a good place. After all, a cemetery. It's fitting to die here. However, the boy just grabs his flowers, and the guy says if he kneels and begs him, he might show mercy. And then he opens his parents' grave and lets him stay with his family together. Then he also talks about Etienne's little sister, telling him to stay calm because they'll reunite soon. And so the boy gets even angrier than ever, activating his apex speed, saying that guy is probably asking to die. Using his advanced speed talent, he lands a full-force kick to the guy's stomach, throwing him far away. But the boy doesn't stop there. He circles behind him, grabs him by the shirt, and throws him far from the cemetery, making him fall and roll all over the place. He's thrown to the ground like a trash bag. Then he asks if the boy is a grandmaster, but it's too late because he's already out cold. The boy goes to him and starts checking the guy's body, noticing he has the sword shadow, thinking this sword technique must be good. He also says his weapon is way better than the one he picked up there. He says it's already late and that he'd better go home, or you will start complaining again. And apparently talking about his sister is problematic. The guys who are learning this are dying. One by one, the proof of the sister complex is getting bigger and bigger. And still near Captain Lindsay's house, he just keeps lurking. So the boy walks past him, very close to Lindsay, and tells the old man that it's already been a month, asking if he wants to come in and have some tea. And Lindsay notices that he recognized him by accepting the boy's offer. And already at the captain's house, They go inside and his sister notices that he has arrived. So he tells Yu to prepare some tea because they have a guest, and the girl just agrees. And the captain goes to Yetian asking who that is, and Lindsay introduces himself, saying he's part of the Lin family. But then the captain is shocked that it's Lindsay, and he says he's embarrassed by it. Then the tea is ready, and he says he never expected his master to be so hospitable. And Lindsay says that since Yetian called him, there must be water. And he says there really is, asking Lindsay to take his sister to the Martial Pavilion and leave her with Miss Yu and Ling. And the girl is surprised by that. And Lindsay is surprised because he never thought Yetian had anything to do with the Martial Pavilion, and he notices the boy even has the pavilion's emblem. So Lindsay tells him not to worry because he can trust him with that and says he will hand over his sister to Miss Yui. And the boy also thinks that before leaving the Lin base, he'd like to give a gift to the captain. And he tells Lindsay that the man's name is Zhang Feng and that he's loyal and brave, saying if he joins the Lin family, he will definitely become a great talent. And the captain gets all nervous about that. Lindsay says it's just a small thing, saying the Lin family always looks for talented people, saying from now on he is his disciple and loves him. He should go there and greet his master. So the captain gets really happy, asking Lindsay to accept his salute and accept him as a disciple, and he asks the captain to stand up, thinking that doing this favor will allow them to get closer to Yetian, and says it's a big achievement for the Lin family. But the girl says he trusted everything to other people, asking what he's going to do, and he says he just needs to take care of a few things. And she obviously notes that he's lying, saying it's not just a few things, telling him not to try to hide it from her, and he says it's really just a little thing. He goes and comes right back, and he says that meanwhile, Shin will protect him, and she asks if that kitty is strong and tells him to forget it, saying it's no use talking anyway, saying he won't listen to her and asks him to take care and not risk himself, because safety is the most important. And he says he'll be careful. And somewhere else in the Sauce family, guards are happy because it's another night shift, saying that actually no one even needs to watch there. And his colleague agrees, asking who would dare cause trouble on the Som family property. But then someone arrives and he tells that idiot to get out of there, saying unauthorized people can't enter there. But then our protagonist starts activating his talent and quickly throws both of them into the air, and the guard asks what he's doing, and he tells him not to worry, because he's just there to clean up the mess. But then the alarm sounds, and they tell the boss that there's trouble because someone invaded and hurt his men. The boss of that Som family building asks if it's serious, because he thought everyone at the Linhai base was weak, and he says finally someone brave enough showed up to go there and die. So the heads there order everyone to advance and kill the intruder. But our protagonist keeps moving forward easily, throwing first forward, using his speed, power, and attacking the rest, not even considering them a threat, and that leader finally arrives, noticing they've already lost so many men. And Song Kong asks what Yetian's name is, and he just introduces himself, and he says the kid has guts, ordering the elders to attack, and they all jump on the boy. He notices it's an ambush, but even surrounded, he just pulls out his sword, and one of them tries to use control. He notices that one is a control-type talent, getting trapped with his hands behind his back, and so he falls to the ground. And when they all surround him, one of them says he waited so long for this, just looks like that kid. So they all surround our protagonist and think he's annoying. And one of them says he usually doesn't get involved, but he says dying by their hands is an honor for him. And Song Kong thanks the elders for their effort, saying that kid must have some treasure with him, ordering them to consider it a gift from the elders and take everything. But when one of them looks closer at the boy, he notices something moving and questions what he did. So he orders the boy to speak up, but still mocks him, telling him to guess. Then they order to search for the young master in the shop and his strength, telling everyone to spread out quickly. While they regroup, they think that guy has a pretty dangerous hour. And our protagonist quickly charges at Song Kong. He's surprised to be the target and says he'll show him what he's capable of. But even invoking his technique, the boy disappears from his sight and appears punching him right in the chest. And Song Kong notices that Yetian is really strong. Then he's thrown far away with another kick. And after getting up from that beating, he tells everyone to stop just watching and to attack together. So everyone starts closing in on the boy. But the first to arrive is Buff Jason, who begins to test his strength against the protagonist. And Yetian says he's actually pretty strong. But while they're all restrained, that old guy with the restriction technique tries to sneak up behind the boy. But before he can touch him, Yetian kicks the old man hard, sending him flying, knocking Jason down, and knocking out the rest of the old guy's teeth. And I'm sure the elder abuse laws wouldn't be happy about what he's doing. The boy says he's not falling for that twice, looking at the old man. Then the old guy says the boy thinks too highly of himself but shows nothing, and he ends up trapping Etienne's foot on the ground again. They say the atmosphere is really tense there, and that woman says now it's her turn to face him. And her design? Oh, 10 out of 10. Crazy dragon power. If she wasn't evil, I'd root for the MC to take her down. Meanwhile, the boy quickly frees himself from that restriction technique and thinks it's better to retreat because that secret technique looks pretty dangerous, but even running at full speed, He ends up ambushed and thinks he's screwed. Then a deadly explosion happens. From afar, Ui watches everything going on, wondering who this guy is and how he can act like that in his city. Then Xiao talks to her, saying Lin is the great warrior Lin and that he wants to talk to her. She wonders why the old man is back, saying she doesn't even want to see him, but she says this time he brought Yetian's sister, saying she doesn't know what the problem is, and the girl is surprised by this and goes to meet him. Meanwhile, both he and the little sister are drinking tea, and the girl remains very worried. Meanwhile, her brother is getting beaten up badly, thrown to the ground, all messed up, and they say Ansan's Sunling is impressive, saying even the master can't escape his deadly explosion, and the boy falls there all messed up while they watch from above. Song Kong says she really nailed it this time. She's all proud. They ask the boss what they're going to do since the guy is seriously injured, and he says he doesn't have much time left. Song Kong orders them to kill the boy right there, but then the sword of that elder who was once Lincoln B a long time ago flies toward the restriction guy and hits him, throwing him away, and the boy uses his healing talent. They wonder what's going on, and the elder is already half dead. They notice the brat disappeared, and he appears behind Jason, smashing his head into the ground, knocking the guy out cold. Then he commands that dagger to come to his hand, and it flies straight back. He charges at Danciando the dragons, finishing her off with a single strike, and she also falls stinking to the ground. Sun Kong starts to get scared because only he and the boy are left. The boy heads toward him, and he tries to summon an axe and attack the protagonist, but he doesn't have much success, dying easily from a single attack. Meanwhile, Sun Fen walks in calmly and notices the boy just killed his father, and Yetian looks at him with a huge grin. Seeing that scene, Sun Fen can't even move. The boy notices who's there. He says Sun Fen arrived just in time because he didn't even have to look for him. He starts crying, losing control and rushing at Yetian, telling him to take his hands off his father. But the boy quickly dodges that attack and activates his strength, talent, once again punching Sun Fen in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and making him fall face down on the ground, thinking that boy is a bastard, wondering why there's such a huge power gap, realizing that guy is a real monster, and Sun Fen can only mentally apologize to his father because he's too weak. Inishin asks if he gave up resisting, grabbing him by the hair, saying then he's going to send him to his father, and raises a dagger at the kid, but just as he's about to do it, a thunderbolt strikes down on them, making the boy quickly move away, and he notices that it's a grandmaster. A very imposing old man appears in the sky, splitting the clouds, looking all full of himself. He asks if he's trying to kill everyone, saying that kid is pretty cruel. And Fei notes that's Grandmaster Yao and tells him to kill that guy because he's the one who killed his father, saying he needs to bring justice to the Sung family. And Yetian thinks he should have killed that guy already. Then the Grandmaster says, since that's the case, he should just die and quickly attacks the boy. Mastian manages to dodge that attack with his speed, but he keeps getting hit multiple times, so he has to run a lot to save himself. The old man says that under a Grandmaster, everyone is an ant and there's no point in resisting. So Sufem thinks it's better to run, because if the Grandmaster attacks, that city will be destroyed. However, the boy appears in front of Sufem. He thinks he's screwed and is totally focused on killing the boy, but then a lightning bolt hits both of them, knocking them down. He asks the Grandmaster what that was, and he apologizes, saying his eyes don't work so well with age. Mastian appears behind the old man, ready to throw a punch at him, trying to hit him, but the boy's hand stops against a barrier he can't see. He notices he can't break it and realizes it's an elemental energy barrier. The old man remains calm despite the boy's attack, and after he fails to hit, he is thrown far away by the Grandmaster. The kid suffers a lot from those lightning bolts striking directly on the ground. Then he gets really tired, thinking that the power of a true master can't be underestimated. He starts tearing the rest of his shirt, thinking he's gotta give it his all. Dude, the protagonist is ripped, says he's been running at Mach 3 all the time. No, that doesn't give you muscle. He says that after putting everything on the line, the kid will face Yao Ya head on, and he wonders if that's all the kid's ridiculous talent is, noticing that the old man's cultivation talent is only advanced and realizing he must be an ordinary master. Then, Yao asks what he said, and he claims he's saying it's not easy for someone his age to become a master and advises him not to meddle where he wasn't called, warning that if something happens and he loses his arms or legs, no one will take care of him in old age. Then Sun Fan talks to the Grandmaster, saying this kid is way too arrogant, claiming he wants to destroy the Iron Fang base, and Yetian gets pissed that this brat still hasn't died. Sun Fan says they have to finish the kid off once and for all. So the Grandmaster agrees and attacks the kid with another energy lightning bolt, and Yetian quickly dodges it using his speed, but barely. The old man notices his speed is really good to dodge his surprise attack. Then the kid thanks him for the compliment, appearing behind the old man and attacking him. He even manages to hit that bald head, but the old man says his strength is too weak. So the kid uses his strength, talent, throwing the old man far away. And for the first time, the old man takes a solid hit. He wonders what's going on because suddenly, he managed to increase his strength. He says it seems the kid isn't just some ordinary practitioner and gets pissed off, but the protagonist doesn't give the old man a single break, throwing a car at him, and the old man has no choice but to get out of the way and then uses his psychic power to pull the kid close. The kid starts getting pulled, and the old man throws a punch, hitting the protagonist's face and knocking him back. Not happy with that, he grabs his ankle and slams the kid face first into the ground. Then he activates 10,000 thunderbolts, summoning a Rasengan purely made of electric energy, and blasts it into the protagonist's back. After that powerful attack, the old man thinks he left the protagonist lying on the ground all messed up, and Sunfeng starts laughing, saying Yetian is dead, saying the Grandmaster is powerful and amazing, totally sucking up. However, the old man starts coughing up blood, wondering if he really got hurt, and says he'll leave the rest to Sunf. He needs to get back and heal soon, or it'll affect his training. But while Sunf steps back, he starts shaking, saying his body suddenly got paralyzed, wondering if this is the pressure of a master. Then, with Etienne's body, he starts spitting in the kid's face, asking where all that arrogance went. Because he was humiliated by his family, torn apart and fed to the dogs, kicking the protagonist. Then he wakes up, grabbing the kid by the neck again, asking him to repeat what he said if he's got the guts. Then Sump's arrogance disappears quickly, and the kid grabs a dagger, slitting Sump's throat while he screams for help from the Grandmaster. The protagonist just looks back and sees the Grandmaster trying to make a run for it. And when he looks at Etienne, the kid uses his healing talent, fully restoring him to factory settings. The old man wonders if the brat is still alive, asking how the wounds healed, not believing it's possible, asking if he has the talent of a jellyfish beacon. Then he questions who the hell Tian is. The kid says he's just a regular guy who awakened a low-level talent, and the kid uses the pure breeze slash on the old man. He notices it's the family technique, saying there are many of them, thinking he won't be able to dodge. Then he starts getting cut by Etienne's technique, taking all the hits head-on, losing the top part of his clothes, getting pissed off, cursing the kid, and saying that even if he dies, he'll take Yetian down with him. The kid charges at him, hitting him from behind, slamming the old man's face into the ground, saying that's a comeback for what he just did before. The old man, already at his limit, starts shaking, scared of the kid's attack. Then Yetian goes to him, simply stepping on the old man's face, smashing his head into the ground with no mercy, asking the old man if he let him move. The old man screams for a friend calls out to old Lee, asking if even now he's just going to keep watching. And old Lee says he already warned him since they came to the Feng base only as guests. He said that out of respect for the Linhai base's territory, they should be polite, but the kid didn't listen. So the boy wonders how he didn't sense his presence before. Then the old man comes down saying his name is Lemu, the master of the Iron Fang base, and he talks to the young guy saying his talent is extraordinary. He appears as a very friendly old man, just fanning himself and walking calmly. And the boy, noticing there's another master there, asks if he wants to play too. Man, the protagonist is totally wild. Somebody hold this guy because he's out of control. He wants to beat up everyone who moves, and stepping on the head of the guy on the ground, he asks if he came to get beaten, and the old man says there's a saying about helping strangers and ignoring relatives, and he says he won't get involved and says that, even though the elder is from the base, they don't follow the same philosophy, telling the boy to do whatever he wants. But then this guy gets pissed, unleashing one of his arts, scaring the boy by saying they're all going to die together. He activates the blazing explosion, and Lemon notices the old man is about to self-destruct. Then the boy thinks he's brave, but says if he's going to fight him, how he dies isn't up to him, and he attacks the old man again, activating his shadow blades, chaotic attack, making a huge crossed X on the old man's chest that kills him before he can self-destruct. Then he falls stinking on the ground while the kid is scared because of that attack, but he feels a strange sensation and something comes from the sky hovering over the boy. Then the old man notices that kid killed a master and broke the limits, reaching the level of great warrior. Then he says that was impressive, saying he didn't expect young Ai to be capable of killing a master at his level, saying his strength left him impressed. Then the kid tells the old man to speak without beating around the bush. He says the young one is quite impatient, and says the A family was against it at the Iron Fang base. He stomps the ground, activating his powers, saying they defend using harsh measures to establish themselves at the Lin Hai base, while he supports an approach of equality to coexist with the Lin Hai base. And the boy notices the old man has impressive speed. Then he talks to young Y, saying since he completely destroyed the Sun family, he hopes his wrath against the Fang base ends there, and from now on, both the Fang base and the Lin Hai base will be allies working together to prosper, asking what the boy thinks about that. Then he says that's how it's going to be, telling the old man to negotiate with the Lin family, since they are the leaders of the Lin Hai base. And the old man asks if the boy has no plans to take over a base, and he says that's not really his thing and just starts walking away. but the old man says they were in a detailed meeting. However, the boy says he has things to do, and he's out of there, disappearing from the old man's sight. And he thinks this kid has a bright future ahead. And already at the Lin family mansion, the leader there is calmly making his rounds. Then Lin Min goes to Lin Le, telling his father they discovered the reason for the explosion in the city center last night. And he asks his son to speak, and he says the Sum family said they attacked their building. Then he says they must be stupid, since the Sun family has a master protecting them. But Lin Min asks his father if he remembers what he said about the young warrior Yetian, and he says he vaguely remembers. Then he says this guy wiped out the entire Sum family, including Master A, and then he lets that bonsai scissors fall, asking what his son just said, and he's surprised, since a young guy like that went to end the battle between Iron Fang and Lin Hai. And with that, he says both the Lin Hai base and his Lin family were saved. However, Lin Min says there's one more thing, saying the Grand Master of the Baizaran Feng Limu agreed to meet them that morning, and to make things worse, he's already waiting in the tea room. And so, the old man is just drinking calmly. And his father asks if he's already arrived, saying there wasn't even time to think, and he says in that case he'll go talk to the old man, telling him to pass on his orders, saying all factions of the Ninja base must protect Yetian and his family at all costs. And if Yetian intends to build his own influence, all factions have to give full support. Then he says, in short, they must not offend the boy in any way, and Lin understands this very well. And at the Martial Pavilion, Jin is chilling with Yo, and she wonders if her brother is okay, and the attendant there tries to give more tea to the captain, but he gets annoyed because they've been drinking tea all night, asking what the pavilion master is doing. And the attendant apologizes, but says she really doesn't know what's going on with the pavilion master, and he says he's seen her a few times for business, but says he's never seen the amazing pavilion master like they say she is. He goes to his master asking how much longer they'll stay there. He asks the captain to be patient, but also says he's met the pavilion master before. Then he asks if he really has, and he also says Yu has met her too, and the girl is surprised by that. Then the master shows up right in front of them, and she notices that Yetian's sister really looks a lot like her, and the captain even gets a little dizzy, rubbing his eyes and trying to see again. He looks at Ayu and then at the two of them, realizing how much they resemble each other. The attendant says she already knew that since last night, wondering if the pavilion master has a lost twin. Lindsay talks to Yui, saying that she's Yetian's younger sister, and that he asked for her to be taken to the Martial Pavilion seeking refuge, but she tells Yui there's no need for so much formality, since she already knows what happened at the base last night. Yu feels a little awkward in front of her sister, and Yui notices that his sister really does look like him, wondering if that's why he treated her like his own sister when he saved her. She thinks Yetian is an idiot because he still hugged her, thinking it was embarrassing. She asks Yu his name and says she can call him Big Brother if he wants. The girl is shocked by that, and already at the Warriors' Fair, the boy thinks he's back. But as he walks calmly, he wonders what Yui is doing there, and she says she's waiting for him because now he's important at the Linhai base and says she wouldn't dare disrespect Grandmaster Yetian. But the kid came back in style, right? Our stylish Sung Chinista. Okay? The little dude looks sharp. And looking at her, who by the way is one of the prettiest girls in the story, he checks her status window and notices her cultivation talent went from intermediate to high, and he thinks asking is unnecessary because it's linked to the Death Lake treasure. He says this woman is really impressive. She starts to get embarrassed with him staring so much, and says it's rude to stare at a girl like that. He says he was just distracted, but she tells him to forget it, saying she's not going to fight him, and invites the boy to take a little walk. He says, of course, and she tells him that the Lin family is interested in wanting their own base for him, asking what he thinks about that, but he says that kind of thing doesn't interest him. She asks what his next step is, wondering if he's going to keep training alone. He says he's thinking about leaving and going to the Mohai base. She gets disappointed by that. He asks what's wrong, but she says it's nothing and feels a bit lonely, then thinks about him leaving and ends up standing there looking kind of sad. He asks why she stopped, questioning if they weren't going to hang out. She just notices there's not much to do following him. Then he goes to Yo, who's super happy he's back. He says she's grown a lot and still wants to hug her tight right away, telling her to behave like a lady, but she says she missed him a lot, and he thanks everyone there for taking care of Iu. Lindsay says he doesn't need to thank them. Then Yui arrives with Zhou and tells the girl to call Yezong to the office, because she needs to talk to him. The girl is shocked but just obeys the order. Then, already in the office, Yezong thinks this came out of nowhere, asking why if she's really decided to do this. She says she's totally decided and leaves the rest to him. Meanwhile, Lindsay tells him that if he stays, he can establish the family there, asking if he doesn't want that, but he says he doesn't need it, thanking them a lot for helping him get a car, because now he can move around much easier. Lindsay says he's a young hero with big plans, saying she really admires him. If she were a few years younger, she'd definitely join him on his adventures. But the captain notices something's off, asking why she didn't come to say goodbye since they're close friends. The boy thinks about it and decides to let it go, saying he won't wait for her. Then he says goodbye to everyone, with the captain telling Yu to keep training and not be lazy. But while they're saying goodbye, Yu comes over telling them to wait a bit. The boy is surprised by that. Xiao also runs after the girl, and she simply passes in front of everyone, goes to the car, gets in, and sits down, asking what he's staring at, telling him to get in the car already. He asks if she's coming too, and she says of course, because if she wasn't, she wouldn't be in the car. He just agrees, telling the other two to sit in the back. They agree with that. He asks why she suddenly decided to go to the Mohai base with him. She tells him not to ask because if she said she wants to go, she's going. If she wants to, she's going to do it. He says if she wants to come with him to train, she just has to say it. He doesn't need to make such a big deal. But she starts saying that her own will to go has absolutely nothing to do with him. So being in his car is just a coincidence. And she apparently is distant from Sundari. The good thing is now he has two versions of his sister, one to marry and the other just to give affection, keep at a distance, and still be family. They say goodbye to everyone. Lindsay says the boy's future looks very promising. On the road, he finally arrives at the base in Rai. On the road, Sia starts asking why Jin doesn't want to give a hug, and the girl says the kitty is kind of shy. Then Yui says that in 3 months the Mohai base will open the secret land, asking if Yetian is interested. He asks what that is, and Xia asks if he doesn't know what a secret land is, asking how he became such a great warrior, and she says that, simply put, a secret land is kind of a parallel space detached from Earth, and she says it seems related to a disaster from 100 years ago, that she says warriors cross spatial rifts to hunt rare treasures inside, and it's one of the most important ways for a warrior to increase their own strength. And he wonders if anyone can enter this secret land, but Yui says not exactly, because secret lands have classifications. And she says the one opening in 3 months is only accessible to great warriors like them, and she says weaker or stronger warriors who try to enter will be nullified by the secret land's restrictive power. And he says this is news to him, but she says spots to explore secret lands are highly contested. But there's one thing, if she gives him a spot, someone from the Yui clan will lose theirs, so she says it's a rare opportunity, asking what he thinks. And he finds it complicated, saying he'll pass because he's afraid of causing problems for others. But she notices he's pretty indecisive, saying he doesn't seem like a real man at all. And she starts pulling the steering wheel, almost throwing them off a cliff. And by afternoon they arrive at the abandoned camp, saying they'll stay the night there. So he just goes to wash his face, thinking it's a relief to be stopped, and soon offers to check the dinner she prepared. And Yui again asks if he's sure he doesn't want to go to the secret land, and tells him to think carefully, because if he misses this chance to enter, no one knows when there will be another. And she says opportunities are vital for them, the warriors. And he says actually he even wants to go, but it's the first time both he and his sister leave the base there in High, and if he's not by her side, he can't feel at ease. And then the girl starts laughing, because that's the reason. And she asks if he forgot what his family does, saying the Martial Pavilion has branches at the Mohai base and he should leave Yo with her. And he asks if she's serious, and she says it's just a small thing. And so he agrees to go with her, and she says it's good, he's decided, telling him not to hesitate when the time comes, and he just asks her to let him, saying, now they're going to save a good amount of money. And then he says he wants to know everyone's opinion on something, saying now they're more than 3,000 kilometers from the Mohai base, and asks if they prefer to get there as fast as possible, or if they want to enjoy the journey and explore the mountains and rivers, and both say they're fine with either option. But she notices they spoke at the same time, and they wonder what kind of synchronicity that was, creating a silly vibe between them. Then, Yu Chimeo says he wants to explore the mountains and rivers and see the world outside, asking if he can, and she says, of course. And then X and I ask if the two have anything against it, and both answer again together that they don't. So they just go to rest. But while they explore the mountains and rivers, things don't go as expected, with Yetian having to push the car by hand while fighting gigantic monsters. And so he starts copying various talents, and the two are surprised by the things they're finding along the way. And then, 3 months later, they finally arrive alive where they had to be at the Mohai base, and the captain of the ship taking them asks everyone to disembark orderly, and the boy says that place is really big, many times bigger than the Linhai base, and Yui says it's divided into several districts. Then a car stops near the boy, and the man who gets out says he's a driver from the Martial Pavilion of the Mohai base, saying he has been waiting for their arrival. And Yetian notices the Martial Pavilion is really rich, and Yui tells Xiaoyu to take Yu to the Martial Pavilion to rest a bit, and she worries about her brother, but he asks her not to worry about him and just go, and she tells him to be careful because she'll be waiting for him, and he tells her not to worry. And when alone with Yui, she says now it's time to start working. Then, in a certain district of the Mohai base, a plane lands there, and she says there are several common martial warriors there too, and they say he must have come to watch. After all, there aren't many good martial warriors around. Outside, they notice the dimensional portal starting to appear and notice it's very small, wondering if people can really get in there, and she says the way it is. Of course not, and says it needs to be forcibly broken, so the boy is surprised by that. But then King Yum climbs up there and starts approaching the portal. Then Yoi asks if he's seeing that flying in midair, saying that's an all-powerful king. And the boy is surprised by that, noticing that after the Grandmaster comes the king rank and a king full of himself in the air. And the boy is surprised that the Morai base has that kind of person, saying he wants to see how he'll break the dimensional portal. And so he just takes one of his fingers, pointing it forward and making a huge pillar in the air. And everyone is surprised by that, asking what kind of secret technique that is. And he throws that pillar that ends up turning into a finger, opening the space-time. And so the rift opens. Everyone starts saying a king is too much. And after descending, the boy wonders what kind of talent he has. And when he looks at the status window of a king, he notices that his cultivation talent is transcendental. Yetian realizes that besides the apex rank, there's also a transcendental rank, and realizing this, he says he won't hold back. So, the status window shows that he successfully copied the transcendental cultivation rank. It was really time for the protagonist to transcend. Let's go. Transform into a king, I'm hyped. Reordering the sky, they say the passage to the secret realm is open, and everyone must prepare to enter in 5 minutes. And so they start to salute the king as he parades in front of everyone. And the boy thinks that a king also has a spatial talent. He wonders what kind of secrets he's hiding, and it's a shame he can't keep copying, because he'll have to wait for another chance next time. And so his talent also reaches the transcendental rank. Yui says that what she's giving him is an interdimensional storage pouch and an EPS tracking watch. He can store many things in that pouch, and the GPS tracking watch can show his locations, and she tells him to take them, because they'll be really useful in the secret realm. The boy thanks her for the items, and she says she doesn't know where they'll end up after entering the secret realm, so they'll regroup as soon as possible, and she says if they can't get out within 1 month, they'll have to wait for the next time it opens, which is in 10 years. The boy keeps that in mind, or else he'll be stuck there for a long time. Then the guy who probably weighs like 3 tons easily shows up behind the boy, wondering if this weakling is the pro his sister Lin invited. And he asks if she's saying that kid has the skills of a great martial warrior, saying Sister Lin is being fooled, and the others around say that guy's presence is pretty oppressive, and everything he lays eyes on is trouble. So he thinks about staying away from that thing, and Yui says bye, telling him he's her friend, so she tells him to be more respectful. He asks if that weakling stole his spot as her friend, and she still asks him to respect the kid, saying he can't do that, patting the boy on the back. The big guy asks if he doesn't even dare to fart, calling Yetian a coward. Then he tells him to get lost and go home to drink his milk, saying it's better if the boy doesn't let him see inside. Yetian asks if he's always this bold. She has nothing to say. And the city radio announces that the secret realm is officially open and wishes everyone a safe and productive journey. So everyone starts entering and invites him to come in too. As they leave, everyone watches from afar. Meanwhile, his sister thinks he needs to come back safely. And already inside, he falls in a pretty awkward way and starts groaning, thinking his butt hurts. Looking around, everything is red, and he notices that this is the secret realm, which also looks like an ancient civilization. But as he walks, he steps on something and realizes it's a 100-year-old spiritual ginseng. And when he stands up, he sees there are many around. He immediately thinks he'll get rich, putting all those flowers into his bag, and they start flying as he thinks that money lover will probably faint when she sees this. He says he'll check the other places, but as he walks, he notices someone was attacked by a fierce beast right after entering the dungeon, and it seems he can't be careless here. Then his watch starts beeping, and he notices it's Yuling's location, realizing she's in danger, and she really starts getting beaten badly, almost thrown away. When she falls, she looks badly hurt and prays for Yetian to find her soon because she's surrounded by goblins. He goes at full speed, thinking it must be in that direction, and tells Yu to wait for him. Meanwhile, she's in a tough battle surrounded by those monsters, until one of them manages to hit the girl's head, throwing her straight to the ground. Then they start surrounding her, and when she's about to receive the final blow to finish her off, the boy arrives. Throwing that monster away, killing it with a single kick and standing in front of her, he tells her to stay there and leave the rest to him. Then he charges at the monsters, killing them pretty easily, and all of them run from the boy. But he still chases and manages to kill them one by one. Seeing that, she thinks that with Yetian, her father's unfinished wish will probably be fulfilled. He asks what happened, because with her combat skills, those few fierce beasts shouldn't have hurt her that much. And she says, of course, because it wasn't those that hurt her. She says she was wounded by the demon-eyed snake. And that advanced fierce rank beast has a visual spell talent. She says she used that secret technique and escaped, but didn't expect to be ambushed during the escape. She says this dungeon has a precious treasure, but also a risk of death, and says this is where it really begins. I swear I acted like she was so weak to be pressured by that tiny monster right after entering, already wondering why she went there. But if she was attacked earlier by a boss and her life was short, it's understandable. And when they enter a place, she drinks some beast blood and starts cultivating, healing quickly. And the boy says that since she knows a lot about the secret kingdom, he asks what the most precious treasure there is, wondering if she knows whether there is a treasure of the sky and the earth. and she says the most precious must be the Lifestone Path, but she says this great resource is the target of the Yum family. And the boy asks if that is the king's family, and says it's also her target. But she says no, explaining that she wants to find the treasure her father left behind, and he is surprised by her father's treasure. She says that 20 years ago, her father went there and discovered an extremely rare treasure. But unfortunately, it was guarded by a fierce beast with teleportation talent, so he couldn't get it, and that's why this time it's her goal. And he is surprised that she said it was a teleporting beast. And she says that according to her father, there's a high chance it's a fierce beast with medium spatial talent, and she says it's very dangerous. And the boy thinks about this medium spatial talent, since the king's is only at the novice level, so he says he definitely needs to catch it, trembling with excitement. And the girl starts stretching, getting fully in shape, saying it was lucky to meet him, and he asks what treasure she's obsessed with, asking if she can tell him. And he says now that he's become her partner, she should be able to tell him, saying, there's a treasure called the celestial soul flower. It's a treasure of earth and sky that can increase someone's cultivation level. And she says, in other words, the celestial soul flower allows you to create a genius. And the celestial soul flower is synonymous with a great supreme master. And she says one flower is enough for someone to dominate a place like the Highline base. So he thinks that's amazing, but Yui says she's not the only one who needs it. He and his sister also need it, and he says he definitely can't use it, but I really need it. So he asks if she knows how many celestial soul flowers there are in total, and she says 20 years ago there were 10, but they might have been sold or multiplied in the meantime. And she says the most complicated thing in the joint treasure hunt is unequal loot, and says so no matter how many are left, she's willing to give him half, but he must promise to use all his strength to deal with that fierce beast. And the boy says, of course, making a deal with her. Look, what I'm about to say is just a guess, but in my opinion, I think he's going to contribute a little more than she will, right? Okay, but let's keep it 50-50 so no one loses out or gets treated unfairly. And then he asks if she knows the exact location of the treasure, and she just tells him not to worry and to follow her. I'm starting to think the author is going overboard. He put something in this girl's gut. She's hiding some kind of weapon there. It's not possible. And the boy, while following her, thinks the celestial soul flower is really good, but he's more interested in that spatial talent. And continuing, the boy says her father was there 20 years ago, so he must have thought of a plan. And she says, of course there's a plan. Then she pulls something out, throwing it into his hand and asks what it is. And she says this thing is called a formation disc and was made by her father, who spent a large amount of money having it shaped by the formation master. Then she says the formation pattern above is called the vacuum formation, which greatly reduces the effect of teleportation. And the boy is surprised that even teleportation can be restricted, and she says, of course, saying that everything in the world completes and also counters each other. No matter how strong you are right now, it's just that your natural enemy hasn't been discovered yet. And the boy thinks about this, wondering then what the natural enemy of his talent is. But she tells the boy not to think her formation is perfect, because its effective time is only 3 seconds, and its effective range is 800 meters. Then she says her original plan was to activate the formation disc first and then activate the secret technique while cooperating with him. However, she thinks it's a shame that to ignore the demon eye serpent, she had to use the secret technique beforehand, so she can't use it again for now. And the treasure hunt can't be delayed. He says he'll do his best. Irla just gives a confident little smile and then stops during the night, and he asks why she stopped, and she says they've arrived. And then she asks if he sees that cave, saying the spiritual flower and the spatial beast are there. And he asks what she wants him to do, but she tells him not to rush, because it will take some time to set up the formation method, so he should wait until she thinks of a strategy to lure it. And the beast continues lying there calmly, until it notices the boy outside and fixes its eyes on him, and he feels its presence, and it instantly appears behind him, and the girl notices it already left, because it's a spatial talent with its own perception, and it appears behind him from the of Silva. The boy accesses its attribute window and thinks that's a spatial talent and it's really good. So he says he'll lure it first, telling Elling to wait for the opportunity to open the formation disc, and she agrees with him and moves back. And the beast instantly attacks the boy's body, hitting him, so he thinks it's similar to teleportation, but completely different from speed talent. And she throws it far away while he thinks that since that's how she wants it, he'll play along and they'll have fun, using Kerr's talent and grabbing his dagger. Meanwhile, the girl gets down on the ground, activating that mandala, and asks Yetian to try to hold on, because it will be over soon. And she keeps focused on that one while the monster charges at the protagonist again using teleportation, and when he enters that, she appears behind the boy. But he was already sharp and doesn't let himself get shaken by her trying to hit him, instead disappearing. And he says she's not the only fast one there, because his speed isn't bad either. The beast seems very focused, using teleportation again, appearing next to him, but the boy manages to escape quickly and pull out his dagger, and with that, he manages to parry her attack. Then he talks to Elling, asking how long until the formation is ready. She says only 3 seconds are left, and the monster teleports again. While teleporting, he appears on top of Welling. Even though only 2 seconds remain, the boy starts using all his speed to fall behind the mountain, grabbing one of its wings. Then she uses the vacuum formation and opens it along with the shield over the monster, giving them the 3 seconds they need, and starts to press that creature. Then she is thrown to the ground, and the girl thinks it's finally done. While they trap the monster, it starts to grow. Y says that's her gigantification talent, and says that's bad because the formation disc won't hold, and tells Yetian to take advantage of this opportunity. He really does, and cuts off the monster's head with a single strike, using the shadow blade and splitting its jaw in two. And so the head falls beside the girl, and she's shocked because that was just one very powerful blow. And just like that, the circle simply loses its power and falls beside him. He says it's a shame because a good treasure can only be used once, and she talks to Yetian, telling him to answer if he's hiding his strength, asking how he instantly dealt with the teleport. He says no, actually he was just fast, and it was better to attack when it was giant. It's all thanks to the formation. And he also reminds her to check how many celestial soul flowers are left, saying that's more important. She just gives up, telling him not to try to hide anything because she'll pull it out of him sooner or later. And she runs off thinking about those 20 years, hoping some are left, and if not, she won't be able to explain the same to Yetian. Meanwhile, he keeps the monster's body and says he really hit the jackpot this time. Meanwhile, she actually finds the celestial soul flowers, noticing there are 8 of them and it will be a fair split. But then, as she pulls, she thinks it will be 4 each and no one will lose out, thinking it's lucky. And the protagonist arrives behind her, wondering why this cave has a familiar aura on the right. And so she gives him the flowers that belong to him, and he thinks this time the harvest was abundant. But then he feels something strange and says he just remembered, saying this is the golden dragon panther's time when it was searching for spiritual herbs, thinking there are treasures around here. Then she asks what he's doing since they already got the celestial soul flowers, asking if they're not going to leave. Then he says if she's in a hurry, she can go ahead and they'll meet later, and she questions if the celestial soul flowers won't satisfy his appetite. She says greed is a taboo when it comes to treasure, and asks if he doesn't understand the principle of moderation. But while she talks to him, he just craps. Then he notices it must be around there, touching the wall and activating his strength talent, opening a hole in that thing. And so she asks what Yetian is doing. Then she notices there's a secret cave there and he says it was a great discovery. And when she gets to the front, she wonders what that is, with several earth incense lotuses. And he thinks he really got something big. Seeing those earth incense lotuses, he asks if she knows what they are. And she says they're rare, and that this flower is rarer than the celestial soul flower, and the market price is at least 5 times higher. Unfortunately, despite the high market price, there's no demand for it. The protagonist asks if no one wants it. She says the earth incense lotus is used for someone's innate talent, but it can't raise the level of the applied talent. And she says it can only unlock new evolutions for the innate talent. But whether those evolutions can be used depends on the talent itself. For example, someone once used it on a lightning speed talent, and it turned into wings instead. Then she says it doesn't have many uses, but there's a chance it could become a very advantageous ability. But that happens 1 in 100,000 times. And she says regardless, it's concluded that this flower isn't valuable compared to others, and only the rich buy them trying to change their innate talents. And that's why there's no demand. So the protagonist starts thinking about this new evolution, thinking his innate talent is copying talents. Then he wonders what kind of evolution will come if he uses this flower and starts having some very mischievous thoughts. And he talks to Yua Ling asking if she's interested in making a deal with him. She asks what kind of deal it would be, and he asks her to wait for the moment, leaving there and grabbing the flower. Then she gets surprised by this, asking him who said he could just rip it off. And she says she also has a part of that lotus, and tells him not to dare take it all. He tells her not to worry, since she mentioned the price of that lotus is the celestial soul flower, and since he has a part of both the lotus and the bat corpse, he asks how about he gives 3 tails of the celestial soul flower in exchange for half of her lotus flower. She's surprised, because the price of 3 tails of the celestial soul flower is even higher than the combined price of the lotus and the bat corpse. She starts wondering if he lost his mind or something. Then she thinks that with such a crazy merchant, she should teach him a lesson. So she says it's all good, since he worked hard to help her, she'll give it to him for a cheap price. Then he says she can take it, and she thinks he's crazy, like she basically got 3 tails of the flower for free. She says she ended up with a total of 7 tails of the celestial soul flower. Just on this secret mission, she says that should be enough to negotiate with that person. Then the prota starts cultivating right there, taking the lotus and sending it inside. Then he notices that his talent really got upgraded now, and the system tells him the second copy of the talent has been unlocked. He says that being able to copy a talent a second time means he can copy talents twice a month. He says it's a sweet evolution of his talent. After all, the kid will be able to use the hack. Twice. Now he won't have to wait to steal someone else's skill again. He says he likes it, getting happy about it. And to test the ability, He tests the explorer talent using just the wave to see how far it goes. He notices it's 200, 400, expanded to 500 meters, realizing he increased it exponentially. That's amazing, because besides being able to copy talents a second time, he also managed to increase the range of his exploration talent to 500 meters. Trading 3 tails of the celestial soul flower was totally worth it. Actually, even if he traded all 10 tails, it would still be profitable, but he thinks there's still something he needs to do, so he pulls out the corpse of that bat he had killed, and the system says he successfully copied the medium spatial talent, asking if he wants to fuse the talents, and he quickly says yes. So, the talents fuse perfectly with him. He feels a bit tired and his attribute window keeps getting bigger. He says now he has teleportation, spatial perception, spatial mark, and pocket inventory. He says this spatial talent is the strongest talent he's ever seen. Then he pulls out the pocket inventory, managing to create a square in the palm of his hand. He says this spatial storage only has 30 cubic meters, but it's enough to keep others from stealing from him, and with the pocket inventory, he can hold all his items. Then he says he'll store everything there, and now he'll start a new harvest. And his psycho face is cracking up, dude. Outside, the girl keeps dozing off, waiting. He comes beside her and starts thinking she really looks like you, wondering how she's doing now. The girl stands up, noticing he finished cultivating, and grabs her weapon. He thanks her for standing guard for him. She says since he got the item he wanted, she's leaving the secret realm and asks if he's coming with her. He's surprised she's leaving already. He says actually, he wanted to train a bit more inside and maybe see what kind of treasure he could find there, but she says he's not familiar with the place and it's too dangerous for him to stay alone. This place isn't easy to survive like he thinks. But he tells her not to worry, because he's definitely strong enough to stay safe. He says he'll accompany her to the teleport point since they should be able to get there before dawn. She notices there's no way to argue with him and thinks she needs to find a way to get out of the secret realm with him, getting more and more anxious. And so he notices the teleport is almost there, and they keep running until they get close. They notice people fighting nearby, and she says they're probably fighting over a treasure. It's a shame they can't sense who they are since they're too far away. The Prota thinks it's the perfect chance to test his new ability, using the spatial talent and his spatial perception. So he manages to see everything that's happening there, realizing this is the sub-ability of the spatial talent, saying, "It's amazing." 2 guys are fighting, one with a mace and the other with a long sword. He says the beast from that friendship is already dead, and the 2 humans are facing off. One of them tells Zankai the treasure is all his, and says he better give up trying to take advantage. Zankai says they don't know yet who will get the treasure in the end. Then they charge at each other, and the Prota notices they're Liang and Zankai. The boy asks if she knows them, and she wonders why they started fighting, questioning if the family and Zhang aren't on good terms. Then the boy keeps using spatial perception and notices they must be fighting over some kind of treasure, but asks exactly where he is. And that's when he notices that corpse over there, seeing that there's something in the mouth of that calamity beast. Man, let me tell you, that talent he got is straight up stolen, no joke. The guy noticed something in the beast's mouth, dude. And the 2 keep beating the crap out of each other hardcore, with shields breaking, axes flying, and they both end up crashing to the ground. So now you wonder if they died, if both of them died together. And she goes down there to see what happened. But the Prota asks what she's doing, asking if they shouldn't be at the portal. But she says those who don't take the chance to loot bodies for items are cowards. The Prota takes the chance to suggest they don't have to split the loot, and each keeps whatever they find, asking if she's down. And she says, of course, saying that's how they'll do it, telling him just not to regret it later. And he says he won't, but thinks he'll only admit defeat if he can find that spiritual grass seedling. And she tells him not to blame her for being smart and starting first. Then he asks why he's suddenly speeding up, and she gets down there to the bodies before him and starts checking out what's around. And she says she'll first grab all the items from his spatial storage, and then she moves closer to the other guy and notices all those items are his. But the Prota is already on top of the corpse asking if she wants it or not. Then she says it's a calamity beast corpse, saying it's huge and not worth much on the market. So he can keep it if he wants, and he asks if she's sure about that, and she says she's already said she doesn't want it, telling him to feel free to do whatever he wants. Then the Prota flashes a sly grin, saying, "Then the corpse is his," telling her not to regret it. And she tells him to stop being annoying, since it's a calamity beast corpse, and she doesn't want it. So he opens the beast's mouth, and inside was the spiritual grass, and she gets a huge shock noticing what happened. And the cynical Prota, not worth 10 cents, says he's super lucky and there's a spiritual grass seedling in its mouth. Then she tells him to wait, asking him to let her see that spiritual grass seedling. But he asks why, since it's his. And she grabs his hand, noticing it's the fire talent spiritual grass. And the Prota realizes she can recognize what it is, so he asks if it's really valuable. Then she tells him to take care of it and starts laying on the charm, asking if he wants to trade items with her. And he notices how sneaky she is and asks her to first tell him exactly what this spiritual grass is and why both the Zhang and Li families were killing each other over it. and she says she only has one skill, and it's actually pretty simple. It lets whoever consumes it get a fire talent. And the prota asks if that's all, and she asks if he knows how insane the concept of adding a talent is. And even some monarch-level experts are just people with high cultivation talent, but none of them have unique talents like this. So, for those families, a high-level attack talent gained from the fire talent spiritual grass is extremely valuable. But the prota thinks he can copy any kind of talent without any restrictions, so this is totally useless to him. Hold up, big guy. Hold up, big guy. Not everyone has the hack shoved up their ass. Not everyone was born with their ass pointed at the moon, big guy. Chill, chill, chill. There are normal people in this universe. And she says she'll be honest with him, saying the ancestor, the monarch level of the Yui family, is desperate for it too. He urgently needs a unique talent, and if he gets this fire talent, he'll be able to boost his battle power tenfold. Look, I don't want to be a sucker, but this dude here, he's kinda on his last legs, right? Maybe it's not the smartest move to give this thing to this guy? And the prota says since she needs it so badly, he'll give it to her then. And she's more than surprised that he's giving it to her. And he says, of course, since neither he nor his sister can use it, it makes more sense to give it to her. But the girl almost doesn't know what to say. He says he'll look around and see if there's anything worth his time. Then he asks if this is the difference between him and others, saying some might see it as a treasure worth sacrificing for, while others can't be influenced and prefer to give it away. And she says Yetian really is someone who will achieve great things in the future. And he thinks if it's useless to him, then if he gives it to Elling, she'll owe him a favor. Not to mention if he sold this item to the Martial Pavilion, they'd charge a fee. He won't choose a loss over a profit. And so he takes her to the Secret Realm's teleport portal, leaving her in his mouth. She asks once more if he's sure he won't come out with her, and he says yes, saying he wants to stay around there, and she just gives up, saying in that case she'll leave the special storage with him, since her sister needs the divine soul flower, and she'll give him another one. And she says anyway, she can't take something without giving someone something in return, and he says he'll accept, and she also warns that the limit for how long he can stay there is 1 month, and the closer to the deadline, the more dangerous the teleport gate will be, and she tells him to be careful. And the boy says he understood, so she goes ahead and remembers to tell him that if he sees anyone from the family, he should remember to avoid them and run away because they have a monarch-level specialist. He thinks about the Yunrei King's family, and she talks to Yetian saying she'll be waiting outside and just leaves him behind. And look man, her design is getting better, huh? The artist is really going all out drawing this woman. While she's leaving through the portal, she thinks it probably won't take long for him to progress faster than her. Oh, if I told you the strength this boy has, man, look, good thing you don't know. And she thinks she needs to work harder on her cultivation. She's just gonna fall behind, admiring him from afar. The exact moment the girl leaves, the protagonist says the dead floor is finally gone, and now he's gonna tear it up, saying it's his specialty, as he simply disappears from there, using his speed. Outside, they notice the secret kingdom's entrance shaking, realizing someone is coming out after only 2 days. And Elling appears in the city center falling down, making a huge scene. So, some guys think she probably has some treasures, thinking that people who return after only 2 days probably aren't strong enough and don't have good treasures. But they also think, if they do, this is the best time to take them. The girl falls outside all hurt, which is pretty weird. Meanwhile, people start pushing and shoving, asking for permission to pass. And an old man goes up to Yueling and asks what happened and why she's so injured and what happened in the secret kingdom. She says they should first return to the clan. Meanwhile, the king is watching from above, noticing she's a descendant of the Yui family and seeing how hurt she is. He figures she probably ran into a calamity beast and was forced to flee, and he thinks she probably didn't find any treasure. He starts calling for his golden egg-laying hen to come quickly so he doesn't waste time there. Meanwhile, Eling tells the crown that his wounds were superficial and asks what happened there. She says there were many experts waiting to ambush and steal the treasures obtained in the secret kingdom. So she pretended to be badly injured and was forced to escape to trick them and get out safely. Then the crown wonders if she found any treasures there, and she says she did, mentioning she found the spiritual grass of fire talent. He's surprised it really is the spiritual grass of fire talent, which is exactly the herb that can grant talent to others. She talks to Uncle Ben, saying she needs to ask a favor regarding this spiritual grass of fire talent. He says she made a huge contribution to the family by finding this spiritual grass and asks her to tell him what she needs. She says it's a simple request, saying she wants to see their ancestor, and he's shocked by that. She says she knows she shouldn't be allowed to see the ancestor because of her lower status in the clan, but this is very important to her, and she hopes he can help. He says she's a pretty bold kid. She says if she can't see the ancestor, then she'll never hand over the spiritual grass of fire talent, even if it means she'll be ruined. He asks if there's nothing else she wants, and she says she just wants to see her ancestor. So he says he'll make the necessary preparations, and by night, after a senior ban, She says she hasn't relaxed like this in a long time and goes to the window wondering how Yetian is doing in the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, over at Hell's quarters, the protagonist is killing monsters left and right, thinking this is a joke and there's nothing here that can fight him. Oh, DM Ban, this guy, look at how many monsters he's killed. This is pure hacking. And so in the real world, by morning, a woman arrives saying the elder and Ban asked her to take the girl to the meeting hall, and she says she's ready to go. And there in the hall, their elder says that to be able to find the spiritual grass of fire talent, she did a good job. Then he asks her to tell him what reward she wants from him. The girl starts trembling like a green twig, saying she'd like to meditate and try to understand the Enlightenment monolith. Uncle Ben, on the other hand, starts yelling, asking if she wants to meditate and try to understand the Enlightenment monolith, saying it's the foundation of the family, and even he doesn't have the right to understand it, saying she's gone too far with this request. She says she also got 3 seedlings of the divine soul flower in the secret kingdom and is willing to give them all to the family disciples if their ancestor agrees to her request. So the crown keeps sipping his tea calmly and says, the time for the Enlightenment monolith is almost gone. Everyone who tried to understand it found other places to belong, and he ends up telling her to change her request. She says she has no other request. She's not interested in anything else, so he gets pissed, throwing the girl away with just his intention. Then Uncle Ben gets desperate while the crown asks how she dares to try to negotiate with him and stands up furious, while the girl thinks no matter how much she cultivates, her talent will only reach the level of a grandmaster. She says she's not satisfied with her potential and wants to get stronger. Then he floats closer to her, asking how she dares. Then he slams the girl to the ground, and she notices that this is the aura of someone at the monarch rank, starting to lose breath, already desperate. And Uncle Ben tries to stop the ancestor, saying that Elling is still young. Even though she offended him, he asks him not to stoop to that level. But the girl tells Uncle Ben that this has nothing to do with him, so she stands up despite the pressure, saying she must understand the monolith of enlightenment. Then the old turtle is surprised that the girl can stand despite the pressure from his aura, so he waves his hand. But at that moment, the girl who is scared notices the pressure is gone, and Uncle Ben starts thanking the ancestor for sparing her. And he says that, as they say around here, there are rules in a country for people to follow. Therefore, there are rules in a clan as well, and he won't break those rules just to make an exception. And this is his personal plaque, and with it, they will allow him to understand the monolith of enlightenment. And he tells the girl to take it, and she's happy to have completed her mission, even though she took quite a beating for it. And so, already in the afternoon, Uncle Ben goes to the elder, saying that Elling brought 6 seedlings of the celestial flower and the fire talent herb. Then he orders them to be placed on the table, and he questions the ancestor, because at first he didn't agree with Yoing going to the Monument of Enlightenment, but asks how he ended up agreeing later. Then the old man says he likes her stubborn way because it's like seeing his younger self again. And so, still in that chaotic world, Prota finally finds some more herbs and pulls one, noticing it's another spiritual herb, but ends up falling from above directly into a lake, but manages to get out calmly, still holding the herb. Then he activates the spatial talent of the spatial cube and takes out everything he's collected so far. He says that in a few days he's already found a bunch of spiritual herbs, and his luck isn't that bad after all. And he says that on top of that, with the monsters he's killed, he's going to get richer and richer. But at first, he notices he smells horrible and needs to change clothes. And he remembers that his sister made him bring more sets of clothes. Meanwhile, a rat with bright red fur full of leptospirosis watches him from the top of a mountain. While the boy puts on another outfit without even taking a shower, he says he's going to crash hard tonight. But before that, he thinks he needs to find something to eat. But while he's thinking about that, something approaches, and he notices a boar covered in spikes and bones, also with mammoth ivory. He realizes the food has come to him, and soon after he's making a huge barbecue, and he thinks the heavens have blessed him with good fortune, eating some tasty meat. But while he's making his meal, that rat from before runs by stealing Prota's meat, desperate and starving. Then he says his meat isn't going to run after him looking for a lousy piece of meat. After a long time, he says whoever had the audacity to steal his meat is screwed in his hands. But then he notices that's a treasure talent, realizing the purple gold rat has a peak-level blood talent, along with a high treasure talent. And after his eyes widen, he simply charges at the creature, shouting that he's got him. But the rat quickly gives him a serious look, and he asks if he thinks he's going to escape, activating his spatial teleport talent, going after the rat and managing to grab it. Then the rat starts talking to Prota, telling him to let her go, and he realizes the rat is actually a she, and she keeps telling him to let her go, asking how he dares hold her like that. And Prota quickly asks if she prefers to call him master or become barbecue, and she immediately begs him not to kill her, saying she accepts him as master. And so they form a spiritual contract. He says that seeing those purple patterns on her, he'll call her Shazi, and she starts thanking him for the new name. He thinks the golden rat has a high treasure-seeking talent. That's going to be very useful for him. And he says Elling told him the energy stone mine is the most valuable treasure in the secret kingdom. and the first family is watching him, and he says that although the first family is powerful, now with Rostino and his talent, maybe he has a chance, saying he's going to take the risk. So he talks to Rostino, asking if she knows where the energy stone mine is, and she says, of course she knows, and with her treasure-seeking talent, she can clearly sense the location of the energy stone mine. So he asks if she's serious, telling them to head there right away, and she says she'll go right now, climbing onto his shoulder. Then he starts mentally apologizing to Yelling, because it seems he can't avoid confronting the people from the Yan family she warned him about before leaving. And he immediately thinks about stealing the prey from the tiger's mouth along with the little rat, and he takes off running, getting very close. Then the rat says the energy stone mine is nearby, but he also smells humans, and maybe it's already been taken by someone else. So he asks if there's already someone there using his spatial perception talent, and he says he sees many bodies and there must have been a little war between the families there. And so he uses his teleport talent to get closer without being noticed, rolling around there, noticing he's very close, hiding, and he notices the battle is still going on, and one of the people uses the Forbidden Earth spell, Rain of Boulders. Then they start throwing stones at their enemies, and one of them starts looking for a chance to attack the guy who's throwing stones, but he slams his staff on the ground using the earth stab, making a pillar of stone appear, and that guy gets slammed into it without even having to do anything. And then this kid says that was so badass because only the Ree family genius could kill so many people from the family one, and the dude has that badass mage design, you know? Badass design. His talents are apex, medium, beginner, and high. Nothing too flashy. And the girl says now that the kids are gone, it's the adult's turn, pulling out a great sword to fight him. Man, her design is so beautiful, dude. Killing her would be messed up. So the girl charges at him, saying all her treasures carry the family one name. He says he wants to see if she's got what it takes, activating the Forbidden Earth spell, Diamond Shield. And the girl just grabs her sword, launching a swift wind slash, cutting through all those stones. And he realizes she really fused the wind talent into her weapon, and even the toughest diamond shield was sliced in the blink of an eye. While the stones fall, the girl kicks him in the face, sending him flying before he even sees it coming. Then he activates the Forbidden Earth spell, Rock Rain. The spell triggers right near her. She gets a huge shock, and as the stones start falling, she deflects them all with her sword, asking if that's all he can do. While the stones fall, he activates the Forbidden Earth spell, Skyfall, and simply hurls a giant rock at the girl. She realizes this is a top-tier Earth skill and activates her speed talent to dodge out from under it, and the rock misses her. He's shocked she managed to avoid it. Then she says she'll show him the Forbidden Wind spell, Sharp Blade, which shatters that rock and flies straight at the old man, launching him into the air with deep cuts all over his body. She asks if the girl is in that cave behind him. He slowly gets up and says that girl is something he found with great effort in the secret domain after 10 years, and he definitely won't let anyone mess with her. Meanwhile, Prota, sly as always, watching from afar, notices the girl is in that cave, but his spatial sense can't detect anything, so he asks if there's some kind of restriction. Then the girl says he won't let anyone mess with her, asking if he can protect her, and says she really didn't want to use this here. After all, consuming this spiritual herb directly carries a huge risk, but now she just wants to eliminate him and throws that thing inside. And he thinks about that spiritual herb, saying it's a spiritual treasure that can boost talent. And Prota thinks eating spiritual herb directly could make him explode and die, asking if the girl's crazy, but she orders him to swallow it 3 times and start jumping. Then she almost has an igzass, starting to laugh uncontrollably, and a huge force ray bursts from inside her. The old man facing her notices her talent really had a massive boost, and apparently her shorts got a downgrade, right? They shrank a bit, and with that laugh, he realizes her talent has been upgraded to the transcendent realm. If Prota still had a talent copy, the dude would be way too happy right now, and he thinks this is incredible because she really evolved a transcendent cultivation talent, and so she talks to Hilam. If he begs for mercy now, she might consider leaving his body intact, but he says that's arrogance, because even if she evolved to a transcendent talent, it doesn't mean she'll beat him. He starts using his spells again, but the girl uses her speed to simply cut him to pieces, getting close without him even seeing. He just takes that attack and falls backward, and she talks about her advanced speed talent, which with the help of the top wind system talent, he seriously underestimated the power after the talent upgrade. And she asks if his combat intuition has gotten that weak, and it seems the Ree family genius title is worthless now. And he says on this cultivation path, so-called geniuses are countless, and even if she beats him today, in the future she'll just be a stepping stone for others. Then she says that's really lame. Losing is losing. And he still says useless words, telling her not to forget that her Iam family is the most powerful family in the Mohai base, all because they have a king-level commander. And before absolute power, no enemy exists. Oh, if I told you about a certain guy. Oh, if I told you, I want to see that fight. So, the river guy lies all beaten on the ground, wondering if this is the end of his life. But Prota comes close asking if he's okay. Then he asks who that is, and Prota says it doesn't matter and tells him to take this healing medicine first, because he should be able to recover his wounds, but he says it's useless, and that attack destroyed his internal organs. He's completely hopeless, and he asks if the kid also came for the ore, and Prota says yes. And he says he's surprisingly honest, but the kid says this place must have some mystery. Otherwise, the mine would have been completely extracted a long time ago. And he says exactly that. Inside the mine lives a fierce apex beast guarding the vitality stone vein. And he says that she dug countless tunnels in the cave, and anyone who enters will definitely get lost inside. Only the purple gold rat with the scissors talent can find the true location of the vitality stone vein. But the rat is an extremely rare mystical beast, and he hasn't found one even after 10 years of seclusion. So the protagonist asks if he's talking about that one, and he almost chokes in shock, because the rat is in the boy's hand, and he notices that it's that purple gold rat, asking how this is possible and starts weaving a story. Then he tells the boy that he really tamed the rat and even formed a spiritual contract with it. Then he says it's unbelievable because he never thought he'd see that before dying, and suddenly feels that the 10 years of seclusion were pretty ridiculous. And before he could even touch the rat, his hand doesn't have enough strength and falls to the ground. He thinks this is really destiny messing with us. Then he simply dies in front of the protagonist, and inside, that girl and one other ask how there can be so many caves and get lost. She says she'll choose one randomly and heads inside with her sword. Meanwhile, the protagonist makes a grave for that old man, telling him to rest in peace. He's not very happy after doing that. Meanwhile, the girl keeps following her path and says there's another fork, thinking it's like a maze. But then the ground beneath her starts to give way, and the beast at its peak lunges at the girl trying to eat her. But she manages to jump and escape from that monster. But it stays right in front of her, and she notices it's a high-level fierce beast, saying it wasn't in the reports. Then the beast starts gathering energy in its mouth, wanting to launch it at the girl. And the protagonist wonders from outside if the fight has already started, and tells the girl from the Yan family to hold it off for him, because now it's Shelzy's turn. And the little rat just calmly sets off in search of the treasure, and the protagonist starts thinking that all these caves are messing with Shia's perception. He keeps walking and says he found the real path, and he thinks it was pretty fast, noticing it's an underground river. Then he says the caves are just to confuse intruders, but the real entrance is this discreet pond, and without a purple gold rat, it would be easy to fall into the trap. Then he thinks the water is no problem and says he'll go down with Shia, and the two jump into the water, diving all in. And he says he made it, thinking it must be there, seeing a cave at the bottom of the lake. And sometime later, that girl's sword is all broken, and she's worn out too. Then she says that's nothing compared to her, but admits she didn't expect this creature to be so strong, and she keeps fighting it, until she says it looks like she'll have to use a secret treasure, pulling out a tiny orb, burning a bit of electric energy, and that orb is a king-level artifact, and she makes that creature feel the power of that artifact, unleashing her power while the creature also releases its own. She presses it, unleashing an extreme magical assassination wind. It shoots a beam of power so strong it pierces through the creature's head and comes out the other side. And outside the mountain, you can see that energy beam. Even underwater, the little rat tells the protagonist that the mine is about to collapse, and he thinks that energy wave is way too powerful. And this doesn't seem like something from that Yan family girl. Thinking something's wrong and they need to be quick, he keeps going, and now uses the speed talent to swim even faster. Above, the beast falls stinking with a huge hole near its head, and the girl feels relieved she got a protection artifact from the family head, or else she'd be in trouble. But she herself doesn't seem too good either, because this hand here feels painful after using R for all for the first time, so she wonders where that energy stone mine actually is. Meanwhile, the protagonist notices that's the exit arriving at the mine, and the rat tells him to look quickly. Around him are tons and tons of crystals, and he's shocked by so many stones there, telling the family member he'll take them all, and says he'll start with some in a corner, but the rat says the energy stones are very hard, warning him to be careful while mining. He says it's no problem, using his strength, talent, and swinging a pickaxe at it, but he only manages to break a small fragment. Then he tells Shia they don't have much time, asking him to come help, telling him to gather the stones he mined, and then he'll store them all at once. But then, when he gets close to a stone and sniffs it a bit, he starts running, and the protagonist asks where he's going, and he tells the boy to follow because he made an important discovery. He thinks about it, wondering if those aren't the most valuable energy ores there, but he says he smelled golden treasure, and it's very likely that it's that legendary item. And when he gets there, there's an item on a pedestal, and he says that's the energy core. All the energy stone mines are just byproducts of it. It's the most precious treasure in the entire secret kingdom, and the boy is surprised by that. And the little rat says he can help the master reach king level in the future, and the boy is shocked just by the possibility of reaching king level. And he says he's climbing the ranking of the strongest on the continent. He's going to be side by side with some crazy people. So, as he keeps walking, he gets closer to it, but the rat tells him not to get any closer because the energy core's power is way too strong, and if he touches it directly, he'll melt away until nothing's left. So, the boy thinks no wonder it suddenly got so hot, and he thanks himself for having copied the resistance skill and defense skill on the way to the Morag base, because now they're going to come in handy. So he grabs those skills and activates all of them, creating a bait-like shield around him. Then the little rat wonders, how is it possible that the master has so many skills? He reaches out his hand toward that thing and starts to disintegrate at the tips of his fingers, getting more and more hurt. He gets close enough to grab it with his hand but gets thrown back, and the rat gets worried, telling him not to do that. But he can't get close to the protagonist because the energy core's power is too strong, and normal defensive skills can't hold up. If this keeps up, he'll be burned to ashes, but he activates his healing skill, making his arm go back to normal. He says he just needs to touch it, thinking it's just a little more. And so he manages to activate the space skill, personal space, and puts that thing inside it, and he thinks he finally got it. He's thrown back, so he tells the little rat not to worry because he's fine. And so he manages to hold the energy core in the palm of his hand. But then he notices that without the core's support, that place is going to collapse, and things start falling. So he calls the rat to get out, using his speed as fast as possible. Then the girl wonders what that tremor is, noticing the mine is about to collapse. Then she questions if it's because of the energy core, wondering if there's anyone else in the mine. Meanwhile, the protagonist is there with the crystals saying they can't waste the remaining energy stones. So he grabs the pickaxe once again and goes full Minecraft, mining all of them because he's not leaving any behind. And the lost girl up there thinks this isn't right. After all, there shouldn't be anyone else in the mine besides her. And if the energy core was stolen, then everything's lost. Hers is still up there, not even knowing what's going on, going back and forth, but so lost she's caught in a firefight. Until she hits a wall and bangs on it with her hand until it breaks. And on the other side, she wonders why a place like this would be there, but she can't find anything. Then she walks a bit more and picks something up off the ground, noticing that tiny piece is an energy stone, wondering if this is where the energy stones are kept. But then she questions why she doesn't see any stones around. Then she says this smells like human, and she notices someone, right? Someone already took everything and she gets really pissed. And she says she's screwed because it looks like someone got in there and stole the core and all those energy stones while she was fighting the monster. And she falls to the ground devastated, saying she's going to be killed by the housemaster for not completing her mission. And she curses that bastard, asking how he dares to take something her family and Yoon want, and says she'll find out who's behind this and kill them. If you want to cry, send a voice message. Meanwhile, outside, the happy protagonist talks trash, saying this was incredible, talking to his face, saying it's thanks to him they made an amazing profit. But he says the prodigy is lucky, because who would have imagined the energy core was inside too? And he says they're going to leave the secret realm together, and there's a lot of barbecue waiting for him outside. And so the little rat says he'll follow all his orders, and he says it's time to leave. Meanwhile, at the Yui family, two maids wonder what one is doing for the other, and she says she's bringing food to the young lady, because since she came back from her ancestral meeting, she's been locked in her room and hasn't eaten anything for days. And the other says to make sure no one bothers the young lady, not even to deliver food. But the girl says her body won't hold up if she doesn't eat for so many days. But the purple-haired one asks why she's so worried, telling her to just follow the elder's orders. Well, in the Yui family's medicinal hall, she's still locked inside meditating, and she says she used all her spiritual energy to defend against the ancestors' attack, but with her vital energy drained, it seems the barrier to advance to the next realm has finally opened. This is the sign of a great martial warrior advancing to the Grandmaster realm, and she says she's already used so much high-level monster blood and consumed many treasures to help her, and will definitely advance to the next realm this time. And she says she'll finally become a Grandmaster, so she keeps sitting there cultivating, fully focused, and in the middle of cultivation, the energy fluctuation causes the candle to go out. Then the girl senses everything around her and starts emanating more and more power and notices someone is there. And outside, even the butterfly manages to crawl out of its cocoon. Then a light descends from the sky, and everyone notices it's heading toward the family. And with this huge disturbance, they bet another Grandmaster has awakened. And the Yui family is really amazing. Looks like another famous person is coming from their family, and the ancestor notices something, saying this kid really has talent and potential. And she stands up really pissed off, realizing that this is how it feels to finally reach the realm of a great master. And she says there's no need to sit down and cultivate. She can instantly absorb all the vital energy from the air into her body, as if her soul is naturally resonating with nature itself. And she starts to feel everything around her, until she can even see a mosquito in slow motion beside her, and thinks her senses have become even sharper too. But she says the most important thing is that she has the unique psychic ability that great masters possess, And she also remembers that tomorrow is the last day before the entrance to the secret realm closes, and says she should go and find him. And so in the sky, the entrance starts to tremble and they notice someone else coming out, and two crazy guys fall from there onto solid ground. And someone says that from their experience, those who return last from the secret realm are the ones who got a lot of treasures. So they ask where they're going to trade their items, and they say they're going to check around. But then a dude in the middle of the street says he's curious about what treasures they got in the secret realm and that he's buying items at a high price, and everything is negotiable. And he pulls out one of the treasures he got right there in the street, asking why they won't give him a price estimate for it. So the dude notices it's a spiritual tree still pretty young and also damaged, and says the most he can offer is 10,000 gold coins. And the axe guy asks if he's trying to cheat him, because that's a 100-year-old spiritual healing herb. And even if it was used to make alchemy pills, it would still be considered high quality. And he only wants to give 10,000 gold coins for it. And he says if he's not satisfied with the price, they can still negotiate. Then he tells the second brother not to get worked up about it, and this isn't the place where they can fight. So he just lets the guy go, saying they got unlucky running into a dishonest merchant right after leaving the secret realm. And if they were still in the secret realm, this guy would have died over 800 times already. But his friend tells him to forget it. They say they'll look for other merchants since there are plenty around. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses his spatial teleportation talent, appearing near the merchant. And so Retinho asks if this is the outside world, because there are a lot of interesting people here. And he tells the little purple guy not to come out, ordering him to hide his presence properly, because his spatial talent can sense the gaze of a monarch in this city. Meanwhile, near the exit gate, announcements start warning not to miss the latest items when passing by, saying they'll sell secret realm treasures at a fair price. And the protagonist wonders why a monarch-level expert would be watching the secret realm's entrance, but he thinks he should forget about being first for the Yui family and uses his teleport talent to leave. They wonder if there was someone there and how they disappeared so suddenly. And the merchant thinks he must be imagining things. And the other axe guy says they're definitely going to get rich this time, because they managed to grab a lot of valuable treasures in the secret realm, and with them, they can make a lot of money. And the other tells him not to talk nonsense there, because they need to be careful in case someone attacks. He really does get attacked, because he steps on a magic circle, and the two disappear, appearing somewhere else, being thrown around recklessly, and they notice the spatial teleport and spatial talent. When they arrive, they wonder why there are so many bodies there, and the king-level guy tells them to stop yelling, asking if he said they got a lot of treasure in the secret realm. Then he notices it's the king guy, King Yun, so he wonders why the monarch of Hank expert is around there, and he says they're like really annoying flies, so he'll kill them first. And right after activating a guy, he starts drinking and laughing, and wonders what kind of treasure they brought from the secret realm this time. And the protagonist starts wandering around, asking where the Yui family is, considering the Demon Sea base is really big. And he says if he'd known it would be hard to find them, he would have asked for their address, and maybe he should ask someone for information. But then the girl herself uses her speed to get close to him, and she attacks without warning, throwing the guy away. And she notes what she did, and he says it hurts, but he doesn't remember making any enemies at the Demon Sea base. So why is he still getting beaten up while walking the streets? And she asks Yetian if he's okay. He notices Yiling, and she apologizes, saying she managed to advance to Great Master, so she wanted to test his strength. She says she didn't expect him to be off guard. So Will asks if she advanced to Great Master, and she says she just got lucky. Testing strength. Next test, I'll tell you where it's gonna be. And he says he didn't think she'd become a Great Master so soon. And she says she only reached that level by pure coincidence and only advanced after using a lot of the natural treasures her family had. He notices he's talking to the spoiled daughter of a bourgeois family who says she can't believe she completely surpassed him now, but she says he can do it too. And the protagonist thinks the Yui family's resources are really extensive, but the main reason Yine managed to advance to that level is because of his sufficient talent. And the Demon Sea base has countless experts out there, and if he wants to settle in there, well, he will need to be quick and improve his overall level too. So Reno talks to the boy, saying he's hungry, asking when they can eat some meat. Then he asks about how she got out of there, and she notes that it's the hunter rat, the purple treasure. And the protagonist is surprised that she recognized it as a famous spirit beast. And she says it's not just famous, it's also immeasurable and complex to obtain, even with a lot of money. And there's no need to go to the Martial Pavilion to sell it. She says everything's set for him, just asking him to name his price. Then the rat asks him not to sell it, and he apologizes to her, saying it's his spirit animal, and therefore he can't sell it. Then she says that's fine, and who would be good enough to sell such a valuable spirit? And so she takes him to the apartment where Ayu lives. Then he asks if she's not going to visit her, and she says it's been a while since the siblings saw each other, and it wouldn't be good to interrupt their reunion, saying she'll visit another day and that she'll send someone to take her to the Martial Pavilion headquarters tomorrow. He probably got a lot of treasures from the association for him, and he says he'll leave that with the girl. As she leaves, he asks you to open the door, because he's back. And the girl is surprised to see her brother and blushes, closing the door. And he wonders what she's doing, since he's her older brother. And she asks if he remembers now that he has a younger sister. And when they got there, he immediately left for that secret realm and hasn't returned until now, asking if he knows how her life has been, living there alone in a place where she doesn't know anyone. And he apologizes, saying it's all his fault, just asking her to let him in. And she tells him to stay outside and never come back. And he says if that's the case, he uses his teleport talent, appears inside next to her, and she asks how he got in. He says he used a skill he got in the secret realm, wondering how, and she asks if it lets him walk through walls, saying it's intriguing. And the protagonist thinks the spatial talent is very useful, and he says he has a present for her, telling her not to be upset anymore. Then she notes the little face, asking what its name is. He says it's called Little Purple and has the ability to search for treasures, also saying it's an amazing animal, and she gets all excited about the little rat. Then the protagonist says he'll leave it in her care and thinks it's very easy to cheer her up. And then that little kitten he caught near the forest comes close, tapping the protagonist with its paw. Then he asks his sister when she started raising a pig, and she says this is the golden one. The boy is shocked because that thing is huge. Then the kitten says its master is very cruel because it's only a little chubby from eating too much. But it's not as fat as a pig, and he asks how the cat will fight in the future if it's that fat. And the kitten tells Reno that from now on, it will follow him and call him boss. Then the rat agrees very easily. Man, they brought Kaiden to get stronger, and already at night, the protagonist takes a good bath and thinks he'll start taking care of the little face from now on. Then he says he can now copy the treasure hunting talent. He goes straight to copying that, and thus gains another high-rank talent. And at the family mansion, the king calls the girl at night, saying that for her to fail a simple mission and still have the courage to come back and face him is very bold, and she says she was tricked. That guy took advantage of the fight between her and the Calamity Beast to grab the stones and the energy core, and he asks if she at least saw who it was, and she says he was too fast, so she couldn't see. All she could see were traces of the energy stones completely extracted. Then he asks if she's saying she doesn't even know the gender of who did it, and she says she doesn't know. Then the flamingo grabs her by the head, asking how she dares call herself the great hope of the younger generation of the Demon Sea Base when she brings such terrible results, and says she wasn't just tricked by that person but doesn't even know who they are. Then he asks her to tell him why he should keep her alive by his side, and she asks the ancestor to give her another chance because she will definitely bring back the energy core. Then he just throws her aside, saying that to steal something right under family one's nose, that thief must be from a great noble family. Then he orders to start investigating from that point to see which members of the noble families entered the secret realm, and he says she must know the consequences of failing a second time. And she says she understands, trembling like a green twig, saying she'll find that bastard. And already in the morning at the Marshall Pavilion headquarters, the protagonist is surprised that it's quite grand, and she says it's nothing special. Then he thinks he'll use this chance to test the treasure hunting talent of the little face. So upon entering, he already notices something strange because there's a lot of stuff there. And she asks what he thinks, saying it's not bad at all, saying he can test everything, and he thinks most are blue in color and don't seem to be amazing items. And following the coloration, the gold and red ones are the highest level, and so he keeps fiddling with things until he easily grabs a dagger. He wonders how it broke so easily, saying it's better to put it back before anyone notices. But at that moment, someone arrives saying he must be friends with Chow Lin, calling Yetian. Then she says Uncle Ben came to see him, and she says that's Elder Yu Ben, who's in charge of the Marshall Pavilion. Then he says it's a pleasure to meet the elder, and he tells the boy to look around, and if there's anything he wants, he can give him a discount. Then the boy senses something, feeling a golden color in the air, getting startled. He looks back, noticing that Egg has a transcendent aura. When he looks closely, it's a kind of celestial blood warrior dragon, and all its talents are a mystery he can't see. At the start, Ealing asks why he's so distracted, and the boy apologizes, saying he must have drifted off in his thoughts again. She says if he really has something to say, it better be quick, because Elder Yu is very busy too. But he says it's okay, and tells the elder that all those items are low level. He wants something good and suitable, saying money is no problem. And he realizes that boy has a lot of guts to say that. Elling wonders when this guy learned to disguise himself to fool people. And Ben says natural treasures, cultivation techniques, transcendent divine weapons, his pavilion has them all, and as long as he's willing to shell out the cash, the Marshall Pavilion can help get them. Then he asks if that's really the case and what he can get if he uses a vitality stone for a trade. Both of them are surprised by that, and Uncle Ben says that kind of stone, great vitality stones, are extremely rare. Then she asks Yetian if he really has a vitality stone, asking where he got it. The boy just says he got lucky, managed to snag it in the secret realm. And Uncle Ben asks him to please tell him the details of what he's looking for, because he'll go straight to his stock and grab the best he can. And he says he needs a cultivation technique that lets him reach the Grandmaster realm and a weapon similar to a short sword. He says perfect, that they'll find exactly that for him. And he also says that just that vitality stone will be more than enough. He asks the boy to wait a moment while he finds those items. And so he keeps thinking about that stone, saying they made a huge profit. The boy thinks just one small vitality stone is worth a lot of money. That means the core of the vitality stone is definitely a priceless treasure. And the girl keeps pestering him, asking him to tell the truth, asking where he got that vitality stone, because he couldn't have just randomly found it on the ground. But he says if he tells the truth about how he got that stone, he'll be in a dangerous and tough spot. But she says he's trying to fool her, telling her to spill it quickly. So he finally gets tired and tells her he stole that vitality stone from Family 1. She's shocked, asking if he's crazy, because Family 1 has been watching closely for a long time, and he asks how many he took, because if it's just one stone, he should return it quickly and still survive. But the girl says she really didn't count how many, and it was probably about a whole mine, and the girl almost faints hearing that, falls down sitting, saying they're dead and it's over, because it won't be long before Family 1 investigates and finds out they're involved. But he tells her not to worry, because he did the job very cleanly, so they won't be discovered. But she says he doesn't know how terrifying King Yum's methods are. This guy is not someone they can afford to offend. But then she realizes this is going nowhere, telling him to do whatever he wants, and if something happens, he shouldn't say he wasn't warned. Then he thinks he found a gold-level transcendent treasure. While he looks at the egg, Uncle Ben arrives with the purple cloud body refining technique and the Gamatista one, saying there are rumors that a monarch expert found this treasure and a tomb, so they're extremely rare and precious. He asks if the boy is satisfied with it, and as soon as he puts his aura on the dagger, it turns red, and he notices that red-level items are apex level, so it's probably true that an expert used it. Then he simply says he'll take everything, and Uncle Ben says the gold from the Vitality Stone trade was stored there, saying it's a VIP card, and he'll be able to enter the Martial Pavilion freely in the future with it. Then he says he can't believe there's still gold left, and Uncle Ben says that VIP card is extremely precious, and he can get a 70% discount anywhere with it. And he asks if that's really true, saying he has to keep it very safe. And at the start, he remembers to ask his Yui how much that egg costs, and he asks to take a look, noticing it's that one. And he says he wants that item, asking how much it costs. And he says since he chose it, he'll just give it to him, and the boy is surprised by that. He says it's just a way to try to make friends with him, and all you have to do is bring other treasures along with a vitality stone to your Martial Pavilion and trade them with them in the future. So the boy thinks he's really being given a transcendent level treasure for free, and he definitely doesn't know how valuable it is. And Ling says that if a dragon egg was cursed, it was always treated just as a display item. Then the boy asks about the dragon Silva, and she says yes, mentioning she heard it was sold by a cultivator without a seed to the Martial Pavilion. They tried various methods to hatch the egg but failed, and she thinks they were scammed by that cultivator and bought a defective item, but the protagonist thinks otherwise. It's not a defective item, and if the treasure hunter's talent detected it as a transcendent level treasure, then it must be something good, and he's gonna try to hatch it. He tells Yeleen he got a good amount of stuff, thanking her, and she says it was nothing. Then he asks why she doesn't come to his house, and he'll invite her to dinner. He's pretty good at cooking, and she says maybe another time because she still needs to go back to her family to handle some things. And he says that's okay. He and his sister will stay there permanently, so he'll bother her to help with a few more things. And she says that's just something she should do. After all, they're friends now, he says of course, and she can count on him to help any time. But then that fat guy from before comes back, saying he never thought the boy would survive and make it back there, and says he acted like a jerk in the secret chamber, gathering some useless items to trade with the Martial Pavilion, hoping to make some money for himself. But the girl tells him goodbye, saying he's a guest of the Martial Pavilion, and to be careful, which he says. And he tells Yoi he's just messing with that boy there, but she says if he has nothing else to do, he should go back to his family and stop causing trouble there. So he says he will, but then he lunges at the protagonist saying he'll be back. As soon as he gives that boy a proper welcome, he tries to hit the protagonist, but he just raises his shield, stopping the attack without even moving. And the fat guy notices that's a defensive talent stopping his attack, standing face to face with the protagonist, and he doesn't look very friendly. And the protagonist tells the fat guy it looks like he really wants to die. Then he starts trembling all over, seeing the face of death right in front of him. And Ling talks to Yetian, telling him not to fight there, since that's the main entrance of the Martial Pavilion's headquarters. So he lets it go, and she talks to the fat guy asking if that's enough, checking if they understand, and he says he'll go first, and she apologizes to him once again. Then she asks the fat guy what he's doing and why he's trying to cause trouble for her friend, but he collapses to the ground, and she's shocked. He asks how many calamity beasts he killed and how he could have such a strong blood seed. On the way home, he talks to Yu, and she, in turn, is calmly preparing food and asks him to wait because she's almost done cooking. And he says it's been a while since he ate this food, and it looks like it's going to be a good dinner tonight. Man, this is so weird. My God. It looks like I'm seeing the girl he just said goodbye to, who went home, changed personality, deflated her chest, and now is acting like his wife. But that's his sister, who literally looks identical to his romantic partner in the story. I'm going crazy. And she tells him to stop saying things with such a sharp tongue, just telling him to wait for dinner to be ready. And he sits down saying home really is the best place to be, and it's very comfortable to be there. And he notices Caden and Retinho also relaxing and pulls the egg out, saying he'll leave the dragon egg alone for now, considering even the Yui family couldn't find out more about it after all these years. Then he notices something strange, seeing the egg shaking, and with the egg trembling, he wonders why it beats like it has a heart, and his cat immediately gets all riled up, releasing electricity everywhere, and he notices little Jin is scared, asking if he's afraid of that egg, and he asks why the protagonist gave him a dragon, and he says he recently bought it, and it was just a defective egg. He has no idea why it started having a heartbeat now, and even its little face flies off. He asks what's wrong with it, asking if the egg is really that scary. They say he probably doesn't know, but dragons have a natural presence similar to domination over all levels of calamity beasts. So they say they are creatures above the monarch level, a kind of legendary existence. And the protagonist is surprised they're above monarch level, asking if that level even exists. And he says yes, but he doesn't know the exact name. Then he notices the egg stopped moving and thinks that's strange, since the Marshall Pavilion people clearly said this was an abandoned egg that couldn't hatch anymore. So he wonders why it's suddenly showing signs of life. Then he thinks a bit and decides to forget about it, since he'll store it in his inventory first. And then the rat says he knows, saying it must be the crystalline vitality core. So he asks if he's saying that the vitality crystal core suddenly awakened the dragon egg, and the rat says that's definitely it. And he says the boy put the vitality crystal core and the dragon egg in that pocket inventory. While he was inside, the vital energy from the vitality crystal core caused that originally dormant dragon egg to awaken. That's why it started having its own heartbeat, and the protagonist thinks that makes sense. He never thought the vitality crystal core could have such powers, and he says with a little face that he's really smart, and he says, of course he is, since he's the infamous treasure hunter rat. And Kaiden, on the other hand, starts complaining that they messed up his dream, and the protagonist asks Roxinho what he should do to hatch this egg, and he says not to rush, let the vitality stone core rest and regenerate. Once the heartbeat has fully returned, only then can they move on to the next step, and on the day they hatch it, the doctor will be able to obtain a spirit beast above monarch level. And he says he's looking forward to seeing what kind of beast it will be. Meanwhile, his sister says it's dinner time, telling him to wash his hands first. And so, after dinner, he says the purple cloud body refinement technique requires two conditions to advance to Grandmaster level. First is a transcendent cultivation talent, and second is a physical foundation with a refined mortal body. He wonders why the conditions for the purple cloud body refinement technique are so strict, and why it needs a transcendent talent to practice. He says Elling only had some kind of high-level talent and still managed to advance to Grandmaster level. And that Grandmaster from the S family was even less than that. He thinks the purple cloud body refinement technique is divided into 5 different sessions. First, the blood refinement technique, then the body refinement technique, bone refinement technique, and skin refinement technique. And finally, the refinement technique to cultivate all the organs and body parts to their greatest potential, and to break through that potential to form the strongest mortal body on Earth. This also requires many treasures from heaven and earth to replenish the essence. And he thinks this technique is really insane. He doesn't even wonder if they gave it to him so easily because no one else was willing to buy it, so he questions why he feels like he was tricked. And given the requirement to need many natural treasures from heaven and earth to assist cultivation, he's sure many people wouldn't be able to afford it. Not to mention the transcendent cultivation talent. So he keeps reading and wonders why there's a spatial mark there. Then he uses perception talent and notices that the mark has something to do with it. And he enters a completely dark place where he steps on something wet and notices his internal spatial realm of the purple cloud body refinement technique. Then he wonders if someone is there, and there really is, and the person says he has finally arrived, his successor. And the boy is shocked when the status window of that person appears. And here he is, a divine immortal human of thunder, and all his talents are impossible to copy. Besides, his cultivation talent is even impossible to see. And so he keeps calling him his successor, and he says he is the divine immortal of thunder to the protagonist. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night at the S family, a guy rides in on horseback making a huge commotion, and as soon as he gets off the horse, he runs to the young lady, saying he finally arrived and that he's someone from the Yui family. And he says when the secret realm was opened, his Yui family let a stranger in, and his name is Yetian. So she starts having a target to pursue. He asks who exactly he is to have connections with the Yui family, and he says they have no idea what the connection between them is. But this guy was brought back by Yui Elling, from the Yui family of the 5th Academy of Lin High Base, and he says he also discovered something else, that Elling reached Grandmaster rank yesterday, and the girl can hardly believe Elling became a Grandmaster, asking if he's sure, and he says it's true. Everyone at the Demon Sea base already knows that. He's saying she's currently the #1 genius at the Demon Sea base. So the girl asks if that's really true, asking if he's also happy she advanced to Grandmaster, and he says no. And the girl says she's the #1 of the new generation, telling him to remember that well while kicking him away. And he says he understands, and she says there's no need to keep investigating this, saying she'll go after this guy named Yetian, and if he really took the Lifestone core, not even the family can protect him. And the Immortal says being able to get there means he has some abilities, and the current one he's seeing is nothing but a mirage left by his engraving talent, and even this entire space was created by his talent. And so the boy notices that it's a mirage, wondering what rank this guy is, questioning if he's a monarch, but then he tells himself to forget it because he'll stop bothering him. After all, it's not fun. And he says he'll clear up some things, and so he slams the protagonist's face directly into the ground, and he thinks that aura is terrifying, because a simple mirage seems stronger than King Yunri of Hank Monarch, who says that now he must let him see if he is worthy or not to receive his legacy. And so the mirage approaches him and talks about speed, talent, defense talent, endurance talent, and several other talents. Then she asks how he has so many talents, and he says he doesn't believe she discovered his secret. Damn, the admin passed out last night and he fell. But the Immortal tells him to relax because having multiple talents is really something common. But on the cultivation path, everyone has their own luck and opportunity. He is not interested in his secret. So, the protagonist says he understands but asks what he means by the heir of his lineage and what his level is, saying that he doesn't seem to be monarch level. And the Immortal says he already said he's not interested in his secret, so he doesn't need to keep trying to find out about him. And for him to have noticed the seal he left on the manual, that would only be possible if he had the rare spatial talent. He just wants to give direction to someone talented like him. And with all these rare talents, he is exactly to his liking. So he thought of a more suitable method to help him advance to master level. And the boy is surprised by that. And the mortal says he has many talents, but they are very disorganized. The biggest problem is that he has low and medium level talents. And in a true life or death battle, the Fords only use high level talents. And he says that if he uses low level talent at a time like that, it will be a big problem for him. So, the protagonist says that indeed, in a life or death battle, using a low-level talent can be a fatal mistake, and he thinks he has to be more careful when copying talents in the future. And the Immortal says the more low-level talent he has, the more he limits his growth. So, there's only one way for him to advance, and that is to transform all his talents into high-level talents. Then the boy wonders if that is possible. Then he says that with enough battle experience, talents can be evolved, and he says he will give him a little help. So, he basically creates a huge castle around them with the spatial core of the reverse flow house, and the protagonist is surprised that there's even a space like that. And the Immortal says that inside this spatial seal, the flow of time is different from the outside world, and 1 hour outside equals 1 month inside the spatial seal. So the protagonist is even more surprised. The Immortal says that's right, and says it can only be used this one time, and if he leaves now, he won't be able to return to this space. And the protagonist says what matters most to him is to advance to master level. And if what Elling said about the energy core is true, and the family discovers at least master level, he can protect it, and then he says he will stay there and evolve his talents. And so the Immortal thinks this boy really has potential and disappears from his sight. Then the Immortal says, if he's lucky when he reaches monarch level, maybe then he will have the right to truly see. And the boy is shocked that he has to reach that level just to see him. And the Immortal says he sent an opponent to his author and tells him to fight there to his limit. And that gigantic demon, full of mouths and covered with runes on his body, is someone at the level he thinks the protagonist is. So he says this is a master-level monster. However, the Immortal doesn't give a damn about him, sends the monster to attack to kill the protagonist completely. And he runs fast, fleeing from that, thinking the monster is very fast, but ends up being hit and thrown directly against the wall. Then he thinks that guy is very strong. The demon keeps chasing him, and the protagonist thinks that when he entered this space, it was midnight. There are still 6 hours until dawn, and if he doesn't get out by then, he'll be worried if he sees too much. So he must defeat him in half a year, and he's already very focused on making that a reality, wanting to charge at that demon. And so in the real world, while the sun is rising, everyone starts working, and at the market, people are already selling their stuff, with a man selling freshly collected medicinal plants. One of them asks how much it costs, and he says it's only 5 gold coins. Meanwhile, others go after monsters killing a silver moonwolf, and the guy who looks most like a barbarian says he did it alone. He stayed up all night to manage to capture it. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's house, his sister is still sleeping until she wakes up calling her brother, and Garfit is there chillin', lying down with the rat. And in turn, the protagonist is lying on the floor, stiff like a bum, already spending several hours in that position. But inside the scroll, where he is still training, he's been fighting for a very long time against that demon. Then he says that guy entered rage mode, and he activates his high-level talent to attack directly at the demon's hand base, throwing him to the ground. And so he thinks it's time to end this, because the battle talent reached its maximum, and all his talents are also very high. Only the spatial talent is still at medium level. Then the demon grabs a rock and starts attacking toward the protagonist. But he, just with his dagger, manages to throw it back and cut all those rocks. He activates the high-level dagger talent, sword control, and chaotic cuts, cutting everything with great ease. And he says they're screwed, like using his maximum speed talent to reach the demon's head. From there, he uses shadow assassination to slice the demon completely and finally manages to defeat it after a long time. Then, in the real world, he opens his eyes, startled by how much time has passed. Then he realizes he's back to reality, and his sister asks if he's awake, saying it's breakfast time and that there's a brush nearby that's good, asking if he wants to go there and eat together. He looks at Yo, running and hugging her. Then she asks what happened, if he had a nightmare, but he says no. He says it just feels like it's been a long time since he last saw her. She starts blushing and tells her brother that even though they're siblings, he can't just hug her out of nowhere and say something so cheesy, asking if he isn't embarrassed. He apologizes, and she says she'll just ignore him, telling him he might starve. Then he asks if she didn't say she wanted to eat Joda, asking why they don't go shopping today, since he never managed to do that in that place. She hears the word shopping and immediately changes completely, asking if he's serious, questioning if he has time to go shopping with her, saying that's too much. He says she can buy anything, and he earned a lot of money fighting in the secret kingdom. She says that's amazing, telling him to wait for her because she's going to change clothes. He thinks to himself that he never imagined raising his battle-type talent to the apex level would increase his strength so much, and says he just needs a little more to become a grandmaster. Then he says it's just a bit of magic, and the two head out to shop. He says the demonic sea market is quite prosperous, and she agrees. He asks why he doesn't ask his sister Yelling Shu to come to the house when she has the chance, and she says she'll prepare a big feast to thank them for their help. He says, of course, since it doesn't seem to be a problem. He says he was going to tell her to get familiar with them since they'll be staying there in the demonic sea. But they're already pretty good friends. Then the girl asks how much half a kilogram of apples costs, and the guy says it's 2 silver coins. Then they sit down to have something to drink, and the protagonist says he hasn't drunk in a long time, and she's very young, so she can't drink yet. She tells him not to get drunk because she won't carry him afterward. She thinks that's really true. It's been a long time since they were able to relax like this. The boy thinks that's right, saying that day was blessed and happy. But as night falls, that crazy Yoon shows up at the protagonist's house, noticing they're not there. She thinks about Yetian with a lot of anger. Meanwhile, the little sister is complaining a lot because her brother doesn't care about anything, saying she can't believe he let her go home alone. He even told the girl that Jinzinho would protect her at home from anything. He told her that if she wanted to buy some things, it would be better if she went home first. She asks if he won't accompany her there. He says that place is pretty far from his house, so she should just go home and rest. He tells her not to worry because he'll arrive soon. With that cheesy thought in her head, she gets all silly agreeing with him and leaves him behind, thinking that when he gets home, she'll scold him more because it's better to just go home quickly since it's very cold. And so, halfway there, a guy with a horrible mask notices someone nearby talking to the girl Yoon. But then looking at the little sister, they mistake her for Yuel from the Yui family. But the girl says no, saying she's just a regular human, a martial warrior, and they notice she really looks like her and can't believe something like that would happen. Meanwhile, she talks to a little mouse in her pocket, asking why he's so late suddenly, telling him to come back quickly because her brother said no one could see him, and the little mouse didn't want to go back inside at all until the girl Yum saw the purple mouse in the girl's bag. Meanwhile, the protagonist is at the martial pavilion getting the bone-cleansing pill that martial warriors can consume, saying it doesn't cost much, so they can give it to him for free. But the protagonist asks why, and Xiao says it's because he's a VIP of the martial pavilion, so giving it to him for free is nothing. He says that with this, Xiao's cultivation will increase quickly. She realizes he's buying it for his little sister, saying she'll get the martial warrior skill book for him too, and he thanks her. She tells her assistant to go to the skill book section and find the ABS class skill book for martial warriors to practice, and she goes there. But then he feels the mouse saying they're in danger, saying someone from the Yoon family is there and he needs to come back quickly. Then he notices the little face dropping the pill and says he's in trouble, saying he'll leave the pill and skill book there with them and come back to get them later. She asks if he's in trouble, asking what happened, and then he uses the spatial teleportation talent. She notices he disappeared, asking what kind of skill that is. The girl even returns with the book, but Xiao tells her to go back to the clan and inform them that Etienne's little sister is in trouble, telling her to find someone to help her. The blonde girl thinks she has a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, near the Prota's house, he thinks about the Yan family and says that if they dare to touch a single hair on Ayu's head, he will kill them all. And so, near the house, little Jinzinho is really protecting the girl. Then she asks who those people are, but the guy says she should ask her brother if she's so curious, and she questions if they're looking for her brother. But the girl says no, explaining that they're looking for that little rat who stole something from her, and both of them seem pretty pissed off at the girl. Then everyone starts wondering why it suddenly started raining, wanting to run home. Meanwhile, the Prota must be coming back from Bahia, because until now he hasn't been able to catch up to the girl, even with his apex-level speed talent. And when he gets there, no one is left. He says that was the last location of the soul contact. He managed to sense it up to there, but wonders where AU is. Looking to the side, he notices Jinzinho lying there, all hurt, and asks if he's okay, asking, "Where's Ayo?" And he talks to a boy who feels really bad, saying he's useless and that they took the young lady. And apparently, things are about to get tight, because the way they were taking her was definitely not good. And so Reno starts calling the boy and runs over to him, apologizing because he's too weak to help in the fight. In the end, he couldn't do anything, but he says it's not his fault, saying he shouldn't have let AU go back alone, and he says he caused all this. Yeah, man, what a mess. You really caused it. Damn, what a mess. You mess with the strongest family in the area and let your sister wander around. For God's sake, right? I'm such an idiot. Then, the girl activates her spatial inventory talent and says Jinzinho should rest and recover first. Then he thinks about the Yan family, saying he'll kill them right now, crying with rage. But at that moment, Elling falls beside the boy before he can run off, and he notices she's there. She struts toward him, and so in the family's underground prison, the girl is thrown in there roughly and asks who they are, telling them to let her go. She bangs on the bars, demanding they open the door, saying her brother won't leave them alone for doing this to her. The masked man says it seems she needs to understand the situation. The young lady deliberately left those two animals alive so they could warn Yetian with their soul contract. The girl asks what he means by that, and he says, it means this is a trap, and if her brother goes there, he'll end up dead. Meanwhile, out in the rain on the street, the Prota is lying down with his eyes open, pissed off with flashes of anger showing. Meanwhile, Elling is standing next to him and apparently put some kind of toxin on the Prota, making him fall asleep. And after that huge beating the Prota took, even though he got strong as hell, he wakes up with his sister screaming his name non-stop, yelling, 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 until she appears, all hurt and crying in his mind, completely broken. And so the boy wakes up, startled, like someone who dreamed they were going to the bathroom, feeling relieved, but the bed was all warm. So he gets up wondering where he is. Then he notices his head is hurting and puts his hand there. He must really be feeling the weight of that horn. And he thinks about Elling, remembering what happened, and says it was probably that. He recalls that night when it was raining, and he was chasing after his sister. He says the Yan family must have found out he took the vitality stone from the girl, and that's why they kidnapped AU. Yeah, maybe stealing the stone those powerful guys wanted wasn't the best idea, but who am I to judge, right? Who am I? And Ealing was just watching while he lamented. And in the present, he starts saying it's all his fault, saying he was careless. And really, leaving your sister alone in a situation like that is pretty rough. And Elling says that since the Yan family's ultimate goal is to get the girl's vitality stone, that means AU is safe for now, telling him not to freak out because they can still discuss this more. But then Froda just starts walking through the rain, obviously determined to do something stupid, right? So she starts yelling, and Yetian tries to stop her right there. But then she puts herself in front of him, asking if he's gone crazy, questioning if he can't see this is clearly a trap, saying they're waiting for him to bite the bait while the Prota just watches her talk. She says if he rushes at the Yan family right now, he'll get killed. She's standing in front of him so he doesn't make the biggest mistake of his life. But then he's stubborn and totally unyielding, stomping his foot, saying she's his sister and his only family, yelling at Elling and saying she has nothing to do with this, and says if she really wanted to help him, she'd go with him, not try to help by repairing. But the girl just watches the mess he's talking about, already with a serious look on her face. And so she grabs a small needle, puts electric mana on its tip, and runs straight at the Prota, trying a surprise attack, throwing it into the boy's chest, causing some serious damage. Putting electric mana at the tip of her finger and running straight at the Prota, trying a surprise attack, throwing it at the boy's chest, causing serious damage. And he feels the effect and starts noticing his body won't move, falling completely. And he begins to curse Elling while losing consciousness, and she stays there because she knows what she's doing is best for him. And sometime later, actually, she opens the door and says he finally woke up. He asks what she did to him, and she tells him not to worry because it was just a poison needle with paralytic venom, saying there are no side effects. Oh, good, right? Glad he's not growing an extra arm or leg or something. It's chill, it's cool. She can put him to sleep every now and then. And she already looks full of attitude, all well drawn at the door, and the Prota asks where he is. She says this is one of the Yoi family's private external mansions, saying he'll be safe there. So the still wobbly Prota approaches her saying he has to save little Yu. But she says she doesn't think he should, saying the venom's effect on his body still has to wear off, And with that, he falls to his knees near a chair that looks a lot like my grandma's chair. Cute stuff. Then she says not to mention the current him is way too weak to save you and the Yum family. And she says fighting against Young Feyre is tough for him. Besides that, if he has to fight Yoon R, he's not gonna make it. He keeps trembling. While the girl asks him a pretty tough question, wondering if he could defeat someone ranked as a monarch, he starts remembering that guy with some seriously OP power, playing chess with everyone in that city, and so he asks if she wants him to just wait around and do nothing. But she says it's not just about the vitality stone, saying as long as they don't hurt him, he'd be willing to hand it over to them. Then the girl says he's thinking way too simply, telling him to calm down. He listens and says his spies reported everything in the Yum family is as usual, and it's exactly what she thought. They're waiting for the boy to come to them. And she says if he doesn't show up, she should stay safe, but if he takes the bait, things will get bad. And she remembers when that spy came to talk to her quietly in the dead of night, and he says he finished scouting the area, and everything seems normal in the family. And there were no unusual developments. And Yum says both he and his sister will die in the Yum family mansion if he goes. And so he starts realizing maybe he was thinking a little less than necessary to face a strong guy like the one he wanted to fight. And the girl says the Io and Yan families at the base of the sea demon have been fighting for many years. And the Yan family has wanted to wipe out his family from that place for a long time. He simply had no reason. And this time, the main reason the Yum family recruited multiple specialists to get the Vitality Stone was so they could take the Martial Pavilion and destroy the Iui family. But what no one expected was that the boy would get it, and she's pretty happy about that situation. She says they must have investigated and found out he got into the secret realm through connections with the family. So they instantly must have thought he's part of the Oi family. He is, just doesn't know it yet because he'll probably marry you. Which is pretty suspicious, marrying someone who looks like his sister. I don't know. The author's trying to go down the incest route but doesn't know how to do it. Then she says, if Crestar EU wasn't just an attack on him, the real reason is to declare war on the family. And the Prota is surprised by the girl's deduction and all that mental map she made to get to that point. Then she says, that's right, it's not just about him, but a full-on war rising. And she steps in front of the boy announcing, this is a monarch's war. Mastian says little Yui did nothing against them. Still, she got involved in all this. And you're dumb, right? She's your sister, so it makes sense. And the girl says they hardly have another choice, considering they were born in a world where the weak are just devoured by the strong, and says there are things they don't want to do. Meanwhile, a guy runs with a little girl in the rain. Then the girl tells her dad she's hungry, and he tells her to hold on a little longer because they're almost home. Hey, hi, she says even so. Reality keeps pushing forward. While they're arriving at their mansion, the Prota is getting more and more irritated. Then, he asks her to tell him what he has to do, saying he'll do everything she says. And she, all sassy, says he should have acted like that from the start, telling him to listen, saying first he has to do several things, asking if she understood, and apparently he understood everything. I didn't. Then she tells him to remember what she said, telling him not to be hasty. Then he tells her not to worry, saying he won't do anything. And then another woman arrives in the room talking to her lady, saying her guest is here to see her, and she says it's okay, saying something else to the Prota, telling him that tomorrow morning he'll have to follow her to a place. He asks about this place and she says it's the place that will allow him to advance to the Grandmaster rank. And so, already inside one of the huge mansions of the Yui family, the driver asks if they didn't say it was supposed to be in the afternoon, wondering why they're there so early, and asks the girl where exactly she's taking him. And she, without saying a word, just tells him to follow her and stop talking. And that, Prota, is a solid shut up, huh? You better open your eyes. She's taking you somewhere not so pleasant. So, she thinks that guy really showed up at the wrong time, saying she should have prepared a few more things for Yetian first. And she gets more and more frustrated with the situation but ends up going upstairs with him, saying they've arrived, inviting him into that place that really looks like it's straight out of some Souls-like game. And inside there's a little green smoke, a smell that hits the Prota's nose directly, and he asks, what's that awful smell, not liking it one bit. And he starts guessing that maybe it's even the Yoi family's cesspit. And I think you're gonna have to dive right in there. No use making a sour face. And inside, he comes face to face with a green amoeba that's giving off that horrible smell. Bubbling, boiling, and apparently it's a cauldron being heated by firewood. And she asks the old man inside if everything is ready. He says almost everything, just missing one jar. And the preparation of the body tempering potion was a huge success this time. I definitely wouldn't even get close to that crap. As the girl approaches, she notices that everything seems to be going well. And that guy starts laughing, saying she can trust his skills. And the Prota stands face to face with that thing. While the girl tells him to take off his clothes, he questions what she's talking about, asking if she wants him to get naked. Then she just tells him to stop stalling and get it done. And so he starts yelling, telling her to stop taking off his clothes because he can do it himself. I'm telling you, Prota, that was a trap. Run, my friend, run. And after a while, he's down to just his boxers, asking what he's supposed to do now. And the girl just tells him to sit inside that cauldron. I was telling you that's some twisted stuff. That family deals with shady things. Prota, run away. He wonders if he can become a grandmaster just by stewing in that thing, not believing what the girl is saying. Then she tells him not to underestimate that pot of whatever, saying there are several mystical elixirs inside, mentioning that the Oi family's secret recipe was used in that thing. But girl, look, let me tell you, this bitten apple here is apple. Okay, but it's not going to be that useful. Then she says that after he absorbs all the medicine from those 4 jars of elixir within 2 days, he'll definitely become a grandmaster. And I don't really buy that, but the Prota believed it and got into that stew anyway, and now he's sweating like crazy. Then the girl asks how he's feeling, and he starts saying, "It hurts." He says it's like having thousands of needles stuck in his blood vessels. I'm almost sure that's acid, so your skin is melting. And he keeps making a face of pain like he's constipated, so to speak. Then she says the elixirs are currently expanding all his meridians, so he's gotta endure the pain. And if he jumps out of the cauldron, all that medicine in the jars will be wasted. And she says this seriously while looking inside that thing. And the Prota tells her not to worry, because that much pain is nothing to him, and he can handle it. But he says that while sweating like crazy. Then she says, "All right," saying there's one more thing to do. So she goes ahead, and if anything goes wrong with him, she tells that old man next to the Prota to alert immediately. Knowing something could go wrong inside that thing definitely wouldn't make me happy. And he just agrees with her. And she watches the Prota, a bit worried, saying he has to ignite to Grandmaster level to have a chance of getting his sister back. And the Prota keeps meditating inside that thing. And sometime later, in the middle of that square, streaks of lightning appear in the sky, because it seems to be a person. And those are the upper ranks of the Yui family. And the sky starts to glow. And from above, a ghost ship appears. I'm sure I've seen this in SpongeBob before. And from that ship, a single guy stands imposingly looking down. And that old man from the Yui family is down below staring at that ship in the sky, facing it. And he thinks they're finally here after all the delays. He definitely isn't happy about this situation. And he notices that the one up there is Nick. And that dude is all imposing on top of that ship, watching everyone below with an arrogant look. And he's a formation arrangement master currently ranked as a grandmaster specialist. And as soon as he steps off that ship, which disappears quickly, he goes in front of the elder and says that as the family's representative, he welcomes Grandmaster near. However, appearing in front of him, he goes straight to face the elder, saying they should just talk business, and so the two head inside. He asks the Grandmaster to read this guide, and everyone asks, "Who's that guy?" Because the clan leader is very respectful to him, and they say they heard he's the medium formation arrangement master, and the other is even more surprised that he's one of the extremely rare and legendary medium formation arrangement masters. Meanwhile, in the family's underground prison, along with several cells and various torture devices, there's the Prota's sister, hunched over in a corner with a gloomy look. She keeps calling out to her brother, whose eyes are lifeless. Meanwhile, the Prota is taking a Korome bath with that old man who's supposed to be watching over him. But while he's in the middle of that scalding cauldron, meditating, something starts to happen. He wonders what he's seeing. So he begins to look inside himself and notices that egg he's been carrying, realizing it's a dragon egg, and by the way, it's hatching. Meanwhile, the family leader says it's an honor to have Master Nina missing from home. That's the Oi family's meeting hall. In that hall, some people gather while an assistant serves tea to him. The family leader says his presence truly helped the family in times of danger. As the tea is served, he gets more and more full of himself. The leader asks them to please help once again. Finally, he starts talking to the old man, saying he knows he's usually very busy and not interested in resolving conflicts and disputes between families. Another elder who was just there to observe the meeting starts getting really pissed off because that bastard is being way too arrogant. Then the UI family leader claps his hands, asking some people to come in and bring the item he wants, because apparently there's going to be a nice little bribe. Nee's little antenna immediately picks up on what's being said, and outside, Ellen goes to that secretary, who's surprised to see the girl there. Then he takes the tray she was carrying with something on it from her hand. The girl is surprised while Ying tells her to go back, saying he'll carry it himself. The girl definitely wasn't expecting that. Calmly entering that room, she walks over to the two elders. Then she opens that little box, revealing that mysterious glowing orb that releases various particles into the air nearby. Nee is surprised, staring at it, not believing they're giving him something so valuable. He notices it's a vitality accumulator pill. And that little orb of good stuff is definitely one of the strongest, because it's releasing energy everywhere. And its designs are beautiful too. He quickly stands up to take it from the girl's hand, thinking about how handing over a medicine that can help someone reach monarch rank so easily like this. It means the Yui family's resources are really vast. His greedy side starts trembling, and his eyes shine brighter as he looks at it. Ealing thinks to himself that he's sure not even someone mean, like him, could refuse the chance to get the vitality accumulator pill. and now you know he's already hooked just by the look on his face. Then the family leader asks if he's satisfied with his gift and quickly turns to him, asking how he could refuse such generosity, talking to the elder and quickly storing the pill in his dimensional ring. Then he says he's accepted the gift and asks them to tell him what they want him to do. The Yui leader stands up, walking toward him, saying that having opposed the family countless times, the king of the family and his people are very arrogant and reckless. He continues, saying they took over the Yui family's businesses and are even hurting their disciples. He says they can no longer tolerate such acts. He hopes Grandmaster Nier can join forces with them to destroy the family. While he'd been cocky until then, he's pretty surprised by what the UI family leader is saying. And in the UI family's secret underground room, the Prota is still stuck in that Chiromi bucket, wondering what's going on. He feels the temperature getting worse as he tries to keep meditating. He wonders if the dragon egg is about to hatch. And sure enough, the egg is cracking into several pieces with whatever's inside preparing to come out. Then he notices the egg is consuming all the elixirs in the herb cauldron at an incredible speed. That thing is drinking that water, and the Prota thinks if that's the case, he'll gather all the body tempering potions around and bring them close so the egg can eat everything at once. The Prota starts levitating, rising out of the cauldron along with the water all around. The guy with him wonders what he's seeing, noticing it looks like an earthquake and questioning how this could be happening. When he looks back, he realizes all the cauldrons have gathered at one point. He falls backward, seeing the Prota cosplaying as an avatar, bending all that elixir around him, floating with it, swirling. The old man says that kid will explode if he absorbs all that at once. Then he runs off, saying he has to report this to the young lady. The Prota starts analyzing the situation, saying this really is the family's secret elixir recipe. To think its medicinal properties would be so strong is unbelievable. But even so, he keeps feeling anxious and a little nervous. And it's definitely something he didn't expect to lose control over, wondering why the dragon egg started consuming the energy inside the vitality stone, and that stone in his storage also moves closer to the dragon. But he doesn't even have time to worry about that because he's almost advancing to the next stage. Then he widens his eyes and feels a crazy thump in his heart. My friend, if your hand starts going numb, run to the doctor because that's a terrible sign. And everyone starts feeling that energy fluctuation coming from the Yui house, all of them paying close attention to that mansion. Meanwhile, that guy who was with Proto in the alley manages to reach yelling, running up to her, saying they've got problems and that the boy is doing something he shouldn't. Ni asks what's going on, talking to the Yui family doctor, asking if it's an earthquake, but the doctor tells Yoaling that something's wrong, and the girl gets more and more surprised. Meanwhile, the Prota steps back on the ground, now surrounded by an insane aura. Then he says he finally managed to step into the Grandmaster realm. My friend, he's absorbing the aura and bonding with the man's rank along with his little baby dragon. And this little dragon looks like a mini adult dragon, you know? Like, it's not just a newborn dragon. It's pissed off as hell. I'm telling you, the Prota's on fire. Then he says he never thought he'd get more benefits from something else. Besides that, he goes to the status window, and his blood contract with the dragon is completed. Now he has a celestial battle dragon with radiant lineage talent, peak strength talent, and peak defense too. Medium speed, peak blood stealing, high flight, high draconic fire, medium regeneration, high draconic roar talent, medium blood bones, and medium draconic soul as well. My friend, this guy's pocketing hacks left and right, not to mention that insane speed tiger of his. So, Proto starts petting his little dragon, saying he never thought it would hatch that dragon egg. My friend, now it's like training your dragon straight up. And the little dragon starts yelling at him in its own language, saying it's hungry. So Proto understands that but wonders what he should feed it, asking if it's elixir or monster meat. He thinks since that thing hatched after consuming the Vitality Stone's energy, then maybe it's the Vitality Stone itself. But he feels a bit sad for losing it and thinks it has to be that. Pulling something from his inventory, trying a mana stone. When he throws it to the dragon quickly flies up, teleports to the stone, grabs it, and starts devouring it in one bite, completely shattering it. Proto is surprised because it can even break something as strong as a vitality stone into pieces, thinking this is crazy. The little dragon starts flying all happy, having stuffed itself with stone. Then Proto realizes it's going to be really expensive to feed this thing, so he starts asking if it wants more. Proto asks if it already ate everything while it comes back with its mouth open, asking for another little stone. Then he says with such a huge appetite, the Vitality Stone mine won't be able to support it for more than a few days, so he already starts pulling out another stone to fill the dragon's belly. He says he edited this. He wonders what his strength level is based on his human levels and terms, asking if he'd be a great martial warrior, or maybe a grandmaster. And if it's a grandmaster with the same power level as Proto but that small, imagine when this thing grows. Then the girl arrives, yelling, Yetian. Proto notices it's Ioelling, looking back with some suspicion. He thinks that little dragon is far from unique. He should keep it safe in his inventory to avoid unnecessary problems. So he stores the little dragon in his slot, using 100% of his brain for the first time, I've noticed. Then the girl arrives, yelling, Yetian, saying he can't absorb so many elixirs at once, or he'll end up dying. But when she looks inside the place and sees him, she gets a huge shock, noticing he's already become a grandmaster. Meanwhile, the cocky Proto pulls his shirt up, showing off his ripped abs, and only then does she say she doesn't believe it, saying that's worth 2 days of medicine, mentioning there were 4 jars of it. She keeps complaining, saying any great martial warrior who did something like that would just blow up, and to think he's perfectly fine, even managing to advance to the next level, is unthinkable. Then she starts yelling at him, demanding he tell her what trick he used, but he just says maybe he's just very talented and really shameless. He shows her what he's hiding behind his back. Then she says that's impossible, telling him to stop fooling around and tell her the whole truth, all angry. So he tries to lie about it, saying he can't tell her about his dragon, because it's now his triumph, and she keeps yelling while he tries to dodge. Then that guy comes back yelling, asking if the boy is okay, completely scared. But Elling says there's no need to worry about him, saying he's alive. Besides that, he even managed to advance to the Grandmaster realm, and that guy gets even more surprised. So he says this is thanks to the body-tempering elixir he made, thanking the crown, and Elling thinks that Doctor seems pitiful, always interrupting him, but she decides to let it slide, since it's reasonable for him to have his own secrets to keep while she looks at him with serious suspicion. And she says that right now, what matters most is that he's going to make that meeting happen to take down the family, and Nee is there listening to the patriarch. And Elling says she has to get back to the hall for the meeting and tells Yetian that he should go to his room and rest a bit, telling him to eat while he's there. But then he asks when they're going to save, and Elling asks them not to be impatient since they're already planning it. And as soon as the negotiations are complete, she'll call him, and he questions if he can really trust her. And she says, of course, saying this is also extremely important for her family, Yui, and so he follows that doctor who takes him to an even deeper underground level. Meanwhile, Yelling watches the cauldron where the protagonist was, and she notices that the 4 tempering elixir cauldrons have been completely absorbed, and she sees them all lying there. And since this happened in just a few hours, she wonders what method he used while looking more suspicious than anything else. And now, already in the family dining hall, the protagonist is living it up, tossing that steak that looks pretty good into his mouth. And he says the Yui family's food is really good, but while he's there filling his belly, a flying box comes toward him and stops right behind him, with him watching that thing that was about to hit him. And the box that stopped behind him keeps floating, and Alinga appears, saying it looks like he's already familiar with the psychic energy of the Grandmasters. It's a way to surprise someone, right? Oh, if the guy's got a dagger there, just throw it at your neck, stab everything. I just want to see what you do. So he asks what that is, opening that thing, and she says it's a teleportation talisman. He's going to use that on the mission. He looks at that thing with several written mandalas. He asks if they're going to save you now, and she says exactly that, saying they can do it now, and he asks where that talisman will take him. And she just gives a little smile, saying he doesn't have to worry about that because they've already prepared the route for his destination. Oh, but I wouldn't use that for anything. If you don't tell me where the CP is, CPF, ID, where the place is, on that floor, I doubt I'll go. And she says since they wanted to set a simple trap to catch his family, they have to do the same to them. And so, already in the forest, in the middle of the night, they prepare to invade the place. And so, in the dead of night, they arrive at a Japanese-style building, and one of the guards holding a spear is pretty chill and talks to the other who is on security that it's time to switch shifts, approaching his friend calmly. Then he notices his shift is finally ending, and the spear guy asks if he heard the rumors that someone's trying to take down the #1 family. He wonders if it's true, but they don't even notice something passing by at an insane speed, not even letting them know what it was. And the guard asks what he's talking about, saying this is the king's territory. And a king, a monarch rank, says anyone who dares cause trouble here is just asking to die. But the protagonist's electricity passes through there, lifting everything in the corner. And the spear guy doesn't even notice, saying he's right because unless it's another monarch rank, they'd just be looking for trouble. And the other just agrees, changing the subject, saying he opened a pub in New West, saying he saw it has a good drinking atmosphere, asking what his friend thinks about grabbing some drinks there tomorrow. But honestly, in my humble opinion, I don't think you guys will be able to drink because you probably won't be alive the next day to drink booze with the protagonist still moving at that speed. I think that whole speech was while he was passing by at 1,000, and so one says he's in, telling to let him pay, and the protagonist runs through the entire #1 family territory while they're chatting. And hey, grab the old man's shoes, grab the style, the little guy's shining. And with all that speed, he starts doing parkour all over the #1 family's building, checking out the whole place until he stops with the subtlety of an elephant, breaking part of the roof with just one step. And so he observes the whole place and notices he's in the center of the number one family's house, checking out the entire structure of that huge territory. Then he starts using his spatial talent, spatial perception, using a sonar, a radar to see the whole area around, making his way all over the property. He does an X-ray on each of those buildings to look for his sister, trying to see inside all of them and spotting some people along the way. Until when he checks the whole perimeter, he finally discovers where they're keeping Io and carefully watches that building, aiming and jumping toward it. He says the Gra Kingdom is really amazing because he can sense 10 times more than he could before, and so he goes at that apex speed running there. And sometime later, inside the place where Io is, he's chilling, meditating under the old light. He's probably playing that subway tune because there's nothing better to relax to than that subway music, that kind of sleepy vibe it gives off. He's super calm while meditating, until he notices something and sees that the rat finally moved toward the mousetrap. Meanwhile, Proto rushes all the way to where his sister is being held, using his spatial teleport talent to get past the door without needing to break it down. And once inside that prison where she's kept, the place looks a lot like where Proto was receiving the chorum, so he scans the whole area and barely dodges a huge hand coming straight for his head, barely getting out of the way as the punch smashes part of a structure next to him. His spatial perception failed to detect that guy, making him wonder if he used some kind of mystical technique to hide his presence. While he's thinking, another attack comes at him, this time a knee strike. He has to raise his forearm to block that attack from the massive brute hitting him. While holding off the guy's strike, he uses his entangling move and suddenly goes full Sukuna cosplay, landing multiple slashes on that dude's face. That's when he notices the psychic energy is at a grandmaster level, realizing the boy isn't just an advanced martial warrior, which makes him even more nervous. Proto finally defeats him with all those cuts, making that mountain of muscle collapse at his feet. He feels way more at ease, since apparently the family only had one advanced martial warrior guarding them. Then he spots his sister inside a cage, using his grandmaster power to break the thing open. He tells her he finally came to rescue her. The girl runs into his arms, totally emotional, saying she thought she'd never see him again, crying on his shoulder. Then she says she's not scared anymore, blaming herself for getting involved in all this. Colleen calms her down, and he tells her the first thing they have to do is get the hell out of there. Pulling her out, all the stealth mode he'd been using so far doesn't matter anymore because he's smashing through a wall, throwing debris everywhere, kicking down the door, slinging the girl on his back, and getting ready to use apex speed to bounce out of there. She starts feeling sad about this, thinking her brother reached insane levels of strength without her knowing. She begins to realize he must have suffered a lot to get this strong, growing more and more down about the situation. Proto tries to run away, but then Escanor's axe flies toward him, almost hitting him as it sticks in the ground right in front of him. His jubilation nearly gets wrecked. He's shocked, freezing in place. Right in front of Lou, a girl just flicks her finger at him, saying this is probably the boy's first time meeting her. Then she pulls that weapon back into her hand, grabbing it and asking Proto where the vitality stone is, ordering him to hand it over. The girl's floating in the air, acting all cocky against the Grandmaster dude. Definitely not someone to mess with. I'm just not gonna root for her joining the wrong crew because she's clearly part of the bad crowd, so this time, I'll let it slide. Even the leaves on the trees don't want to stick around there. Proto tells Yo to hide somewhere first, but she talks to her brother, saying she was the one who brought him there, and also the one who hurt Shin. Look, I'm against it, but if she hurt Meow, she deserves a few slaps. Proto steps in front of her, telling Yo he already knows she's the one who injured his Garfido, saying that girl's complicated and apparently really strong, a grandmaster here. She immediately charges at him, and Proto defends Escanor's axe with his song dagger. He starts noticing the girl's pretty fast, eyeing the tip of her axe. Then she realizes he also reached grandmaster level, saying it looks like the Yui family gave him a lot of advantages, and she gets more and more hyped about the fight, with a psycho woman's look in her eyes. But Proto doesn't want to drag this fight out too long, so he pressures her, making her drop her weapon and back off to avoid having her leg sliced. He also makes it clear she talks too much, and she, all twisted, catches her axe mid-air, using the fact that her arm has no joints, or maybe like 30 extra joints, spinning that thing behind her back and attacking him again, but Proto easily blocks her attack, deflecting that huge axe. Down below, a spectator starts shouting for Proto, drawing a ton of attention from everyone around him, who could definitely kill her with just a breath, and go grab her again. My god. She's so dumb. She gets more and more anxious, but then she notices maybe the moonlight disappeared, and someone reappears behind her, just like Latrell shows up behind that blonde dude from White Chicks. Man, that's gotta be terrifying as hell. The girl almost starts shaking, feeling a chill down her neck, and she almost starts crying and falls to her knees, completely weak in her legs just from the pressure of that thing. And the protagonist notices what happened, screaming, and the king realizes who's on her side. And he notices that's the king, with a really malicious smile next to his sister. And now that I think about it, This guy looks a lot like Flamengo. Maybe I didn't notice before because of the lack of that pink gang, but it's pretty similar. And so he can't keep his focus on the fight anymore and ends up getting grazed by that girl, his face getting the first scar, while she tells him not to get distracted looking sideways while fighting him. And the protagonist gets angrier and angrier, preparing to attack her with everything, using an explosion of strength, his arm almost doubling in size, turning into a massive drumstick, and he attacks the girl with full force, breaking her axe in half. Then she can hardly believe it, asking how that kid's strength suddenly increased so much, starting to realize maybe the shit's already hit the fan. And so the protagonist leaves her behind, seeing she's no longer useful, nor much of a threat, and he charges full speed toward a king. Meanwhile, his sister is on the ground, bleeding just from that pressure, twisting badly, and she starts calling for her brother, overwhelmed by the king's aura. But then Yetian tells him to stop that, yelling and using his spatial teleportation talent to grab her and take her away from that thing. And the king stays calm, just watching the protagonist. Then he pulls a healing potion from his item box that can heal the girl, asking you to hang in there. And he throws it into her mouth. She almost chokes, vomiting blood along with the potion. He starts realizing her internal organs are already destroyed, and the wild beast's blood has no effect. Then he says he didn't bring any healing medicine either, and his healing talent can't be used on others. He gets more and more desperate, starts shaking with rage. And so he calls that damn Dion Ree, saying he's a monarch level and is using spiritual power against a normal person, asking if he's a monster. But a king stays standing next to the boy. However, a king starts finding the protagonist strange, since he has strength, speed, and on top of that, spatial talent. Look, there's more to it, huh? Maybe he even stole a little talent from you, because his record is long, really long. If he goes to jail, he'll be there for at least 80 years. And every step a king takes is like a hole punched in the ground. And he asks the boy, how is it possible to gather so many talents? Not wanting to believe what the protagonist is capable of, and he realizes finally someone started finding it strange how much ability he has. And after the protagonist is completely humiliated and his sister suffers serious internal injuries, he's in a really bad spot when the monarch questions how he has so many talents, but the protagonist just grabs his card limping, saying he'll remember this grudge, burning a talisman in his hand. Then he starts using a formation to get out of there after burning that, and he orders to escape as fast as possible from that thing, carrying his sister trying to protect her, since the girl is already unconscious in his arms, and the monarch is surprised that he's using a teleport seal. He definitely wasn't expecting that, telling the protagonist to run, using his power to create a huge hand with his energy to bring her to the protagonist. And when the hand gets close enough, Yetian has no choice. But then he says sooner or later he'll die by his hands, swearing at the monarch full of hatred in his lungs while staring at him. And so that hand reaches the protagonist and manages to destroy everything where he was, causing massive destruction in the courtyard of that property. And everyone inside wonders what's going on, with a guard who knows nothing seeing everything shaking like an earthquake. Sometime later, when the dust settles, they approach, and the monarch realizes he actually escaped, because his speed reputation is no joke, and everything is broken, but none of them are there. No bodies remain under those stones. And then the girl approaches him again, kneeling beside the monarch, telling the family head not to let that boy escape since he's carrying a vital energy core and has many talents. And if he keeps growing, he'll be a threat to family one. What a sneaky girl. Making his shell the monarch of Zoom. Meanwhile, he keeps using his own power, thinking about what to do until he raises his finger forward. And at the point where his finger is raised, reality starts breaking and he opens a hole, a portal out of nowhere, creating a dimensional rift, and everything begins to crack. And the girl is surprised, saying he's using the void rupture, thinking he must be really furious about it, because the girl is speechless watching that scene as the void rupture opens, creating a hollow right in front of them. From that hollow, he calls the girl to leave, and the two, full of rage, go after the protagonist, crossing through that thing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 300 kilometers away, in an abandoned station, the protagonist falls into that warehouse along with his sister after being transported by that teleport talisman, and when he arrives there, the girl falls on top of him, and he falls anyway. And then Shuyu runs over there to see how to get in. He's staggering with the girl still unconscious. As he gets closer, he notices she's seriously injured and unconscious, and the prota, seeing her there, thinks this is really good, saying he doesn't have any medicine with him, asking to take her to the family, and telling the girl to leave as soon as possible so she can get treatment. Then, he leaves his sister in Xiao Yu's care, and the girl asks to be left with her because she's going to take her right now, grabbing the girl to get out of there as fast as possible. But Prota, being the ungrateful jerk he is, talks to the girl, humiliating her, saying she's way too slow. Then he calls Jiajin, saying he's leaving this task to him, especially since, if you don't remember, his speed talent is at its peak, so the little guy will arrive like a bullet train. And so Shin asks to be left in charge, saying this time he's going to protect the master. For sure. With that, the two climb on Shin's back, who's already much bigger, and he takes off flying with them to try to get her help as fast as possible. But while they're going, the girl is still very weak and starts to break out in a cold sweat after getting beaten so badly. Meanwhile, a monarch Yoon arrives there, coming out of that thin void, and he says he didn't expect the Prota to have spatial talent. That guy, the girl, he struts off full of himself to go find the Prota. Man, this dude reminds me a lot of Flamengo. Every time I look at him in this Manhwa, I imagine Flamengo versus Luffy, and I hope he gets beaten as badly as Flamengo did. Ines Monarca, if he chose that place as his tomb, the Prota says it's still not clear whose tomb it is. And hearing the kid with so much, Monarch Umanda shows all the cards hidden up his sleeve, rolling up his shirt sleeve and showing those inscriptions on his arm. The Prota says he can come try. The little guy's cocky, no clue what he's banking on, but he is. Then a third mischievous grin appears nearby, and the Prota notices ice forming there, getting scared, and then they use an ice prison on the two who are standing there. The girl tells Monarch that they fell into a trap with all those whirlpools coming at them, and they don't have much room to run, and those things are getting close enough to become a threat to the Monarch. He says this is a formation, saying that Punk set up a formation in advance there. Then he tries to grab the girl's arm to run away, holding her thin wrist, but it's too late, and before he could do anything, they're completely frozen in a huge spiked ice prison that covers almost the entire area, and the Prota is shocked by what's in front of him. The whole air there turns freezing cold, and he notes this formation is way too powerful, strong enough to kill even the Monarch. But while he's shocked by the power of that formation, someone comes up behind him, saying they didn't expect the plan to go so well, thanking Yetian for luring a Ri there. And he says that even though this attack won't kill Yun Ri, it will definitely take away his ability to fight. But a king is still inside, and apparently wasn't wiped out. Inicio Elling tells Etienne to introduce those two to him, and she says that one is the elder of the Yue King family, and the other is the formation master invited by her family, Master N. And so, King talks to Yetian, saying he trained alone and, still so young, already managed to advance to the Master Realm, saying that's truly an extraordinary talent. This time he helped the Yui family a lot, and he definitely won't let him get hurt, but the Prota says the elder is being too polite. Actually, it was the Yui family who saved him and his sister, and he thinks to himself that King's talent is pretty average, and it seems he reached Monarch level only by relying on several rare natural treasures. That flame talent probably came from eating the flame talent herb he gave to Yelling, and really, his talent isn't anything special. One cultivation talent is average, the flame talent given by the Prota is also average, and the strength talent is average too. But still, the Prota stays alert with the old man. Then King talks to Ling, saying she did a good job in the martial pavilion, and being able to make friends with someone like Etienne is very good for him. Besides, he says the girl also played an essential role in that operation, and she starts to thank the elder's compliment, saying it's something she should have done anyway. The Prota thinks the formation talent of that Master Nier he's quite interested in, with high cultivation talent and high formation talent too. Then the system asks if he wants to copy that talent. And the Prota, obviously, like the good thief and sly guy he is, copies it boldly. And so, a talent copied successfully. And Nia talks to King, saying the Kia promised the family has already been fulfilled, and the rest is up to them, because he says the body of a monarch-level expert is also a true treasure. And so they start approaching that ice, but actually the ice starts dripping. Then King talks to Elle, thanking the master a lot for the help that time, saying that in the future, if he needs anything from the Yui family, he should talk to him. And then, En talks to Elder Yui, saying he's being way too polite, and that as long as the reward is good enough, he'll be happy to work for Elder Yui again. His mission is complete, and he asks to be excused so he can bounce, wanting to come back only another time. He disappears right away. King is surprised by this, asking if that skill is some kind of formation, thinking it's insanely cool. But King doesn't have time to chat with her, saying they both need to retreat and the rest is up to him. He starts moving toward that huge pile of ice, but when he gets close enough to land his strike and end everything at once, the ice begins to crack, and the old man gets seriously freaked out. When the ice breaks, the madman bursts out, a king ready for the next round, crackling with electricity and an insane bloodlust, all the ice flying off his body, shattering into tiny pieces. King is shocked that he broke free so fast, saying he still underestimated the king, a real one. Meanwhile, Eling runs up to the patriarch, warning him to be careful, but the protagonist tries to stop Eling. However, as she runs, she suddenly crashes headfirst into something and falls to the ground. Young uses his spatial talent, a spatial prison, and she's shocked to realize it's the space of the Ryun. The protagonist also doesn't fully understand being trapped in that little cube. Then he says the two of them will stay inside, locking the two up so he can fight King alone. The protagonist uses his strength, talent, throwing a crazy punch at the wall, but no matter how many times he hits it, he can't break through. Soaking starts talking, saying a king was expecting this, but just the fact that the formation managed to hurt him already fulfills its purpose. He says that, As he expected this plan probably wouldn't work, he came prepared. Then he starts taking off his clothes, showing the old man isn't down for the count. He's getting ready, looking like Netero on steroids. He strips it all off, even down there, saying he's been ready to fight him since then. What the heck, man? I'm seeing the goods on display here, dude. This is the battle of Adam versus Zeus. The dude got jacked. What are you looking at? The old man's been juicing, son. But things aren't that easy. Even if a king resisted that formation, the girl beside him didn't have the same luck. She's lying on the ground, totally wrecked, covered in ice spikes piercing her whole body, calling out the patriarch's name, collapsing right behind him. And the king, seeing that, acts exactly like I expected. He just channels his energy and completely destroys the girl, breaking her body down with pressure alone, turning her into tiny shards of ice. After she's dusted, her past is revealed. She was apparently a street kid. At that moment, she's being slapped around by a guy who tells her to get out of his way. The girl gets attacked in the trash after being beaten. Then he starts calling her a stinky beggar, asking if she doesn't see where she is, telling her to scram because this is the Sea of Demons Academy, and to take her begging somewhere else. One of them even says the girl dirtied his clothes, thinking he's unlucky so early in the day, and another tells him to move it or they'll be late. The girl stays on the ground, shivering from the cold, crying and broken. Then someone throws her a piece of bread. It's HR himself, saying she can eat it. The girl lunges at the bread and starts devouring it like a starving dog. Then he asks if she's willing to come with him, and she asks if there will be bread every day. He says, of course. But from now on, her life will be her own, asking if she still wants it. She smiles and says she still does. Oh, come on, man. The mood just dropped hard. I was just messing around, dude. I joked that the girl turned to dust. Wrecked me. Wrecked me. Sorry, my ancestors. I messed up. I messed up big time. And in the present, a king calls king out for a fight because he wants to see what he's capable of. He looks full of rage, itching to kill old I. And old king rubs salt in the king's wound, saying he really used clan disciples as meat shields, saying he actually managed to do it. At the start, a king says dying for him gave her life a lot of meaning. But while the old man is provoking the king, he's wondering if the protagonist can't break through, saying the imprisonment set by a monarch still makes a huge difference for them. And the two are stuck inside, unable to get out. Ealing even tries to do something, using her sword talent, grabbing her sword and trying to cut through that prison, but BMO attacks with everything it's got, in every way possible, and the girl can't even scratch that invisible wall. Even with all her effort, it's all for nothing. She's shocked that he managed to develop the spatial talent to this level, and the King Young's power is restored, so she falls to the ground desperate because the attack didn't work. Meanwhile, the protagonist is watching and trying to sense that spatial power, but all he can think is that old Yui might be in danger. Then, outside, Yun raises his hands, opening both and using the great spatial technique, collapse domain. Everything starts turning purple, with lots of purple snow taking over the area. And the old man gets a little wary of what's coming, so he thinks it's incredible, and even worn out from reaching king level, he still has that power. And the old man is starting to get just a little scared. He thinks the gravity in that space has increased more than 10 times, and his leg starts to sink into the ground because of his weight and the gravity acting on him. Until he looks ahead and sees a king already there, who manages to land a punch right in the old man's face, knocking him backward. He thinks that king was way too fast. Realizing that domain also removed his own weight, thinking this is almost like teleportation, because now he feels heavy while the other is light and fast, but he tells himself not to underestimate that old man. Managing to attack even with all that pressure on his body, delivering a knee strike right to the king's chin, making him twist his head. Then, while the king is still a bit dazed from the last hit, he brings his hand to the king's face, grabs it, and spins him by the head to slam him hard to the ground, driving his back into the soil and pinning him down. Then, after pinning him, he starts a meteor shower, until the king's leg comes off the old man's neck and he applies a lock, throwing the old man away using only his legs. While he's flying away, the king uses his speed to circle around, chase after the old man, and start hitting him. And he lands another punch on his face. And with that heavy punch, the old man starts coughing up blood and breaking everything in his path, destroying that warehouse even more. And after trying to land another hit, he starts to heat up, surprised that the old man is so aged and still has such strength, thinking it's no wonder he's an ancestor of the Ioi family. Then, while he's recovering inside that snow, 2 red streaks shoot out from there. So Yan, seeing those streaks, is surprised to realize it's fire, but he manages to dodge easily, just shaking his head slightly to the side. And that small fire arrow causes a huge explosion behind him, so he's surprised by that old man, wondering where that fire talent came from. But after thinking a bit, he realizes the old man must have gotten it from the secret realm. Meanwhile, he's spitting blood from the punch he took from the old man. But then, while he's calmer, he notices another attack. Then he starts feeling something strange, but the attack, different from before, goes to another spot and ends up hitting the spatial prison where he had trapped Yetian. And when the attack hits that spatial wall, a crack appears, and Elling watches it closely, calling Yetian, saying the ancestor came to save him, and they must use the strongest power they have together to break that imprisonment. And the protagonist agrees, and the girl starts to glow, making the horn sign and using the sword talent. Secret technique, flower on the mirror. And with that, once again, her hair turns pink along with that Sunad mark, and the protagonist uses the Great Supreme Force domain, pushing his strength to the max, attacking alongside the girl. And with that, they really manage to open a hole in that spatial prison. And when the prison breaks and the two get out, a king is surprised that those two manage to escape, finding it very interesting. And now it looks like Sukuna versus Gojo, because it's 3 against 1 against the king. So, after the two are summoned into the battle, a huge explosion appears and grabs everyone's attention with the pressure Veli Yui manages to exert in that place, and the two are forced to defend themselves. And so Vui uses the fire talent, maximum power, telling Yan to turn to ashes by his hands. And the little guy is already tearing up the battlefield, and a king starts laughing at him, saying this must be a joke because a nobody with talent gained from medicine is trying to attack him. Then he says he's going to make him feel firsthand the difference that really exists between monarchs. And the old man really feels that his words are not empty, because the pressure a king causes on him is insane, and the guy is glowing gold from so much electricity coming out of his body. And the protagonist starts wondering if King Yun hasn't even used all his strength yet, and he gets scared by that. Masing starts asking if he's still joking around, full of arrogance. And so the old man uses the devastating Ash Fist against Yan, charging full force with a loaded punch at the king. But Yan uses the spatial talent, Void Chain, standing still, just watching what the old man is about to do. Then, even with the maximum level talent the old man used against him, trying to land the punch, the king just throws waves of his void at the old man, completely stopping the old king's attack, extinguishing his fire. And the old man wonders, "Where's your fire?" "Yeah, buddy, age hits hard. Uh-oh, tough. Where is it?" He grabs the edge of the line and is surprised that the fire disappeared, questioning how that's possible. And the protagonist, seeing that, has nothing to say and just watches. Then Yanrei uses the spatial talent, returns to the void, smiling, and then he throws all the fire the old man had back onto the old king himself. And now those magic circles behind him change shape, and the old king feels firsthand what his own power causes and starts getting burned by his own strength. Then he falls hard, stinking, to the ground, and Elling gets desperate, calling the patriarch, and the old man thinks it's impossible while he's on all fours, all burned up. So he asks how a monarch-level spatial talent can awaken a power like that. Then he shows up asking if the old man is okay. He wonders if a king has surpassed the monarch level. And once again, a king starts laughing. Instead of crying, he finally realizes and says it's not really surpassing. He just understood the highest level of the state of mind. And the old king thinks that can't be possible. He says, as far as he knows, humans can't break the monarch level limit. And the prota gets even more surprised, backing away from everyone, ready to bail. I'm thinking the prota turned into a scaredy cat, man. He's itching to run. Look at how he's just about to take off. It's 2 jumps, and he's questioning if a king really surpassed the monarch level. Then he wonders how he managed that while the girl is with the old man, ready to fight him. And he says, since everyone's gonna die, might as well spill the beans, saying it's the essence core that causes this, explaining that hundreds of veins of mineral stones and energy are needed to birth a treasure the size of a fingernail. So he thinks about all that, saying a few years ago, he got a small piece of a secret realm and never imagined it could help him take 1,000 steps beyond the monarch level limit. And that's why that kid named Yetian is his most important asset. The prota then thinks if a fingernail-sized piece helped him break the monarch level, then his, which is fist-sized, he can't even imagine how this could end. And so the old man thinks he never expected a natural treasure of that level to exist, saying he was truly ignorant. Then he tells Yelling to get behind to keep the girl safe. But I don't think telling is the right word for what he did, because he just blows a gust of power right in the girl's face, throwing her away. The girl goes flying, picking herself up until she stabs her sword into the ground, wanting to come back and ask what the patriarch will do. And then he orders Yetian to take her running, saying he'll hold him back, grabbing on and laughing. Dude, what happened to him? He looks so messed up. The size of that old man's neck looks like a turtle's, man. And the king, while doing all this, just keeps laughing, asking if he's going to use self-destruction, wondering if he lost his permission. Then he just throws the old man's arms up in the air, breaking free in a matter of seconds from that grip. The old man is shocked, trying to do something, but he notices he only has one arm left to work with, because the other one falls off, stinking on the ground. He starts screaming because his arm got chopped off, and Elling makes the worst decision she could have made, charging at the king, using her sword talent, cloud flow style that embraces the moon, trying to hit him, but the king stops her attack with just one finger, pushing back the attack's pressure and making the girl spit blood as she flies away. When she finally rolls on the ground, another attack from the king nearly finishes her off, and seeing that, she thinks it's over, but the Prota steps up, cutting off that attack, stopping the king's strike. Then he asks if the kid wants to cut in line. Meanwhile, the two stare each other down, and finally, the Prota gets ready to jump into the fight. Dude, it took way too long to get to this point. Prota, seriously, pull out your hack because you're screwed. You better swallow that stone right there, maybe. Right there underneath to absorb it faster, because you're screwed. And then, when Elling sees Yetian stopping the king's attack, she's surprised. And the Prota uses his spatial teleport talent to grab the old man and disappear right next to the king, who sees nothing and wonders how the kid is using teleportation, feeling like things are starting to go south. Then Ying goes to King, saying that's the precious treasure of the Yui family, the restoration liquid, pouring it into the old man's mouth. She says it can keep the patriarch alive for a while, but fighting a king again is impossible. This time, there's really nothing to be done. She starts regretting involving the Prota in this, completely hopeless. And the Prota tells Elling to take the patriarch away first. The girl asks what he's going to do, and the Prota tells her not to worry, saying he has a way to handle that guy. Dude, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 99% download of the hack, let's go. Meanwhile, the king still stands stubbornly in the same spot with both hands behind his back, and the Prota slowly approaches. And Henri says he also knows how to use teleport. He shows it firsthand, teleporting and kicking the Prota hard in the solar plexus, sinking the poor guy's abdomen with all his strength. And the Prota is shocked by that power, spitting blood as he's thrown away. After he recovers from the beating, he tells both of them to run. But the girl from Rhoda is still standing there, watching what's going on, with that puppy dog face like she just got dumped. Then the king looks at her full of malice, so she gets really pissed again, transforms into the Saurian, grabs the old man, and runs off, finally doing what the Prota told her. And the king then uses his spatial power on some nearby stones, levitating them and throwing those stones at the girl, about to hit her. But the Prota uses his apex speed talent to get in front and shatter all those stones, not letting any of them hit the girl. And when she looks back, seeing that he saved her again, he just looks at her once more, telling her to get out of there quickly. And so he goes down near the king again. And then Ari feels his pressure as he watches this girl start to put some distance between them, fleeing as fast as she can, saying she'll wait for Yetian wherever she is. After a while, the whole place is covered in blood, and a king says that even so, he can still stand, saying he's too young with so much talent and that kind of strength, admitting he really can't imagine why he's still alive. And the Prota is all broken, regenerating thanks to that jellyfish talent. He's surprised that this is the power that surpasses the monarch level, noticing the difference is really huge. With the strength he has left, he can only use the healing talent one more time, so he has no choice but to use that method. While looking at the rendered Ri, like that ridiculous guts from Berserk they made, he talks to Jan, saying in the end he just wants that essence core, showing him how huge that core is. And Ari watching it grows wide-eyed, immediately realizing it really is the essence core, surprised it's that big. Noticing that with this, he can definitely break the monarch level, and he starts grinning all crazy. Then Broda asks if he wants it that badly like a dog, saying it's all his, as he throws it away. Then he laughs, eager to go after that thing, thinking it's finally his. But then, just as he's about to grab it, he sees a dragon, and that dragon belongs to the Prota, who's almost eating the stone. My friend, this dragon is gonna get insanely huge. It's gonna break the monarch level. Oh my god. I want to see what talent the Prota's gonna steal, and how much he's gonna get beaten up for that dragon. So, my friends, the video was short, extremely short. I think it's the shortest video I've ever posted on the channel, but what can I do? This stuff takes like 2 months to release a chapter. I couldn't go a whole year without dropping another continuation of this for you guys. I hope by the end of 2026 I can drop a 1-hour video of this thing. And I'll definitely see you in the next video, because you'll still be here and so will I. So, see you there, later.